for Mega, that could have turned out completely different because Razy was nowhere near it.
Absolutely. It's one of those mind games, right, where Razy leaves it up, base is solo. He learned his lesson from the previous experience of trying to go for that Mega, but it was his downfall because Razy was using it as bait all along. So great play from Basie. I was hugely impressed by Base, actually, as you said, in that out of defensive play when Razy was all over the map, and somehow Base came away with the frag 2 or 3 times in a row. So once again, it's just showing the power of Base's defensive performance is offsetting the aggression of Razy. It's just not quite been enough in each one of these maps.
It's been close, so it could have gone either way. We say that all the time, but this time it absolutely could have. It was tied neck to neck until the very end. Base made some beautiful plays like this LG right here. But Razy, yeah, the secret to his success, I mean, he was just hitting like a truck. I think that's a really big part of it. Every single engagement, Razy just had a good track, but look at this one. That was a beautiful frag from Base, the pineapple. I don't even think he was expecting it himself, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, Base's grenades were pretty much MVP. That and his rail. I was very impressed with his rail, but overall, look at that. 46% lightning gun, 52% rail. On Veil is very impressive. So
no biggie. No biggie, says Razy.
No, but he didn't run away with it. Like, his saw lag is one of the best, and he had the opportunities to turn up the heat, turn up the tempo, and he tried, and he tried, and he tried, but he was running into the brick wall that is Base.
I think no matter what, Base is proving himself more and more as someone who can also compete at the highest levels on LAN and not just online. Because yes, he's down 2 maps, but he's put up a very impressive performance and has really shown that his defensive playstyle can work against just about anyone.
Exactly, and it's been as even as it can be. So really hope Base can pull through, and if he takes this one, then it might rattle Razy a little bit, who might not have expected such a dominant defensive display.
Absolutely not, as we are going to get into our next map pretty quickly as well. Base versus Razy. I think we've got the Visor going up against the Doomslayer. Obviously, Visor is a champion that Base is more than familiar with. It's one of his favorite picks. I think we see it all the time. But on Blood Run, still a lot of value, even though you don't have that mobility that Doomslayer has.
No, but neither one have as much mobility. Yes, the double jump is a good mechanic, but it hasn't got a huge amount of the piercing sight is, and that's something Razy needs to consider, because Base is one of the better players at using that effectively.
And that's going to be an issue for Razy, because he's almost never going to be using the Berserk ability, right? So that means that there's going to be a lot of hourglasses up pretty much all the time that can constantly feed Base to push out over and over again that piercing sight. And Base has already used it. We're 20 seconds in, and he's already used his first piercing sight. I'm sure many more are going to follow. So his opponent doesn't have the armor, it feels like, to really contest. And we're already seeing the beginnings of what might be a very defensive and tactical match.
Yeah, similar start to us Ruins, where Razy's giving a lot of respect to Base. This is what we expect out of Base, and he's taking the emphasis. Bloodrun is obviously a classical map where Base has always put up a strong performance, never traditionally high scoring. I don't imagine this will be any different. Razy playing into that as well, appreciating what Base wants to do. Once again, he's playing around very strategically in those choke points. So Razy's got to be careful doing that, particularly as you rightly point out, piercing sight is always a worry.
Absolutely. Now Base, he's got a massive stack right now, but the problem will be finding Razy. He's about as stacked as they can get, and Razy, he's content with his current 100-100 stack, holding on to that Berserk, and of course, has to be mindful of that piercing sight. Base is gonna pop it again. Yeah, Razy absolutely hurt, and you can see the lightning reaction getting himself out of danger's way. Base is not gonna sit around and wait, though. He's gonna jump right in, but the defensive rocket to the face gonna make him finish right. LG on LG. Base is losing the matchup, and that's the power of the double jump. Not only does he get himself heavy, but he lands a beautiful shot that otherwise never would have an angle on.
That's the catch-22 of relying on piercing sight a little bit, right? Where you know where your opponent is. He probably was semi-aware that Razy heard it, but Razy was more than ready for that aggressive push by Base, and it cost Base dearly.
Now down the road towards the Mega. Razy solid top control. Already one frag behind, and we know, we've been talking a lot about base defensive play, but as I said earlier, Razy is known for being able to flip that switch just like that and do the exact same, if not worse. Up goes base, and down he dies in the blood pool. Razy 2 frags in the lead. I would absolutely not put it past him to finish this 2-0 by now just playing defensively.
No, Razy's priority is just to keep control of those items. He's managed to catch base off guard here. That's a very unusual move by base.
Yeah, wow. Oh, nice little rail though, but...
Oh, what a double jump.
Nice.
What a double jump. Realizing that was the only angle that base couldn't hit. Base got down, he's going to take a lot of damage. He will get through. Razy just about switched when he dropped, so instead of a rail, he took about half of the damage through lightning. Managed to get away relatively clean, but there's no weapons to his name.
Base is really struggling right now as Razy has got immense control of the major items. Heavy up in about 5 seconds and then 5 more before the mega health spawns. Razy playing a patient game. He knows he's in the lead. He doesn't have to force any bad fights that might not work for him. Trying to fake out the jump.
Yeah,
going to work.
Knows where base is, and he tried to fake out the jump to get base to come around that corner because he knows base hasn't yet been able to pick up the rocket jump, rocket launcher, should I say. So smart play from Razy coming up.
Oh yeah, that's definitely an important part. You don't see it on that many maps, but Blood Run is definitely one of those where we might see item denials coming through. Yep. And that's exactly what Razy's trying to do. But base, he did manage to make his way over there. The rockets will now be in the hands of the Russian as well. Mega's about to spawn. Good defensive shot from base. He's hanging around. LG on LG. Razy suffering, but still with the Mega infusion to help him out, he manages to take down his opponent. Excellent opening rail. Can he find another? He can. Base in trouble.
Very much so. This is turning into a commanding lead already. We're not even 5 minutes into the match. Base needs to try and use the rail more because at this point in time, Razy's being able to force these mid-range fights that are definitely favoring him, particularly when he's got a much bigger stack. So Base needs to switch up the strategy at this point in time. Nice rail from Razy, mitigating that entire pickup.
I think Razy was using Mega as a bait right there, just for a moment.
He knows he's got base on the ropes.
Yeah, trying to keep on applying pressure. Wait, hang on, is he waiting for the small armor as well? Look at that game sense. Razy even keeping track of when the small armor spawns, and he just uses the nail, not when it's up, but 5 seconds in advance.
He's also heard Base go into that room, and now he knows when the item is, so he was aware that Base is probably going to be sticking around because Base has no idea. Double good rail though, it's not enough just yet.
Making his way onto the Mega right now.
And once again, Razy's hoovering up all these small armors. That damage means he can go around, pick up the next one. Base has got nothing to his name.
He's about to spawn. This actually could be very good for Base. If he lands another rail right now, he could be changing control. This is dangerous though. Razy has got a small stack advantage. This is really not that bad of a fight for Base. Here we go. If he can get the upper hand, Razy's in trouble. But the rockets, the defensive rockets around the corner will do it. I do stand by what I said though. That was not that bad of an engagement for Base today. Stacks were pretty much even. He got a slight advantage even. And if he would have gotten that frag, heavy up first, Mega instantly could have gone into control.
Yeah, for sure. The opening rocket for Base was good, but the pushing was from Razy because he realized that Base had no armor. So Razy absolutely knew what stack Base had to work with, was confident in his ability. It was pretty unfortunate that it turned out the way with the Base though, because you're right, the opening rocket was perfect.
Now things are starting to look more and more grim for a Russian player.
Yeah, I genuinely can't count when the last time Base got a major item was. And Razy baiting him in once again. He's forced into that tunnel. That's like the 3rd or 4th time Base has been caught there. It's just a trap. Never go in there, my friend.
Nice.
Razy jumps up, finishes him off.
Some beautiful tech right there, doing the nail gun, the plasma jump right up. Taking down Base once again, and this is Base's home base.
Oh no. I mean, Base needs to do something fairly drastic, otherwise we're going to see a Razy versus Rafa rematch unless the tides turn hugely within the next minute, because time is ticking away extremely fast. 7 frags on Blood Run, 3 minutes remaining. That is a commanding lead for Razy. He has no reason to move right now.
No, he's just going to sit there. He's comfortable. Slowly but surely, regaining his stack so that he's no longer available in just a second from now. And no doubt that he will eventually make his way through the teleporter.
Base.
Yeah, but he knows that Base
Might have a
there we go.
suspicion, yeah. And the piercing sight wasn't up because he used it earlier, so he was able to stick around and regain his full amount of health. And for once, Base has got some major items.
And I love the self-control earlier. Crazy went through the teleporter, looked to the right, saw that the small armor was up right in front of it, didn't even go for it. Stuck with his 100 health and instead looped around because he knew that he could get the bottom one first and then just come right back around and pick up both in the end. So that was such a clever play from Razy. There's so many players that would have not been able to do that.
Oh, what a flick
the rails.
Sure, we could have finished him off there. He had the piercing sight as well, so he knows that's down. Razy feeling more than confident at this point in time. Oh, that double jump's caught Base off guard and the shotgun to finish. Great use of that weapon. Good timing from Razy just to jump on the Mega at the right time.
It's amazing how Razy is still keeping track of the item timings with everything that is going on. The man's game sense is through the roof.
Yeah, knowing Razy is more, now it's more than just about the victory. It's about not humiliating his opponent, but, you know, laying down a mark. If he can take Base to an 8-0, because he could quite easily relax now. He's got plenty of frags to work with, but no, that's not Razy's game. He wants to leave a mark because he's going up against Rafa soon, and so he needs to be in that right mindset to make sure he can redeem himself after the last series' humiliation.
I think at this point it's more or less safe to call the GG. There's a minute left on the clock, and it's Blood Run. With Base being on a champion that doesn't have the movement capabilities to chase down someone like Doomslayer, and of course he's 8 frags down, so what can you do?
So let's talk about what changed in this matchup.
Right.
Because for me, this was a very different Razy to what we saw against Rafa. It's very different. We see a different Razy every game, but this was, I guess, more cultured, as we said before.
Yeah.
It was calculated and controlled, and it felt like he had really adjusted and respected what Base was going to bring.
Absolutely, but the question remains whether he can even bring that to someone that is Rafa, the powerhouse, the professor, Rafa, the meme, right? Rafa being 5 steps ahead of everyone. It does hold true to a certain extent, and no doubt that Rafa is right now watching backstage, taking in exactly what Raze is doing, listening and watching closely to all of these tiny, subtle changes, and no doubt preparing for his matchup.
What do you think that Razy needs to change in terms of playing as Rafa next series?
That's a very difficult call to make because Rafa just dismantled him so expertly. I think slow things down a bit more.
Yep.
I think that is probably the biggest thing that he has to do to put a dent in Rafa, because we saw, right, the frags, they got out of control very quickly against Rafa, and there were a lot of high-scoring maps going in the favor of the Americans. So Razy has absolutely got to present that, and look at that, all serious. Eyeing the belt, he wants his name on there, no doubt.
Yeah, nevertheless, good games do come out. Razy with a commanding performance, showcasing a entirely new skill set. Very patient, very calm. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, let's delve straight in and find out what the main man has to say. Razy, a lovely 3-0 over Base. He's had a huge tournament run. Are you impressed by how he played against you and over the course of the event?
I'm happy for him.
All right, interesting stuff. Do you feel like it was harder than potentially at 4 or an easy matchup for you?
It was certainly difficult, but I managed to do well, so it worked.
And now you go back in a grand final, a best of 7 versus Rafa. Are you confident? Do you think you can take this and get your name on the belt after Luca?
I'm just glad I get another chance against him.
All right, well, good luck to you. It'll be an amazing final. For now, though, let's go back to the desk and break it down with Dan.
Yeah, I mean, we're all glad he gets another chance to redeem himself, because I'm most excited about to see what Razy has to change.
Yeah.
Rafa's laid down the gauntlet. He has set the benchmark. It's, for me, it's Razy that needs to adjust it.
Yeah, absolutely. Rafa knows exactly what he has to do going into this map, but Razy, he surely has been racking his brain recently trying to figure out what exactly went wrong and how he can adapt to take down the monster that is Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, he played, as he said, it was a very difficult match, and as slow and calculated as it was, that's what he had to do to make the victory come true. Base forced him to adjust his game, and adjust he did. Base played admirably, and I'm sure he's impressed many people throughout this event, particularly those that might not have heard of him or seen him on the LAN stage. So all credit to Base, and we hope he can come back stronger in stage 3, but it is Razy that goes through to that grand final where he comes up against what could be considered now one of his nemesis.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people are out there wondering whether or not we're going to see a repeat of ESL Italy back in 2018. Very similar scenario. Razy goes up against Rafa in the upper bracket, loses, drop downs into the losers, makes his way all the way back through the grand finals, resets the bracket, and takes down Rafa, who up until that point had been looking absolutely impenetrable. And so Razy earned himself the title of the God Slayer. Today's the day that he might be able to live up to that name and show it to the world.
I mean, that's one storyline. We'll see if it comes true. What is impressive is that Rafa has been around the block many times and continues to bring up new tricks, so you can teach an old dog new tricks, whereas Razy, he's also developing his game, and he will have learned a lot from that previous series, 100%, and I expect a completely different performance to come out. Let's see if he can settle his nerves and do it right.
Yep.
Wow. I mean, Flea, obviously an important storyline that you touched on earlier is the fact that this would be 10 years on Rafa winning another LAN event if he can go undefeated. But that is going to be an incredibly hard task because of the man that has just won here today over base, Razy. He got 3-0 before when they faced up. This time around, I feel like he's going to go in with a vengeance. It's the grand final matchup. There's going to be a lot riding on this. And as he said, he's just happy to have that chance once again to try and claim the belt.
Yeah, and all credit to him. He deserves to be here. I said that the Rafa game, call that a blip. The rest of the tournament, he's shown us a number of skills across so many areas.
The rest of the season, right?
Oh yeah, exactly, right? And he was one of the people that has been impenetrable. And look at all the big names in the field. And Razy is once again the player to rise to the top in the big stage. So he fully deserves to be where he is. And he's against a very worthy opponent in Rafa.
Oh, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that have been expecting Rafa to top the lands as well, because he's just such a dominant player. He was extremely overpowering in the 2018 season, but now during the Quake Pro League, he's done well overall, but at QuakeCon didn't manage to break into the top 3. Didn't manage to do the same as Stage 1 finals. Now it's all about
a whole different storyline, right? Because now we're here in Poland, Dan, and it's all about the grand final that is going to be coming up after the break. For now, get yourself ready. We're going to be jumping in for a best of 7. Razy taking on Rafa. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Stage 2 Quake Pro League. It is going to be incredible. One final game to decide who will get their name etched into the belt and etched into Quake history. And up first, we have a man that has so much history already in his veins when it comes to Quake. It's Rafa. Rafa taking on the God Slayer in Razy. He's slain kings of the game before. Can he do it here again today? It's a best of 7 grand final with a 1-map advantage to Rafa after beating Razy earlier on today with a 3-0 victory in a best of 5. Dan, that was impressive. Is it going to be the same story, or is this going to be a whole different ballgame?
I imagine it'll be a different ballgame. I think Razy would have picked up a lot of lessons, a lot of learnings from that experience, and it was humbling, to say the least, right? This up-and-comer who's been so dominant throughout not only the weeks preceding, but this event as well, just to be put to the sword. So particularly one of their strongest champion. I imagine he would change a lot of things going to this series.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussions kind of behind the scenes. It's been quite the hot talking point with a lot of people. And a common thing that's being brought up really just came down to those picks that we saw in the upper bracket side. I wouldn't be surprised if they're completely different, almost like the polar opposite of what we saw. It's hard to count out Razy. We're just looking at what happened in the upper bracket. It was just exceptionally dominant that Razy has to change something, and he's got to change it extremely. Otherwise, in my opinion, we could see the same thing. But Razy's experienced now. He's had plenty of lands under his belt. Legendary Quake Champions player. I'm sure he's got something planned.
Yeah, well, it's not like he's had to, not adapt throughout the course of the tournament. The game he's just had versus Base obviously really tested his limits in a different style of his play. He should come into this more refined, more ready for what Rafa's been providing this event. And now it's the fact he physically can't underestimate him either. We know that Rafa is in this true god state at the moment. So surely, Dan, there should be more momentum from Razy this time around.
100%. I think the way in which he played the last series is actually the style I would want to see from him out of this time. I felt there was Rafa forced his hand in some situations previously, and he seemed to be over-aggressive, perhaps taking some reckless moves. If he just plays that calculated, paced game, yes, it'll be a lower scoring game, but at least he'll be still in the map and can take a bit more control over it.
Or hopefully there won't be any Clutch versus Athena action going on as well. We've got those down though, so let's look into the veto and see what shenanigans are occurring.
No, instead of the Clutch, which was banned out by Rafa this time, no bait there. We have a Nyx versus Athena, much more balanced, but we've seen how powerful the Athena is in Rafa's hands, and he can bring that out again. Razy will have some difficulty, but the picking of the Nyx in that indicates to me he wants to slow down the pace.
Yeah, and oh my god, where do we even begin to start with this? There's so much to go over. This best of 7, the highest amount of games we've seen in one series today, absolutely is fitting for a grand finals. And let's not forget, Rafa being on the upper bracket side does kind of get that map advantage, which is going to matter a great deal here, especially if he can get a dominant first map. It's a swing of momentum that is way faster than anything we've seen before. So Athena versus the Nyx, Strog versus Galena on the Ruins. Always good to see some Ruins come out to play again, one of the more open maps. Haven't seen a huge amount this weekend. Veil, really excited actually to see the Scale Bearer instead. That's a battle of the big bodies, that one.
Yeah, 100%. And much like the previous series between these two, Rafa seems to be going down the same path in terms of his overall strategy, which is pick the heavy champions. That is something Razy doesn't have in his hands. Instead, we had the Sword Lag coming out earlier in the series and the Anarchy. So this time we can see the two staple champions of Razy's pool from back in the day, where he has the ability to dictate momentum a lot more than Rafa does. So it's a little bit of a counter to previously in that regard.
And I'm really excited for that first map. We'll go over it in a bit more detail soon, as it is obviously going to be the first thing that we see. Corrupted Keep, Keel comes out to play, but it's going to be a different map, so there's going to be a slightly different element there. Awoken, the Death Knight at last. But go figure, it's on the later stages of the pick where there's less to choose from.
The really interesting dynamic here is the way in which Rafa's mixed it up. I did say that we have the same overall game plan coming out, but he's picked different champions on the same maps as he's picked before, right? So previously we had Keel on Veil. We had the Strog on Corrupted Keep. He's just mixed it up, keeping Razy guessing. That's really exciting.
Yeah, and this could really actually test his limits a bit here. It means that obviously it's a whole different playing field going back into it, which could be a good game plan. It could always come back to bite him in the bottom though, Dan.
Not with Rafa.
To be
not
fair,
with Rafa.
who does?
He never, like, this is the thing. I've never seen him get destroyed. He
Yeah.
always has a very good game. And I think one of the talking points we haven't had a time to really touch on this event is, I mean, a lot of the rhetoric about the Quake Pro League is lol NA, you know, like,
Right.
poor Americans. The EU scene is so vibrant with talent. Like, let's see how Rafa does on LAN. He's only getting 8-0 because he's in America. But the overall, I think Americans have performed over and above the European standard. We have Chain taking out Cooler. We have Psygiv getting really far in the tournament through the lower brackets. So the overall skill pool in NA has really shown up to play this event.
I think it's definitely fair to shout them out. And there's always a huge part of why Quake Pro League gets the equal opportunities for both sides. It has really paid its dues when it comes to the Americas. It's that constant access to competition in a tournament setting as well, which is one thing that's extremely different, that every week we get to see everyone go head-to-head against everyone from their respective parts of the world. And as each stage has gone on, you know, QuakeCon, Americas didn't do so hot. Stage 1, a little bit better, yes, but still EU and, you know, CIS fundamentally on top. Stage 2 has felt like a completely different story, and it's all about the growth. You can just see it. The proof is there, but one person's always stood out on top, and that is Rafa.
You're right, Ryan. He has been rank 1 consistently, but people have been asking when he is going to take our grand final.
Everybody to get here, and I guarantee we're going to have a different map to what we saw in the upper finals. We do get the Athena coming out from Rafa, but Razy, there's no clutch this time.
Rafa missing his first grapple, not the best start, but never mind. Razy didn't, or wasn't able to capitalize on, should I say, and as you rightly point out, no clutch. Rafa saying he would have banned it out, and this time he proved us right to that. So either way, we still have the same map pick with Athena on it. Let's see what Razy can pull out with a much lighter champion.
Just automatically different. The aim becomes a little bit more tricky. Not that it might even matter with these two players who have been hitting some fantastic shots all weekend long, but it is the difference of stack. The clutch, it was easy to pin down, and Rafa had no trouble landing his rails whatsoever. You know, you pointed out that we barely even saw any rockets, really. It was just that long-range game coming into fruition perfectly. Now, as we can see here, just about to hit the minute mark, and it's just been about that back and forth so far. There's a relatively even split with the two items, 3 seconds. That matters a great deal on Blood coming up the distance you have to cover.
Absolutely, and this time we do see Razy going on the pace. Obviously on the clutch, the whole key to the game plan was to try and get those close combat situations, but like I mentioned, I wanted to see a slower game from Razy, more tactful, playing the distance game, picking out Rafa, because Razy doesn't have the capability to do that, and that's what he's doing so far. A good exchange of rails up on the high ground there. Rafa backing out to get that heavy armor. And I think the rail just hit before the mega, so Razy does get the full benefit.
Didn't want to stick around too long looking for that rail angle. So many potentials somewhere can be. Razy's not been shy of using that ghost walk aggressively from time to time. I think it might be a bit trickier to use it now, given the map that we're playing on, and especially Rafa. I mean, taking a massive risk against Rafa can be quite intimidating, I imagine.
Yes, and I was about to say, even for the first few minutes, you see Rafa already baiting out, and Razy is actually there to play, but Rafa's hit scan off the mark, 1-0.
And barely any damage in return. Razy, he is going to be fresh off the spawn, but Rafa's looking to get a little bit of an immediate attack. Spawning going to have much weapons to choose from, keeping him away from the rocket, it looks like, and the super shotgun does it anyway! You'd think the fight would benefit Rafa because he was just slightly away from the rocket. He couldn't pick it up.
No.
He still found a way to get the frag.
I mean, you say it's scary to take risk as Rafa, and the first one didn't pay off, but the second one does, and Razy's on the board as he can get across to secure the heavy, but Rafa can get there in time to do some damage. He's up on that rail. Misses 1, misses 2. Razy sticks around. Great ghost walk.
Good thing that he popped it, actually, because right as he popped it, the rail would have hit its mark. It's going to keep Razy a wonderful difference in the stack. He's got all the armor to work with, 10 seconds away from the mega, so it's not a bad time to maybe take a fight here, but the jump pad, risky. Yeah, it seemed like perhaps someone could be actually jumping towards it and then wall jumping away.
Rafa hits the rail. Razy needs to try and get out, but wants to deal some damage. Oh, he nearly pins him. Rafa just sneaking back on off his tiptoes. Otherwise, that could have been deadly. He is up on the high ground now. Razy picks up that item and can get away. Rafa's forced back. Rail not as on point as we saw it last time around.
It's naturally going to be harder to hit those tiny champions compared to a big fat man clutch. But here,
that's a good ghost walk because the item's not up for a few more seconds and Rafa's got nowhere to go. He uses the grapple, but it's not going to be enough. He is away from the item, grapples onto it, and Razy drops down. He's low. One rail, is not enough.
Yeah, with Rafa choosing to drop down, with Razy kind of standing his ground in that regard, I think a rail before frag is kind of the only thing he could have asked for there, just to maximize the damage. Razy off the spawn, you can see his stack. It's not looking too bad, all things considered. But now Rafa...
They look like such a good situation as we hit another fight here, but the power of the Athena, Rafa was stuck in that corner, but was able to grapple across to the Mega. We talked about the fight before as another one breaks out over in that Mega area. This is the death trap so far for both players.
I feel like she in some ways kind of just plays her own game in this regard. Just you have so many options you have to talk about, and you have these theories in your head where, okay, he's running away, so he's going to go in this direction. You have that pattern laid out, and Athena, she just adds this
exactly
scramble of lines to a pattern of where you think she's going to.
No, and 100%. Like we always talk about when these fast champions come out, like the Slashes and the Anarchies, how they can kind of break the traditional mindset and patterns of players' predictability. But Athena takes that to a new level, as you point out, where you just cannot predict what time happens. At least Slash and Anarchies have a rhythm to them, a set pattern. Athena does not. And Rafa's found the Nyx, forcing out the Ghost Walk. Razy's in a lot of trouble if he sticks around, which he does, and Rafa should be able to pick up a kill here pretty easy.
However, there is some potential here. Rockets!
Ever indeed.
More damage than Rafa would be comfortable with. He's going to get a health bubble here, combined with the heavy. Razy's play, you can see him being pretty fast there, just to get in and out from the armor. You always make sure you get some armor pressure off the spawn with one of those lights. It's going to save your skin on multiple occasions, but he's played this quite slow, Rafa. Well, the fights are breaking up their fast pace, but I really think he's kind of just kept a steady flow on things in between.
Yeah, that's because Razy's not committing as much as he was in the previous map. What Rafa's doing is got a perfect lockdown of the map, and when he gets to these close combat situations, he's using actually the advantage of the grapple hooks. Great effect to offset Razy.
At this stage, Heavy's in play. Rafa's looking for an angle. In fact, he's looking to beat him to the punch. Ghost Walk pop perfectly timed. And he's going to be able to pick it up instead. Razy, good use of the Ghost Walk. It's going to be down for a bit, but you know what? He got a frag for it, and that's a good scenario for him. Rafa does spawn near the Mega, so he's able to snap it up. Get some LG ammo in the meantime. Stack's not looking
Razy
100%.
doesn't have a rail yet, but nor does Rafa. That should be an area of a contest at this point in time, which is why we can see Rafa being particularly careful. He's just got the rocket, which is one of the more important weapons that he needs, and he's got pretty much everything now. So Razy's the one, needs to be careful. Just picks up timing. He really wants that rail.
Some bonus damage at the same time, though. Understanding that, is Rafa really going to turn around here with the Mega in play? Just see it as some bonus damage for when the fight breaks out a little bit later. But now Rafa, nicely stacked. Good amount of armor. He's got his grappling hooks as always. And we've just noticed that little bit of downtime. It has given both players all of their main weapons.
Absolutely. So that's why we've reset a bit more of a stalemate. Razy's got the bridge, Rafa down below. Let's drop onto it. Rafa gets timing, just a bit of damage, and force out the Ghost Walk. But will be aggressive now, so this is why we see Rafa skirting away using the grapple hooks. Is Razy going to try and risk it? I don't think he should, particularly with the rocket raining down, but he knows he's got Rafa pinned, and he wants to take every advantage he can.
Danger is that Mega has spawned, and Rafa chooses to jump down, and it's going to be a swift frag. The moment he chose to dedicate to that, and the Mega was taken, the stack alone just made that so scary. And when you're down there at the bottom of the catacombs, a bit of a sitting duck for some of those rockets at the same time. The danger is 3 minutes on the clock, 3 frag difference, a huge stack for Rafa, who's already been controlling the high ground wonderfully.
Yeah, and Razy's well known for taking these high-risk plays, and that, for me, there's just a few, for instance, with that, the return on the potential risk isn't high enough. Like, Rafa had that always in full control, particularly when you're Athena and you can just dash around using those grapples. It's always going to be such a hard task for Razy to get anything out of that type of situation. And Rafa's doing a great job pushing in to force out these Ghost Walks.
Wonderfully timed a little bit. I mean, obviously the play to double back, there is a heavy there, of course, but if you think that maybe someone's going to reappear, it's that quick change of trajectory that Athena brings to the table. You think she's going to go one way, and then you try and reactionary flick to one grappling hook. Guess what? She's done a second one. It just really mixes up how you're going to try and play that. Rafa, instant speed boost thanks to a grappling hook. One is left mid-air for Razy, point blank. And things are getting quite scary. A bonus rail, Razy, barely any stack in sight. Getting caught swapping weapons. There's going to be some bonus damage there on Rafa. Now the cheeky rail attempt almost worked, actually.
Yeah, the effectiveness of Rafa's grapples, particularly around the Mega, when he's stealing away items, has been critical to his success, as Razy's made some aggressive pushes that would have worked out against other champions, but not Athena. Is this champion ban worthy against Rafa?
Oh, well, we're finding out, I think. The proof is in the pudding here. But 2 good rails putting Razy behind. You really feel like this is a done deal. He's just had such a hold on things throughout the course of this map. And Razy, the rails have been shutting him down all the way as well.
Well, Razy, we said we wanted Razy to slow it down and play a bit more tactful in the range game, and he tried to do that, but Rafa had a much better handle on playing that mid-ground. Razy wasn't able to have a foot down on this map. Every one of his pushes has been in around the major items, and Rafa, look at, oh my, just disgusting.
You think he's a sitting duck, and Athena, you know what I said earlier, that she plays a different game to everyone else? When you're just in that right zone, you knock somebody up, someone falls down, you think they're just at death's door, but her ability to just be where she wants, when she wants, you can't plan for it, and it saved him.
And that's not the first time that's happened.
Like you said, is this going to be a little bit of a foreshadowing that people might need to start banning this champion away from Rafa? Maybe for future stages, but right now there's not much we can do about it because he is running rings around it. We always say that Razy has this knack of just making things look simple. It's immaculate that Rafa is consistently able to do the same thing. It's been a dominant first map, a combo all the way through. This map was finished a while ago anyway, but this has just been one hell of a way to start the grand finals, especially when you're the one with the upper side advantage.
Yeah, Rafa looked a little bit off, not off his game, but at least his rail was a little bit off for the first 2-3 minutes, but ever since he's taken a commanding lead, he's been hitting some absolutely lovely shots. So it's going to set him up well for the rest of the series as he goes up 2-0 with that lap advantage.
A slightly slower pace did come in from Razy. Not enough to really throw off the balance of things. Rafa, a player that he can't be overwhelmed. You are unable to bring a new style that he has not played against or seen before, even if it's completely opposite to what you're otherwise doing. These were 2 Blood Covenants and the same 2 players, same result, but 2 entirely different matchups. Yet here we are once again with the 1 map up.
Exactly, and we can see this is the power of Athena right there, stealing away that Mega, when otherwise Rafa would have died. He did that a couple of times again, dropping down on Razy, and he just forced Razy into these positions where he didn't want to be. You can see every one of these fights is Rafa's got the commanding positioning and awareness of what's going on. There's 1 or 2, particularly with the Ghost Walk, where Razy was able to force out these situations that worked in his favor, but ultimately Rafa just had complete control of the map, dictated the tempo, and a better positioning.
But we just see a lot of these frags at the end. More just highlight reel moments for a map that was already a done deal. And that was
horrible.
One of the most despicable frags right there.
That was lovely.
Athena. I'll never forget when Athena first came onto the scene. I know 0-4 would say, he'd be like, you wait until people figure out this champion. She's good. Because no one was picking her when she first stepped into the scene.
I don't think anyone realized the power of the flexibility and the adaptability, particularly in a fight. It's not just getting around the map. Most of the times that Rafa was using that grappling hook was just to maneuver himself in combat and really, as you say, offset the capability of his opponent to hit him. It was remarkable play.
Well, the champions are going to change, as is always the way here. Strog and Pika coming out from Rafa and the Galena from Razy. You always expect some secrets with Razy and the Galena. Not afraid to go for those unorthodox totem locations. And they've kind of made a difference in some of the maps prior. They just always keep you a little bit on your toes. You're having to temporarily go out of your way, waste a second here or a second there just to make sure there's no totem somewhere strange where you can just retreat, heal up.
Pretty standard pick from Razy on Ruins. He does enjoy that champion's flexibility and the ability to fortress himself in certain situations, whereas Strog and Pika we saw from Rafa last time, I believe it was a Corrupted Keep, where he put on a huge amount of pressure, but we know those crouch sliding champions are effective on this map because of the open areas. You can get up to great speed, pick up some amazing rail angles, and Rafa's been showing that in abundance today.
That's what it's all about, though. The second you get that mobility, you can just position yourself in such a way that you can just put this chokehold on people if you have a significant
And that's what I'm a little bit fearful for. We saw the Strog and Pika up against the Doom before, and Rafa made Doom look like a cumbersome snail. Galena suffers from a similar lack of maneuverability, and Rafa exploited that before. Now he has a rail as well, so the positioning is always going to be spot on for Razy. That just raises the pressure threshold. And another thing is Rafa's Pikas are always really, really strong.
It's backed by knowledge, and the knowledge that Razy is unlikely this early on to just blindly go through a teleporter knowing he's sticking around.
And that's what I mean right there. He can just use the speed advantage to whip through, get a cheeky rail, set up for that Mega, and it just puts so much pressure on Razy.
I mean, Galena's a champion who can really thrive. We can already see there's automatically a totem location somewhere you would normally see it. That's just the typical way of Razy. But Galena, a champion that really thrives and can destroy when she is the one that is establishing the threat. She's the one in control. She can set up the totems all over the place. A totem, even if he's not able to quite heal up from it, it just guarantees the next totem he plants will give him more benefit than it did before. Sometimes it's just about keeping it out of sight.
Yeah, so Lazy's going to have to play exceptionally well positioning, try and get Rafa weak from the range game, because once again, similar to the experience that Razy had with Clutch, I believe that's what Rafa's going to go for here. He's going to keep prodding and probing and outmaneuvering him. So Razy needs to try and trap him in these corridor areas, or at least try and pick him up with rails. Otherwise, Rafa's got complete free reign as we see him dancing around the map.
He's just looking for him so far. Funny how it's a 0-0, yet it looks like Rafa's the one that's in control, doesn't it? Even without getting a single frag.
But what Razy's doing is smart. He's taking up these strong positions in the corridors, in these choke point areas. So yes, he's not doing any damage. Yes, he's not got a lot of pressure, but if Rafa does fly through and he picks up a totem there, clever one, he could be in trouble. Nevertheless, great rails coming up from Rafa once again.
Two for the price of one for Rafa, though.
Key feature of this game has been his rails.
And a miss coming out from Razy, which does put him in a bit of a strange position. There's no Mega for some time, and if he can land one more rail, it's always going to come down to that speed. Razy might be forced onto the back foot and forced to retreat. Rafa, wise to it. Razy somewhat overstays his welcome a little bit down there for the heavy. Doesn't really accomplish much.
No, that was a needless drop. Rafa completely positioned, aware of what's going on. Knows where Razy is well. This could be our first frag as Rafa pushes in, but that rail from Razy just makes Rafa hesitate.
The moment Razy dedicated to that jump, he was dead. Rafa already had the angle set up before he even jumped in that direction.
And he's going to catch Razy here if he pushes in, but having the rail off the spawn, because that's where he died, was a little bit fortunate. Rafa now sweeps up the heavy. He has time to do damage on the Mega if Razy is there, which he is, and he does a rail. He's caught him with just the rail up. I don't think he's got enough weapons to commit, but a shotgun does enough to force Rafa away, but he's happy with it.
Rafa's not always going to be all after the frag. Sometimes it's about just keeping people behind. Razy with no armor. The light armor, quite an obvious one to take sometimes, but in this situation, Razy looking for a rail, which is good. He has been playing things quite
smooth. Oh, what a play by Rafa.
Okay, that just melted away. You barely even saw the health exist. And it's perfectly timed. Mega's about to spawn. And there's enough of a delay now that Rafa can continue to just run that circuit. Razy in a real spot up over here. Here comes the peak, gonna chase it down. Kamikaze, but
no damage.
It looked so much like it hit him.
It did. I think he just killed it before it clipped him.
Razy clenching after that one, but as we can see now,
no weapons though. He shouldn't be here. Hoping Rafa doesn't turn up, but somehow works his way out without any damage. Once again, he might be able to get onto that Mega, but hearing Rafa come up, has to scud away.
Nervous as to where he's chosen to go, though. Rafa has the speed here. They can kind of just cover both angles. Has chosen to give himself some rockets, which is a good choice because I need them.
Rafa's not going to commit to those choke point areas because it's the only option Razy has to get anything out of that fight. Rafa can monopolize the rest of the map and control the open areas. That's where he wants to fight. This is why we haven't seen him skirt around that.
Oh, Razy getting caught on the downtime in between rails. Razy's had some real trouble hitting some rails on Rafa so far, and it's given him one hell of an edge before the fight even breaks out. Rocket again, 3-0, and it's just in time for Rafa to once again get some nice items on deck. A rail to start things off. Razy, he's only going to have access to an LG.
Wow.
Access to nothing because he's dead again.
Well, this is very similar to Blood Covenant. Like, the speed is what is killing Razy. He can't get into the game. And when Rafa's out-railing Razy, which is his only real solution when Rafa's not showing to fight, he's feeling quite helpless. He's got no items, he's got no weapons, and now he's got no life.
And he waits for the totem to drop, and then he goes in with the rocket launcher. It's a combination of so many things. This active Rafa playing perfectly since this tournament began, and Razy overwhelmed every step of the way.
Look how aware Rafa is. I think the last 2 or 3 frags, he's caught Razy A without any weapons, and B unaware. That's normally what Razy's strength is. But the speed of Rafa, Razy can't do anything. For me, he needs to try and get at least a rocket launcher.
9 czerwca idziemy na wybory. Także po to, żeby Europa była bezpieczna, to Polska dała przykład innym, jak poważnie traktować te sprawy. To za czasów rządów Prawa i Sprawiedliwości do żołnierzy Wojska Polskiego trafiły nowoczesne czołgi Abrams i K2, wyrzutnie o dalekim zasięgu HIMARS i Chonmu, wielowarstwowy system obrony przeciwlotniczej i przeciwrakietowej. podwoiliśmy liczbę żołnierzy Wojska Polskiego. Dziś żołnierzy Wojska Polskiego jest ponad 200 000. Chcemy dalej...
If Rafa doesn't come in, Rafa doesn't come in. It's reflective of how far ahead Rafa thinks. He was down on heavy, he had the timing, he had timing on both. He didn't know exactly where his opponent was, so he used to peek strategically rather than for damage. And then when he saw where his opponent was, he took a different pathing route to where he traditionally was.
Oh my god.
Got the item and killed his opponent. It's just a masterclass of how to play duel.
2 rockets, 200 damage.
I don't think Razy's had a proper weapon in 4 minutes.
He's just whatever he can get his hands on when he spawns, right? And then before he even knows it.
And Rafa's not even showing himself to fight. Razy just wants to fight, and that's what we said. The maneuverability of Strog is coming out to play. Once again, it's just out-picking, and we said, why has Rafa mixed it up? He's clearly got a plan. This is the plan.
And Razy has pretty much just not existed on this map. There's been elements of carefulness from Razy. He showed a lot of respect at the start. He knows that if he's not careful, Strog will just come around and do what is essentially happening right now. It's just Rafa has so much stuff established that...
Well, this is the thing is that this is a comfort pick for Razy on this map. He picks it the whole time. Rafa's chosen Strog for a particular reason, which is maneuverability, information, all of that, and speed, right? Again, 99% of players, Razy would be doing a lot better than this. But Rafa just thinks on an entirely different level.
I mean, this is Rafa with an ungodly amount of drive. We've talked constantly about how he's just been falling just slightly short in the world of Quake Pro League LAN performances. The fact that he's not been winning the LANs has just been something that has confused people, but this is why. This is the Rafa that everyone always expects to see.
Yeah, it's incredible. And like he said himself, he's taken a huge step up in his performances and his aim. He was scary before, he's indomitable now.
And it's just, this map was finished before we've hit the halfway point with how things have been going.
But when telling Rafa,
no chance.
He won't want to give up a frag, right? This is Rafa, he just wants to make a point, wants to strangle the map. If he can get into minus, that's where he'll be happy, but he just wants to prove a point, play to perfection, go through the motions, and get set up for map 3.
And Rafa has no reason to take his foot off the gas. It's the one thing that he is known for here is that he won this map ages ago, but it's not stopping him from just playing peak performance.
It's all about momentum, you know. Crush your opponent as bad as you can. As much as you want to take it one map at a time, everyone will be affected in some way, shape or form by the most recent experience of the previous map.
Does make you concerned about this one, with just how this series has gone? It's just one-sided.
It just shows you, again, that Rafa's thinking about it in just a different way to Razy. Razy's combat skill hasn't been diminished. Rafa's matched him stroke for stroke, but it's the strategy that is so impressive. And there's so many glimpses of how far ahead he thinks. Razy does get a frag constellation, that's great, but it's not going to be enough if we want it to go. And that leaves Rafa essentially on that point with a 3-0 lead.
And this grand finals feels like it's only just begun.
Exactly.
It's always insane how the maps, they are obviously a set time, yet it feels like some are faster than others. By just how much is going on, how dominant they are, when a player is patrolling the map and just getting walking highlight reels all the time.
And it's when it's so one-sided like this, it feels like it goes in an instant. And it even happens when you're a player. You look up at the clock and it's already 4 or 5 minutes gone and you feel like, oh my gosh, we're near spawn. The pressure goes on so quickly.
But when you're on the flip side and you're getting constant frags time after time, it feels like it never ends. So in Razy's shoes, this is more about just, he's already thinking about the next map. He has to be. It's just, this map is done and dusted. Rafa is just ran rings around Razy from this entire period. And we only have, fortunately, 10 seconds left on the clock and we're going to be moving on. But what else is there really to say about it? The moment the map began, Rafa established control.
And you remember,
failed and shut down. He hit every rocket with 100 damage.
Can you name me one fight in the last 6-7 minutes where we had either a direct rocket launcher fight or a direct one-on-one lightning fight? Rafa just outmaneuvered his opponent the entire time. He caught him off guard countless times. The speed was unreal, and he just suffocated Razy to the point where Razy felt lost.
Now, this is the worst kind of advantage you can experience, though, if you're on the receiving end of a double elimination bracket. Rafa being on the upper bracket side gave him a map advantage anyway, and now these 2 maps has put him on a map point scenario where if he wins the next one, that's it.
Yeah, look at all these fights. Rafa just pushing in. It's always on his terms. Razy didn't have the right weapons. Rafa has the position. Rafa's hitting the shots. As you rightly said, it doesn't feel like Razy was even playing the game.
Which is so strange to say that about Razy, of all people. It has just felt like from the moment we really started this entire series to where we are now, 2 maps in, Razy has just not had much presence.
Oh.
He has felt and seemed powerless. And he is a player that is so famous for dismantling people regardless of skill.
Well, I mean, it took Gilson 2 maps in a row to like 20 frags. And we didn't even see Razy's pod in this map till 9 minutes in because Rafa's stranglehold on the map was so vigilant.
Solid stats all round. The rail has been a star performer of Rafa's before the tournament even started. And the rail, the times he chooses to use the rail, combined with the fact that he's hitting the shots most of the time, it just puts the opponent in such an awkward position.
Now, reflecting on that great play, we're moving on to a new map, and now we have a Sorlag against a Scale Bearer. For me, this, in terms of champion matchups, unless Rafa has something in mind that I cannot picture, should be way more balanced and give Razy a little bit of an edge when he comes to those aggressive pushes. There isn't a differential in that aspect. So let's see what happens here. I believe it's Veil.
You look at the potential outcomes, it's Veil of Nath, a map that is so well known for the constant brawls that can take place on the pure basis of you get a frag or you are fragged. If you pick the right champion, you spawn with a decent stack. Heavies are so popular on this map. The reason we see them both, head to head, really matching fire with fire in that regard. Scale Bearer, a point blank champion. And if a bull rush goes amiss, or if the acid spit is locked and loaded, the burst of a Scale Bearer getting hit by all that is probably going to hurt significantly. But the acid spit, it just serves many purposes. It's area denial. You can make things really complicated near the heavy. You can shut down the whole mega area.
Like the Scale Bearer operates in a very similar way to Keel. I might just see why he didn't pick Keel, and there's going to be a reasoning for that. But the Scale Bearer operates in a similar way, stacking up, getting very strong with your high stack, controlling the high ground. That's what we see Rafa liking to do. Obviously, the bull rush can come out to either mitigate damage, do some damage, particularly around that mega area. It can do a lot of random funky things, but the premise is the same. So Raze this time has an equal stacks champion. He needs to get a foothold and try to bring Rafa into those in-game fights.
Well, there's always the chance that the next map after this, I mean, should we reach that point, is Corrupted Keel, and that's the one he picked Keel. It's almost the immediate map after that one. So we might see the Keel, we might not. There might be a tournament one after this map. But if you're in Razy's position, he has lost many maps in a row against Rafa at this point, and that is, no matter how much of a level head Razy has, and how even in tournament he may not get fatigued and stuff like that, when you've lost that many maps back to back against the same player, that has to mean something.
100%. I've been in a situation like that, and sometimes you feel like there's a redeeming feature. Like, it is horrible when you get closed out of a map like that, where you feel helpless. It is horrible, but at least sometimes you go in and you go, well, when we met, I was out aiming it. I don't even think Razy can say that. Rafa's aim was on point. He was just controlling it from start to finish. So it needs to be a reset, a reboot for Razy if he has a hope in this one. And let's see as we jump into Veil.
This might be the final map of the Stage 2 finals. Veil of Nath, Rafa and Razy. Rafa has been unstoppable. And we'll see if the Interplanetary War General can get this finished and do the job that Rafa's looking for. Looks like already Razy has a decent position. He's in the control of the Mega. Rafa near the rocket launcher though, of course. A heavy in a rocket launcher at close range is always wonderful. Springs somewhat of a surprise there on Razy for the LG. Be prepared to see a lot of this with two chunky champions that are much easier to hit than most.
Yeah, that's exactly what Razy wants. I'm not going to say it favors Razy, but that's his game plan. That's where he's strongest. Rafa can definitely no slouch when it comes to it. You can see the speed boost of that turnaround by Rafa. Great play there as he forces the Lizard back to the heavy.
And it looks like Razy on the verge of falling, but with the stack that exists, he is barely alive. There is nothing to work with.
Nothing at all, no. And Rafa was probably aware there isn't any resources for him back in that area, but he did pick them up after the last encounter. And Razy is still licking his wounds from that previous encounter and has to jump away. Once again, Rafa, more than aware of the situation, is able to sweep up the rest of the map.
He's still not playing any games. He knows he has the better position here. There's still a quick little rocket jump, just 100% guarantee that Rafa's there on Mega before Razy. As long as he maintains this control, he's in a good position. That is an unreturned rail. That's a good start for Razy, but he just needs a lot more of those, and those initial rails that land is something that Rafa has just had that trump card over Razy for the whole series.
And this is why we're saying it's a little more of an even playing field. They're both heavy champions. They're both relatively quick in their own right. And so it's going to come down to a pure match of strategy. And it's Rafa that's won it off the bat.
And it's a good start on Veil of Nath. If you can get a solid frag and you take minimal damage, you have nothing to worry about. There's always that factor of getting a frag and being extremely weak that the heavy champion can simply respawn and then deal with you. In this situation, you know, Rafa, there's stuff to retreat to, so he's not going to be as vulnerable to that. But
Razy going in for those man fights, not winning them just yet. Definitely needs to put more of a focus on the major items prior to taking these, because Rafa's matching him blow for blow.
You don't want Rafa to be able to simply repeat what's been happening all series long.
He's caught him off guard here, forces him out. Rafa's in a lot of trouble because the Mega's not up yet. Razy pushes in, but the bull rush is not enough, and Razy comes out cleanly and has plenty of time to pick up this Mega and put some pressure on the spawn if he can.
In the fight itself, Rafa didn't make a terrible choice. He had the rockets, he did have the bull rush, and it hit its mark. It's just he was so weak, he couldn't finish the combo. One more rocket after bull rush might have been okay. Razy just had way too much of a superior stack to make it work. You can see now Rafa's controlling the high ground here, but he's missing a rail, and that will matter. And that will matter a great deal. He's looking about it now. Almost back down that way. Surprise!
Not having the rail by Razy was painful there because he was forced to commit to the mid ground to do any damage, and in doing so lost position. Rafa capitalized upon him immediately. So Razy, with the poor weapon choice, the poor decisions, and once again, if you do that against Rafa, you're more than likely going to lose a frag.
I have a quick confession to make. We've been observing Rafa for so long, I totally forgot we were observing Razy when I said he was out of the rail. I feel like that's not a good thing, though.
No, it's been about 25 minutes of Rafa.
25 minutes of Rafa, and it's been a bit of a struggle so far. Rafa once again in the lead, and he's continuing it. Hits a rail. That's a tricky position for Razy, because it just allows Rafa to just stay put in this part of the map. And in this section of the map, when you control this high ground, you rule the Mega. You have all eyes on the heavy. All of the important things that just give you an edge in a fight. If Rafa hits those initial rails and he has a fat stack to work with, I mean, you're always at a disadvantage.
Oh, Rafa's made a mistake here. He jumped into Razy. He is low. They're both low, but the shot does finish him off. I was about to say that Rafa's been doing a much better job in and around the items to secure them than Razy, but just a mistake there was enough to let him get the frags, but Rafa returning off the spawn with a double rail.
That was very much I know you're there, by the way. I'm just going to quickly pick this up, come back and kill you, yeah? Be right back. 4-2.
It is chaos as Razy moves in again, but perfect rockets from Rafa.
Forced into the rock in the hard place. No way you can survive this, and Rafa continually forcing Razy into these just unwinnable circumstances. Every time he gets fragged, Razy's not really able to mount much off of it, and that is something that we've been seeing throughout the course of this entire tournament, that frags against Rafa, they're just not meeting much.
No. And Rafa's more than happy to return. Razy's gone aggressive off the spawn a few times and it's been semi-successful, but Rafa's more than happy to do the same thing. If he dies, that's the benefit of dying with a heavy champion. You obviously start with a pretty good stack.
Speaking of stack, Razy has that in droves. He is going to go in for the attack. Rafa, I mean, he has to go in for that defensive play with the rail. You know you're going to hit it. The bull rush is in play. He's avoiding some damage, but it is maybe at this point delaying the inevitable if he's able to hit some of those rail angles. Razy keeping a great level of control, but he's 3 frags behind. We are halfway through this map. Less than 5 minutes away from potentially.
Razy's found him in this corridor. He's got no bull rush as well. He's got the speed, and the rail that misses wouldn't have killed Rafa, but it does mean he can get onto that Mega, and that's painful for Razy as they do meet up with the teleporter, but the rackets are good.
Wonderful damage. Absolutely fantastic. You know, it's not just the damage mitigation from the bull rush, it's the crazy burst of speed you can gain from it. At the same time, giving Rafa the positioning for the Mega that he wanted. Heavy's now going to spawn. Razy!
Oh no, he falls!
Knocked off the pillar, and that's a free frag for Rafa, made worse by the Heavy spawn. Things going bad to worse. The boy from Maestro.
Razy. He is up at Mega. He's a little early, but he's got the lightning gun. Rafa's got low ammo on all fronts. If he commits here, he can't because it hasn't got enough ammo.
You know at this point, Rafa, he can taste this tournament win. He's so close, and he's in a great position. Establish even more threat, the perfect decision. Goes towards a rail, and it's the forbidden fruit. He goes for it, and this gets deleted, ZSX.
Yes, and all series long, Rafa's control has been far superior to Razy's. He's making sure that he's committing for the items, doesn't ever let Razy get any sort of stack bull rush away. Oh, he hits the pillar though, that's going to be his death.
Tries to super optimize his movement by just taking that detour to the right to get the health on the way, but unfortunately it was a death sentence for him. Now, there is always a possibility to come back. Rafa has got loads of momentum and he has the maps on his side, but there is time for Razy to get the 3 frags he's after.
Can't let Rafa get away with this heavy. Rafa's got the much better position on it. And that's going to be painful. Can he get to this Mega in time? He can, and that's great opening rocket. Rafa's going to stick around, but he's got the pillar to defend him. He is going to commit just to do enough damage. And as we've seen before, I wouldn't be surprised to Rafa to try and put some pressure off the spawn, but that rail, double rail's going to stop his momentum. Triple rail!
Perfect. This is an opening that Razy will happily take. And it's Rafa caught off the spawn.
For once.
Did not fight back there, no weapons.
I think this is the first time in this map where Razy's able to get back-to-back clean frags. Rafa's done a great job of closing him down in that choke point, and that's one in the Mega. Oh, sorry, the heavy, now potentially the Mega, but a good rail from Razy.
Oh, he's just getting constantly blindsided by these rockets, and now he's at death's door. Hang on, is that a bull rush? Here comes Scale Bearer, but the positioning from Razy, it's not good enough. He made the perfect play to just jump down to the ledge. Scale Bearer physically could not chase it.
So unfortunate. Razy fell down from the Mega and he fell into the teleporter. I don't think it was deliberate, and that cost him another 50, 60 health, and eventually that was his doom as the bull rush flies through. Straight rocket to the face, but he falls back onto the heavy. Razy's still got a good commanding stack.
Look at the clock, the comeback is possible. You cannot count out Razy, he's got the stack.
So much time.
He just needs to get one good moment, but Rafa, he's not going to make it easy.
But he has caught him.
The trap, the juggle trampoline, boys, another frag. 3 ahead here, and it's just becoming harder and harder. That bridge is just getting wider here for poor old Razy, who just... He needs to mount some sort of pressure.
He's got no weapons, but Rafa doesn't hit the rail. That's good. Razy hasn't got the weaponry to commit for this Mega, though, so that's one positive aspect for Rafa at this point in time. Razy's forced to back off to try and pick up all the weapons. I don't know if he has a rocket, which is why Rafa is holding this area, but decides to go away, pick up the lights just in case.
1 minute 30, 3 frags versus a chunky Scale Bearer versus a Rafa that has just been on fire all weekend long. Do you think this is possible?
If he gets a frag now, it is possible, but then this next fight will decide the remainder of this tie as he pushes in. Razy knows he's got to do it well. His lightning is okay, but Rafa's is just as good. Good rail, but he's not got the high ground. Razy has to push.
Any time Rafa takes now is wasted time. We have 1 minute on the clock. Razy with a mammoth task of just getting those 3 frags. He's able to get some opening damage here. How's the fight going to go? Super shotgun. The bull rush doesn't quite hit his mark. He's just going to get the extra stack for the health, waste the time and do the damage. At this point, just try and damage him as much as possible for a potential refrag. Razy, this comeback is possible.
It is
in a
possible.
good position.
We won't expect Rafa to be committing as he runs through to steal the Mega. He knows how important that item is, but the combo is good. Rafa's stack is huge. That's the power of the Scale Bearer. As he commits down for this lightning gun, he is on it, but it's
nervous about his health. Nervous about the stack ZSX versus the stack of a Rafa that has just spawned, and he is way healthier. Razy has to disengage.
He needs the rocket. He's already got the rocket. That was the priority for Rafa, and he's done it. Now he can hold a choke point. He knows a hole. He just needs to commit, but will he do it anyway? Yes, he has, and that will win in this tie.
That is 10 seconds left on the clock, and that is a dominant performance all round. The bull rush at the end.
To finish it, the air rocket
combo. Rafa is going to win the Stage 2 finals of the Quake Pro League.
Incredible. He came up against Razy, potentially the favorite after some of the performances of day one. He plays him twice, and he doesn't drop a map. The strategy was amazing, the aim was incredible, and this is the most commanding performance I've seen from a Quake player ever.
A complete opposite effect of when they went head-to-head a couple of years ago. That time it was Razy, but now the champion doing Liquid proud. Well done to Rafa.
Well done to Rafa, and let's go over to Jackie.
Wow. I'm here on stage with a legend in his own right, and now a legend again in Quake Champions. You've come in back-to-back 3-0s. You just don't mess about anymore, do you?
This tournament really this tournament really mattered to me. I managed to be the only one in Quake Live that was able to win back-to-back IEMs, and for us to have Quake back at IEM again and have the chance to three-peat that, I was really driven this weekend because I don't think anybody else in IEM history has done that. I could be wrong, but yeah, that's what I was really striving for, and I'm just glad I could show the world what I'm really capable of, and if I'm playing my A game every single time, and it's a really, really satisfying feeling.
Because that's the crazy part, is it was almost this form you've established coming into this event. Is this something we expect to see now consistently back on land? You've achieved it regularly online. Will you keep this going from this point forward into stage 3, Rafa?
I'm going to try, but I mean, this is the Quake Pro League for a reason. Like, it could be another day where Razy is playing a bit better. I think at the next LAN, their shape is going to be even better. They're going to be more motivated to try to win again. So I'm just going to have to keep putting in the work, and I mean, obviously the goal is to win every tournament.
Well, you did it here, you won it, and now you deserve that belt. Get on over there, take it. You are our champion. Rafa has dominated. Rafa has claimed the belt. He's walked away as champion once again here at the Stage 2 Quake Pro League Finals. That is it for our finals, but we will be back next week online, same time, same place. We'll see you there, but for now, it's all about Rafa!
Thank you to the butterflies in my stomach. I haven't felt this nervous since I was a little fluffy down nestling. My daring do is half disguise behind the smile. My beak is grinding, ever minding. I swore I wouldn't dwell on the divorce, so for my own health, I'll remind myself that when I see him, I know that it won't feel so tough. I'll believe him and not the voice that says I'm not enough. No need for an arrangement. It can just be him and me. I'll set us free. How perfect it could be when I see him tonight.
See him tonight? All right. It's been a while since he begged for attention. Are we okay? Can't really say. I'm getting by avoiding his questions. So complicated, I hate when it's complicated. Why do I always end up in situations that are complicated? Here I go again, getting in my head, so I'll focus on the sexy stuff instead.
When I see
him, I'm gonna do that thing he likes.
I will change
No need to change things. I'll just bring the rope and spice.
Oh, God.
We've got a nice arrangement, and it's working out just fine. We'll keep it light.
I'll fucking die alone if this goes bad when I see him tonight. Am I doing something I can't take back?
Relax.
Would he want me if he was free?
We're fine.
And if he's only here as a prisoner, what kind of monster does that make me? My entire life's been written in stone. He taught me that I could choose. He deserves the choice to stay or go, though it scares me to think what I'd lose.
Can't wait to lose ourselves in nasty sex and make that bird squawk.
Really must converse.
We'll just stick with what makes sense, like him sucking my...
Oh, this is the worst. Waiting for the shoe to drop.
Who needs words when you got a mouth full of...
Come to your senses.
Then I'll do that thing with my tongue where
He's worthy of your love and trust.
I'll leave his bird was nice and rough.
Tonight cannot come
He'll
soon.
be coming soon enough. Oh, yeah!
But when I see him, will it be tender or be tough? Will it please him, or will I just be fucking it all up? Can this be a relationship, or am I still naive? I'll set us free, whatever it may be, when I see him tonight.
My baby! Someone save my baby!
Sure hope this glass doesn't break. Bro!
Oh, thank you! Thank you! How could I ever repay you?
No need, ma'am. I was just in the right place at the right time.
Did you have to hug him so hard? I'm at underwear level, you know, and that guy clearly hadn't showered today.
Oh, stop complaining. I had to sell it, didn't I? How'd we do, Cletus?
Not great. Let's set up for another run.
I don't know, Cletus. Doesn't this all seem a little... sinful?
We've been over this. We are still helping people. We just provided that man with an opportunity to be selfless and heroic.
After that performance, he's sure to get into heaven. We just saved a soul.
Is that how it works?
Don't you think eternal salvation is worth $20 and a Quiznos sponge card?
I guess. It's just...
You want to eat, don't you? Want to live long enough to save more souls and earn our way back into heaven?
Of course. I just...
Well, then quiet your incessant whinging and get back under that coat. We have to... Wow! What? Where are we?
We ask the questions here, Hellspawn.
But I'm just a little baby. Why would you...
Drop the bullshit! You know you're working for that demon filth.
Where's your boss?
What boss?
This guy.
You know that? Peanut Head?
So that's
his name?
You know, I think maybe we can help each other out here.
Harp shooting there, Mox. Pro as usual. Millie, beautiful bloody mess in there. Ha! What a great fucking day this is.
You sure seem in good spirits today, sir. It's rare to see you wear something not bad.
Well, it's the, first of all, fuck you. It's the full moon. I gotta meet up with Stolas tonight. Felt like dressing up a little since it's been a few months since I've been inside of his feathered ass.
A few months?
Yeah, the birds started giving me more ways out of our monthly fuck sesh. He'd be all like, oh, Blitzy, I know it's the full moon tonight, but you don't have to come if you don't want to, Blitzy. So I've just been taking breaks from having to plow his feathered ass into his fancy ass mattress.
Ugh. TMI, sir.
Point being, tonight I feel like I could use a little fuckery. It's been a good day, feeling like my stamina's up, and I'm horny.
Oh shit, he's getting bored of you.
What?
Yeah, man. If someone wants to see you less and less, big red flag. If they give you chances to ditch, they probably want out themselves. Just want to be more passive-aggressive about it. Dicks.
How do you know, Luna?
I do that all the time.
Well, tits. Guess I finally got to do position 37 tonight. Don't worry, though. This book ain't going nowhere if I have anything to fuck about it. I'll dick him so good, he'll let us keep this thing another year easy.
Well, I hope so, sir. Business has actually hit a peak, and it would be disastrous to lose what we worked for now. So fuck him good, sir.
Don't worry, Mox. By the end of the night, I'll have Stolas eating out of my ass. If the gag will let him.
Stop!
Okay, grow up, Mox. That's what adults do. We're horny. Fuck me, Moxie. We've used like all the shit in this box. If Stolas is bored after this, I need to up the ante. Moxie, I need you to hold down the fort. Get some overdue paperwork done.
What overdue paperwork?
So why would a bunch of angels be looking for demons?
We just want to get back into...
We're exorcists, the flaming swords of the heavens, here to strike them down with fiery vengeance.
Oh, yeah. We lay in wait for them to return to Earth, so we might smite them once and for all.
Guys talking about... Ow!
Maybe you don't have to wait.
Come with us. Since their assault on Compound X, our government has quadrupled our funding and allowed us unfettered access to the most bleeding-edge military advancements.
Demonic containment cells, hellfire suppression suits, camouflage exoskeletons, and a battalion of highly trained combat priests. All so we could finally utilize this.
What is it?
Our ticket to the other side.
An extra-dimensional portal generator. This bad boy will allow us to open a door straight into hell, where we plan on eliminating the demonic threat before they can tarnish this great country. Well, once we work out all the kinks, yeah.
Thanks. So far, we've only been able to open the portal about 2 feet in diameter. Hardly big enough to fit a child through.
And we can't very well send children. But after last time... Those goddamn American heroes.
Honestly, we're not even sure that was hell we sent them to. Point is, we could use someone or someones with more experience. How about it, little guys? Wanna help us hunt some demon scum? Fuck yeah!
Welcome, little one. What can I interest you in today?
I'm looking for a snazzy candle. One that screams sexy. You got anything that'll get anyone in the mood, buddy?
Bet you're in the lust ring. Everything here has sexy energy. But what kind of mood are you aiming for?
Just horny, very, very horny. Max horny.
They're all horny. What's the mood?
I don't know. I'm a simple pervert imp. I just need something fucky.
Oh, there he is.
Let's take him.
Hold on! Where's the rest of them? He wasn't alone before. I say we follow him for a bit, make sure he's by himself.
Cletus, if we don't do this, we're never getting back into heaven.
Which is why we have to make sure this goes smoothly. We have only one shot. It has to be perfect.
Do you know the measurements of the other one?
Not really, but he's tall as shit.
Well, we have some pretty long harnesses. Also can't go wrong with something that stretches.
Ooh, that is fancy. All right, I'm into it.
Sweet heavens, what kind of store is this?
This guy truly is a sicko!
Can I help you all?
Hello, fellow vile hell beast. We are on a totally normal demon day. Just out looking to get some good tormenting in. We need some good torture supplies.
Well, you have come to the right place, my slightly robotic-looking friend. What kind of torturing are we looking to do?
Oh, you know, just your standard pain.
As long as it doesn't hurt too much. Like, do you have any harshly worded bumper stickers?
Or something for a mild spanking?
Oh, that we haven't spanked. We got your block, your crops, your whips, your whips, your sunted, unsunted, wooden, leather, titanium, brimstone. What do you into?
I don't know if that's exactly what we're looking for. What was that other horrid hellspawn looking at?
Oh, just some of those.
Cletus, he's clearly on his way to claim another innocent earthly soul in some sick barbaric fashion. We have to stop him!
Not yet. We have to wait for our moment.
You know, thanks for doing me this solid, Fizz. I gotta get the good shit for tonight, and I know you and Oz make the best toys in town.
I got you, buddy. We have some new prototypes that I think will get the job done for a fancy gentleman like yourself. Now, we have got these new beads. Ooh, they're made of real obsidian.
Oh, that's beautiful, but you know, Stolas never really seemed into the beads.
Alrighty, not into the beads, I get it. Fancier then. We have some stylish blindfolds. Our new collection has encrusted jewels.
Oh shit, those are nice.
And if you're feeling really frisky, we have the new Dragon Driller 5000, now with vibration.
There we go, that's his speed. I will take that.
Heavens, what is this place? It's so heavily guarded.
Armory? War room?
Quiet! Don't you realize stealth is our greatest advantage here?
Oh, darling, look. Voyeurs. Positively adorable, darling.
I think he's coming in. Oh, God, what's that?
Dear God.
He's gonna use that? On an innocent person? We have to stop him now!
You're right. Okay, guys, it's time. Now's our moment. Remember everything that horny little fudge knuckle did to us, because now we make him pay. For the humans, for the heavens, and most of all for us. Let's go kick some ass! Let's fuck him up!
What? How did you know?
Find ya? We were already following our dumbass boss to make sure he doesn't fuck up and lose our meal ticket.
And you weren't exactly covert.
You got a lot of nerve coming to our neighborhood after the ass kicking you took last time.
A lot of nerve and a lot of upgrades, much. The boss!
Hey, wake up, asshole.
Sorry, hun. You can play as me, but that don't mean you're anywhere close.
Welcome to hell, bitch! Wait, what?
So, how'd it go?
Heidi ha hoo ha, Stolas. Guess what I got for us? And I got lots of fun shit for us to play with tonight. Like this extra large candle that smells like horny. I got whatever this little guy is.
But I'm sure there's someplace in your cloaca we can stick it.
And look at this bad boy.
Do you... Do you have my book, Blitz?
Yeah, it's right here. I always bring it. Why do you...
I need it back. Permanently.
No. Hold on, Stolas. Come on. Is this because I've taken up skipping a few rounds with you in bed because I'm busy? That ain't fair. All right, I can still hold up my end of the bargain. All right, let me show you a good time tonight. You know I can.
Please, don't say it like that, Blitz.
Come on, bitch. You know I don't disappoint.
No. There's no need. I've made up my mind.
Stolas, please. I need this book. Please. I need this book, Stolas. I will do anything.
This is an Asmodean crystal. It's registered in your name.
What?
Asmodeus has his demons legally travel to Earth for work all the time. I made the case for you to own one. You will be technically under his jurisdiction, but you will be able to go anywhere you want in the human realm without fear of consequence. Without breaking demon law. You no longer need my grimoire.
What?
You no longer have any obligation to see me, to touch me, to bed me. You are free of me.
I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Am I not, like, fucking you good enough? Because I can always do better.
Blitz, I'm giving you this because I care very deeply for you. And I have for some time. But this transactional thing we have, it's not right anymore. It hasn't been. It never was. And now, all I can see is how wrong it is to be so tethered to someone in such an unfair way. And not know how they feel. But I want you to continue to be who you are. Your business. You don't have to stay here with me. But I want you to. I want you to stay here with me because you want to. Only if you want to.
Okay, all right, you're fucking with me. This is an interesting role play. Never done this one, but I can get into it. All right, how's this? All right. Oh, Stolas, I'll stay with you. I love you so much.
Thank you, Blitz. For awakening me. For making me so happy. Even if only for a little while. I wish you the best with your business.
Wait, what? You were serious? Oh, hold on now, Stolas. What the fuck?
I have my answer, Blitz. You needn't say anything. I have wanted you for so long. The fact that you couldn't believe that I might have these feelings about you, that your first instinct is that it's always about sex. That's enough to know what this is.
What? Fuck you, Stolas. You spring this feelings bullshit on me. Are you fucking kidding? Can I get a fucking minute to think after everything you put me through, you pompous, rich asshole? Treat me like one of your little butler imps? You can't just dismiss me like that. I mean, you royal fucks think you can do this every time. Like you can just play with our feelings because we're smaller and not as important. Well, I'm not letting you, bitch! Let's go!
Blitz, I think so very highly of you. I didn't realize you think so low of me. Goodbye, Blitz.
Stolas, wait!
What the...
Fuck!
Co to jest?
It is finals day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. It is time for day 3 of the Quake World Championship. 6 players enter today's final day. We're going to have 8 matches, but we will leave with just 1 champion. I am your host, DJ Wheat, and so excited to introduce our panel of talent who are going to help tell the story for this final day. Gentlemen, it has been an incredible 2 days. Welcome. I am so excited, and I cannot wait for the matches that we've got going today. I'd just like to say hello to you all. Lethal, good morning. Hello.
Morning, Wheat. Yeah, it's the final day now. We've got even more incredible matches. So many upsets throughout the entire weekend, and there could even be a lot more going ahead.
There could be. ZSX, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, equally excited. We were excited to see what storylines unfolded after the dramas of Stage 3, and there's been a whole host of stories we wouldn't have expected. So I'm sure there's going to be more twists and turns as this novel develops throughout the day.
40 Lions, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, man. We made it. Championship Sunday. It doesn't get better than this.
It doesn't get better than a Championship Sunday. That is true. And Ketchup, good afternoon.
And to you as well, although I'm sure it's very early morning for you currently.
A little early.
And, I mean, it's a celebration, isn't it? QuakeCon at home, this is our final day. Hopefully everyone this weekend has got some GGs in, whether it's Quake, Doom, whatever. I hope everyone's had a good time and are excited for a day of incredibly good matches. I'm excited.
Completely agree. And finally, the individual who completes the bookend for myself, Flea, what's up, buddy?
Doing great, man. A wonderful day ahead of us, no doubt. This is it. They're playing for keeps now. All of the money, the belt, it's all on the line, and I think we've got an unbelievable day of matches ahead of us.
Yeah, $150,000 on the line. As we mentioned, 6 players are left standing, and we'll take a look at the brackets in just a moment. Let's just talk a little bit about the action that we've seen on day 1 and day 2. I mean, you know, we commented from the very beginning that we're dealing with the caliber of players in which we're going to see incredible matches through and through. We had the elimination matches, the challenger matches as the first 4. That's yielded some incredible results. I mean, really, this has just been already 2 days of you know, great action, and I'm looking forward to a third.
Yeah, the last 2 days have just been absolutely ridiculous. You couldn't make it up even if you tried. Like, for example, CNZ going from 2-0 down, about to get relegated, now in the finals. Again, another reason why you couldn't make that up. Rafa going in, not dropping it in single map throughout the Americas. You had Nosfer getting top 4, The Hang just barely making it through losers.
Karta otwarta na świat to dobra decyzja, bo z nią możesz mieć bezpłatne ubezpieczenie od rezygnacji z podróży.
As well, which we cannot forget.
Yeah, absolutely. Did anyone have any, you know, we've talked about it throughout the weekend, but anyone have any super memorable moments from yesterday or day 1 that, you know, you're waking up, getting ready for the finals day, but those moments still sticking in your head?
The growth of CNZ, absolutely. I've talked about it yesterday, and I will be talking about it today because it is just insanely impressive how he rocked up as a player that I don't think a lot of people really expected to get as far as he did, mostly because of the path that laid in front of him. He had players like Cypher, Base in his path, yet somehow he is the player that has made it to Championship Sunday looking incredibly strong when he was just about to be relegated at the start of the weekend. I'm very excited to see what he can do today.
And so much happened yesterday. Looking at some of these highlights, it feels like weeks ago some of this drama unfolded. It was just a crazy, crazy day of storylines. I think for me, I am amazingly excited to see Wenger and Razy into that final 4 now, final 6, because they've been knocking on the door for such a long time, and they've both got it in them to become champions. So for me, they're the 2 highest runners for who could take that belt away from potentially Rafa.
Yep, and take stock of just some of these matches. In case you missed any of them, go back and watch the VODs in the EU Quake World Championship bracket. There were just some phenomenal games. The top 3 players moving on, Wenger, CNZ, and Razy. Have to echo the sentiments about CNZ. That's been an absolute joy to watch, and excited to see what he'll be able to do here in the finals bracket. And then over on the Americas side, Rafa, Chain, and De Hang. Chain Zian actually defeating DeHang in that semifinals, dropping him down, but he still manages to make it through. This is probably what most people expected to have happen on the America side.
Absolutely. I think that was kind of the breakdown that the panel had, and probably the people at home. But let's not forget, shouts to Maxter. I mean, not the deepest tournament run by any means, but he did break into the Pro League, and that is pretty big for him. So big shouts to him.
Yep. And here, of course, is today's bracket. We mentioned 6 players. We mentioned 8 matches. You can kind of see them all play out right here. You know, how they will progress, we'll be seeing shortly. Our first matchup of the day, spoilers, is going to be Rafa and CNZ. And, we're set up regardless. So some great games. Now, the other storyline that's pretty interesting is the fact that we really only have one champion still standing within the bracket right now. And we had Kilson kick things off with the kickoff. Cooler won stage 1. Rafa wins stage 2. Kilson comes back for a grab at stage 3. And now here we are at stage 4. Big question mark there. You didn't see it, but, who is going to be the champion? Now, if someone want to break down ZSX, I'm going to put it on you. You've been doing it so well on how exactly this belt is won.
Yeah. So obviously we mentioned that Rafa's the only champion standing, but Kilson is the 2-time. So Rafa's the only person now that could take that belt away from Kilson. If Rafa wins the event, he will go home with this lovely chunky belt. If he doesn't, and any other of the players in the bracket currently win it, it will be Kilson to walk away with that finals belt.
Yep. So some great matches. I've already seen some people in chat ask, are today best of 5? Yes. Every matchup that you're going to be seeing today is going to be a best of 5, with the exception of the championship final, and that one is going to be a best of 7 for your viewing pleasure. So players are in for the long haul, right? We started things off with the best of 5 elimination, the challenger matches. Now a little bit more room to breathe, right? You could go in a little bit more confidence. It will change the way picks and bans and character selection might come in, but I would say generally players would prefer to be playing in best of 5 scenario in a championship bracket.
Yeah, in the best of 5 or best of 7, the longer the series is, normally the better player does come out on top. So it should solidify a lot of their placements going forward. But yeah, no, it should be a great one. Best of 5, a lot more map choices, not as many bans, but we'll have to see how it all pans out.
Yeah, so let's start talking about our first game that we're going to be seeing here shortly, starting in just a few minutes. Rafa versus CNZ, a current challenger, current champion. He took stage 1. Rafa versus CNZ, who you all commented had a really interesting road. He fought through his challenger match, won, and then fought through all of his bracket matches to reach it in the from the upper bracket. Puts him up against Rafa, which is certainly a tough matchup, but if there was any additional step to take to prove what you've got to bring to the Quake Pro League and the Quake World Championship, this is the match to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to quote virtually every single sport movie ever, you have to beat the best to be the best. So I'm sure CNZ sees it as a challenge, but he's overcome many challenges to even get to this point. And I think he'll be quietly confident going into it. Obviously, he is the underdog by quite a serious margin, but at the same time, he wouldn't have expected to be where he is now, and I'm sure nobody put their money on him, and if they did, they would be lying, because he hasn't been performing out of this world. I think he's been a quiet underdog for quite a while, and the way he plays always lends him with a chance. So he's just stabilized, found new confidence, and I wouldn't even count him out of this series either.
And here we have the picks and bans. The Blood Covenant, Awoken, Corrupted Keep, Molten, and Ruins, if we need to go to a 5th and final map. Looking at the champions here, who has thoughts on this?
First of all, CNZ has a tall order in front of him, facing the end boss right off the bat. Not only that, but also the end boss is Athena on Blood Covenant. Rafa, extremely good on that champion, on that map. If we look a little bit deeper, if we start getting towards the end of the map pool, we got Scale Bear coming out from Rafa on Molten versus Eisen. I'm interested to see that. And also Keel on Ruins. I love that champ, but on Ruins, it could be a little bit harder. We're going to have to see a lot of traps from Rafa, a lot of kind of cheeky plays, especially going against a Visor. CNZ could keep that distance, chip away as he wants, use that vision through the wall to make sure that he doesn't get trapped and avoid those nades.
Yeah, for me, CNZ definitely needs to take 1 or 2 of the first maps to be standing a chance in this, as I feel that the picks certainly go against him in the latter stages of this. Yeah. We saw yesterday Corrupted Keep, he picked Anarchy against Garpy. or maybe it was 2 days ago. Jesus, it's gone quickly. And he just got absolutely steamrolled. He didn't seem like he knew the strategy or how to play that champion. And it does seem to get ever more favour in the favour of Rafa as the series develops. So if he's going to stand a chance to overcome Rafa, he needs to take early maps.
Yeah, I'm going to echo what ZSX said straight away, because Molten Falls and Ruins isn't the best for Rafa. It's probably one of his more weaker maps. And I kept saying to people, if you're playing against CNZ, ban Molten, it's there in the map pool again. It's map number 4. So if he takes the first one, then he can take the 4th and the 5th one. Depends on the circumstances of how CNZ is actually playing. But I don't actually know what player style is going to bring. I've seen him play very aggressively, and even then I've seen him play very smart and passive against people like Base, so we'll have to see.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It is game 1 here of Championship Sunday for the Quake World Championships. It's time now to throw it to our casters, catch up and flee.
I think it's safe to say that we are starting today off with a bang. Rafa and CNZ up here on the Blood Covenant. Excited for the matchup because it's going to be... We get to see Rafa's Athena, and that's always a treat on this map because of just how good she is.
CNZ definitely has an extremely tall order in front of him, going up against one of the greatest of all time on a map and a champion that he is so well known for. This is definitely straight up Rafa's comfort zone. CNZ already struggling a bit at the start. The damage definitely favoring Rafa, also delaying the item a bit. Could favor the American player if he continues having the upper hand in this engagement. CNZ right below, beautiful rocket from above. CNZ still hanging around though. Rafa's gonna catch him. This is so bad for the Estonian, already dropping a frag. Barely 40 seconds into the map. Catch up, this is not a good start.
Absolutely not. The first phase, forcing out the Ghost Walk, and Nyx. The Ghost Walk can be an amazing tool, but if you're not really able to get started and you consistently caught with the Ghost Walk to try and survive, you're not really able to maximize just how useful it can be. And that is going to be Rafa's plan. Force it out in situations where CNZ really doesn't want to have to use it, and then he's a sitting duck, really. That light champion with low stack becomes very easy to deal with if you're in Rafa's shoes.
I think Rafa definitely got the upper hand when it comes to the champion and the map picks leading into this series. The only thing I feel like CNZ has got going for him is perhaps a bit of an element of surprise. Rafa's been around the block a long time, has played all of these players dozens of times, but CNZ, as we've been discussing, is a bit of a dark horse, someone who made his way into the Challengers League. So Rafa likely doesn't have as much experience playing and understanding this particular opponent, and that might actually come and help him in this relatively slow-paced Blood Covenant. Rafa setting up a very nice item rotation. 20 seconds between the items. The stack is all in his favor, and CNZ now looking to land some of those classy rails. That's probably going to be the key to his comeback. Chip damage.
And what's always a bit worrying against Rafa is that he's seen it's rare that you will catch him off guard in CNZ. CNZ doesn't tend to have much of an element of surprise. He is methodical, he plays by the book. And that allows him to be so disciplined that he can go an entire map one frag down. All he needs to do is get that one frag, no matter how late it comes. We saw that exact start of him versus Base yesterday. It's how he squeezed in some maps in the last minute. Doing that against Rafa, one of the absolute most scientific players in the scene. It's going to be pretty tricky to do that. Now another fight's going to break out. Rafa's confident in his sack, and he's going to completely chase this down. Little victories, I guess. CNZ was able to get that light, but who cares? There's a heavy here, so all things considered, that was a really bad time to go down, and Nyx spawning with pretty much nothing to work with for another time allows Rafa to continue this presence that he has on the map.
Already seeing two problems with CNZ's Ghost Walk. First, he's holding on to it far too long. Both times he popped the ability, he linked it collectively already took over 100 points of damage. And by that point, getting away, even if you do manage to successfully avoid your opponent, you are left so weak. I really think you should be popping that ability earlier to avoid the opening incoming damage when he finds himself in a bad situation. And secondly, his actual escaping has been extremely predictable. Rafa wrestling like an open book both times in a row, and that allowed him to get his 2 frags back to back. CNZ struggling to find an opening into this map.
Oh, this might be somewhat of an opening. I feel like Rafa used those balls to stay safer, but that is a big deal, because the Mega was taken. There's not a lot of resources for Rafa to recharge. Thankfully, because of Athena's movement, look at how fast he is able to go from point A to point B. Pick up some of those lights on the way, and now he's pretty damn healthy. Put himself in position. That nice little combo. He's eating these rails. TNT does miss what would have been a pretty significant shot here. Chases it down. The good call out from Rafa, having the LG ready. Now, can he get another good read? Where's TNT gonna go? He gets it again! The light armor, the forbidden fruit. Rafa, I know where you're gonna go. You want this? Take it, I dare you.
Once again, waiting too long to use the ability and then going for a relatively predictable route of escape. As you mentioned yourself, CNZ, he plays by the book. Not the kind of player to really throw out any fancy, unpredictable strategies, and you need to do that against the powerhouse that is Rafa. Now CNZ, he is landing some pretty decent rails, and that will be the go-to strategy this map around. He needs to apply that damage. He had a very good showing earlier, a minute and a half ago, when he almost brought down Rafa, and that is how he needs to approach these engagements. He cannot take on the mobility fight. He cannot just straight up go to outing Rafa. He needs to land the long-distance railgun damage and then just slip on through, secure an item, and hopefully convert it into a frag.
We've been checking things out from Rafa's point of view this entire map, as he's the one that's leading the charge, but just look at how much he's been on these items, how long he's spent on the high ground. CNZ's been playing from behind for so long. And now, as the damage continues to pile up, he's got a couple of good rail sequences, but not able to finish it. Rafa, forever just playing slippery when the time comes. And here comes the push. Things like this is why Athena is almost unmatched in her mobility on this map, because of just, I want to go this way right now, doesn't matter where it is, how high up it might be. So hard to predict.
And it's stopping CNZ from being able to play the desired game. What you typically want to do is land one rail, maybe two, and then get position, right? You cut off your opponent's route towards the next major item. That's what CNZ tried to do. He dealt damage and was first to Mega. Usually you'd say, really good play. CNZ is going to take this item. Not against Athena. Rafa just grapples her right on up there and steals away the item while doing a tremendous amount of damage. And once again, CNZ is gonna drop down Rafa with the super shot. He takes a fair bit of damage off his own, but still nowhere near dying, still feeling confident and comfortable with the stack and the positioning that he has. CNZ, why are you here? Shouldn't have been around at all. Rafa has stacked far too great for CNZ to challenge head-on like that. I feel like this is a bit of desperation, Ketchup.
We will be now. We have just over 3 minutes left on the clock. He has to get 6 frags just to equalize. That's assuming that Rafa won't get any more, which at this rate is likely to be another. And for another time, CNZ using his Ghost Walk to delay the inevitable. He hasn't really been able to make Nyx work the way we often do, and a big part of this does come down to this mobility that Rafa is always in a great position to push, to hit a rail, or just to put CNZ in these terrible positions. And now, for another time, he's weak. It just looks like... I think this is likely to be all 10 minutes at this rate, Flea. I don't really think there's anything CNZ is going to be able to do here that throws Rafa off this flow. And this is Rafa we're talking about. When he digs his heels in and he's cemented a lead, and he's got full control over the items. He knows exactly where you're going to be for certain weapons. As we've said, CNZ's retreats have been quite predictable. This is Rafa in his absolute element, and most players cannot throw him off this.
Absolutely not. CNZ, did he just burn a Ghost Walk? He did. He's even gonna go aggressive. This is not the right time to do it. Came pretty close, but of course, as we just went over, time is running out. He cannot wait for the perfect opportunity. Sometimes you have to make do with good enough. And unfortunately for him, Rafa, the diesel engine, it's warmed up right now. Good eyeball. Disgusting.
Perfect.
Yeah, he shouldn't be there, and he knows that too, but on the other hand, what else are you gonna do? If you don't start stringing together these frags in the next 20 seconds or so, it's over and done already. And Rafa knows this, so he's just gonna play his own game. One item to the other. Nothing more that needs to be done.
Well, all we really have to do now is just discuss the next set of maps, as Awoken is going to be the next destination. Yeah. And it does naturally bring itself just a different change of pace.
It's not going to be as long range as perhaps this map has been. But, I mean, Rafa, I know a lot of people have been talking about Rafa having to be on top form this weekend because of the competition, and how a lot of other players here, if he's not on a perfect game, will have potential to really bring it to him. Off the back of this map where he's played pretty much perfect, and CNZ has had such a hard time figuring out what do I do here.
Rafa indeed playing that flawless game we know him for. Every single position, every engagement calculated. This man is reading his opponent like an open book, leaving him no room to even breathe. It is just exquisite to watch how Rafa both simultaneously controls every single item on the map, while still just damaging CNZ the way he has. He isn't just playing the item catcher, he is applying a tremendous amount of pressure while he's doing it.
CNZ just hasn't been allowed to exist on this map, and it's almost fitting that in these final moments he once again has to use the Ghost Walk to survive. He's not even allowed. But commandingly takes that first map. And that's the Rafa that we know. If he's able to keep up matches like that, then I think he has a damn good chance of winning the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. He just played his own game and CNZ wasn't able to catch up. There were a lot of things that I saw going wrong that matchup. I already discussed some of them. The Ghost Walk, he waited too long. He's using it every single time. You have to start popping it before you take the damage. If you're at 150 points of health and that rocket is flying towards your face, you cannot take the damage first and then go for the Ghost Walk because you'll have nothing left. Even if you do manage to get away, you need to be more proactive using it. And secondly, of course, CNZ a bit of a predictable player when it comes to these escape. Rafa, the professor, known for downloading his opponents, reading their every move and catching them out time and time again. You need to be something a bit more inventive and creative if you want to avoid this damage. And meanwhile, Rafa just kept a consistent and tremendous amount of full control and didn't let CNZ play his game 1 second.
So that was Blood Covenant. I think I blinked and missed it, to be honest with you. But now Awoken is the next destination, a map that Rafa, again, is pretty solid on, I think it's fair to say. But in the clash of styles, they are very similar in the sense that they're very methodical, both of these players. Rafa, absolutely a scientist of the game. I mean, that's why he's the professor, right? Because he's so good at not only being able to break down the game to the finest detail, but his opponents, his players, his preparation, the homework that he does is almost completely unmatched. Name the game mode, and Rafa has been just so ridiculously on point with it. And, like, I mean, dude, this is his home. This is where he was born and bred. That display. I mean, he was even one of the first players that we really saw start to use Athena a bit more regularly, especially on Blood Covenant. Yeah, I don't think he was the first, but during that early phase of players like Chain and Rafa starting to use Athena a bit more, we've started to see that level of success to the point where now she is incredibly meta on that map. One of the best you can pick.
Sure thing. Also, just a bit of a general comment, because I'm seeing a lot of people in chat wondering about this. In the bottom right corner of the screen, it will show what server these players are playing on. So whoever wins the coin flip has a first shot at picking the server if they so choose, and then it just alternates every other game. So the previous map was actually played on the EU server, if I'm not mistaken, so that makes Rafa's win all that more impressive.
It's the nature of these online broadcasts. Due to the worldwide situation, things are being done online understandably, and players absolutely making the most of the situation and playing their absolute hearts out, Flea, as we now jump into Awoken.
Awoken looks like we are about to start things off on Rafa's perspective. We've got a Ranger going up against a Galena. Pretty typical meta picks on these maps. Rafa immediately catching CNZ off guard. LG thundering down from above. Mega is actually still up. CNZ unable to actually get onto it. This is already looking so dire for the Estonian. What was that start? Rafa just
rocket. That's what that start was.
Yeah. But Rafa just immediately rushed his opponent. Didn't even go for the Mega. Grabbed that rocket, positioned himself, listened out, and heard his opponent go up the bounce pad, springing the trap instantly. Extremely solid start again. If you're playing one of the Liquid boys, whether it's Rafa or the Hang, you want that opening lead at any time. And CNZ, second map in a row, failing to do so. Now Rafa falling dangerously low, 20 points of health. CNZ, though, unable to capitalize off of the advantage that he got. Going to be regretting that one, I think. Yeah, he's got the better position, but oh, gets bounced around.
The misses are coming out from Rafa. The beginning of what could be the end of this next frag. That really good rail shot. I mean, like, breaking down how things started there, going in with a jump pad, he had massive stack, he had the orb. Things went a little bit south for him there, wasn't quite able to squeeze out the damage, definitely got pushed into a bad position and tried to make the most of it. And then the rail accuracy just wasn't there. Looking for some big shots, and CNZ's going to punish 2-1. And for the first time in the series, he has been able to take the lead. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Good start from CNZ this time around. So after dropping that initial frag, he has been quite suppressive. Rafa actually getting red here with a shotgun with the orb is going to clean up his opponent. 2-2 right now. Mega is the next item to spawn. Rafa, of course, perfectly aware of this. CNZ, though, dangerous, risky push rockets into rails for days. CNZ still hanging on, clutching for dear life. Good defensive tribal, though, and Rafa actually has to be a little careful engaging right now.
Really good decision from CNZ, actually, to just stay up top. I think jumping down, it was the more attractive option when you're that weak. You think, I've got to get out of here. And it is what caused CNZ trouble in the last map, where his retreating paths were a bit too predictable. I like the fact that he's a little bit more tricky to read in these situations, but Rafa has been able to get control of this. It's one of the victories he's been able to obtain, is that he's got both of these items, and that's a surprise! Direwolf through the teleporter, where you going? Get back here. That was a cheeky play from the American.
And that is one of the reasons why Ranger is such a powerful pick on this map. He is literally the only champion in the pool who could make his way through the teleporter like that. It looks like CNZ might not have fully considered that opportunity. And now Rafa building momentum. CNZ is trying to avoid him desperately. Can he even get out of this situation? Goes for the pummel. Can't quite land it.
I mean, considering he'd just spawned, that was the only chance he had of getting large damage output. Yep. And I mean, really to echo what you've just talked about, how Ranger's the only champion in the game that can get those kind of encounters. It is what makes this level of duel so impressive, is the fact that these players, there's so much data you have to absorb at any given moment. The champions and their potential is just one extra layer to that. The amount of, like, preparation that you need to have, always impressive, but at this level of play, it's ridiculous. As we go into a Mega that's about to spawn here, Rafa keeping his control. The rails, I mean, there are a couple of rails that aren't hitting their mark, and it is giving CNZ this breathing room to fight back for a split second. It means he's going to be healthy enough to maybe make his presence known here on Heavy, but understandably, this is CNZ, a safe player, who will play it safe near the Heavy and not challenge. The defensive rockets don't hit their mark, but they create the distance. Rafa can't chase just yet. Misses the rail too, which means that as we now move towards Mega, both players are quite healthy. The Direwolf's been used from Rafa as well, so he's not going to have that extra burst.
CNZ has once again rather been put in a situation where Rafa can just play his own game exactly the way he wants to. Rafa is cycling the items, but in doing in such a disciplined and measured way that he continuously still applies pressure. He is still putting out that damage even while running every single one of these major items. Now CNZ though, not up against an Athena, so might have a bit more of an opportunity to get and sneak away one of them. Mega will be going his way. DLG has to be sublime. Dodges the rail, gets out of the room alive. Rafa in a really good side of the map to get stacked up against CNZ. Pretty much all of his tokens taken away. Tokens. That is going to be difficult because he wants to get 3 of them up at the same time so he can get that overstack going. But Rafa is such an aware player. One of the best situational awareness of anyone in the league. He's going to be constantly on the lookout for these totems.
And as we've hit the halfway point on this map, another fight's going to break out. The damage is outmatched for another time. Didn't even really need the Direwolf there, but this is Rafa. If there's a chance it will help, he'll spend it. Manage those cooldowns and he should be able to move on. He's going to have to concede this Heavy, but he's got a 4 frag lead. He's already staying a little bit hard to catch here. For another time, he is continuing to play this very methodical game, not overextending too much, trying to play as safe as possible. The danger is that now Rafa's getting perfect callouts on his movement. And he's just keeping him on the edge of a string, really, because in all of these situations, Rafa is the one that's in position. CNZ is the one that's forever going around the corner, and he's taking that initial damage, right? He's not the one that's able to push these situations. He's not in charge of things. But it is going to be Rafa who jumps down. Another orb. The slip gate is correct. Another frag does go to Rafa. Things are looking so dire here for CNZ. I'm not even sure at this stage what he's able to do to put that spanner in the works. Rafa is just outclassing him right now.
The problem for CNZ's playstyle to work is that he needs to do the damage. He needs to dish out the pain and actually make Rafa really work for any of these advantages. But he is most of his rails again and again and again. They aren't connecting. And Rafa, on the other hand, he is. And that is giving him such a leg up. Of course, Rafa, a tremendous methodical, strategic player. He's got the aim to back it up and match it just the same. And CNZ is falling short, not just on the strategic game, on the positioning, on the items, but also just when it comes to the aiming. Rafa always coming out on top of these engagements, and as we just saw, whenever CNZ does manage to secure a major item, whether it's heavy, whether it's mega, Rafa is there to punish it. If CNZ drops, picks up heavy, he is going to be in pain. He should be able to secure it though. He's trying to bait out the shot so that if he takes damage, it happens before he picks up the heavy, and then he can still try and leave without taking anything more. Going up the bounce pad, so risky. LG on LG, Rafa. Nice little orb trying to divide his attention, but actually CNZ stamping his ground, holding his own, landing a good rail to finish up Rafa. Catch up, we might have a game on our hands still.
He's going to have to show respect because Rafa spawns in a super shotgun and he knows it. The super shotgun is immensely powerful at the moment. And you know you can't be in close range with it. I'll give him a chance, especially when he's got this much armor and he's good to go. ENZ, just over 2 minutes on the clock to make this comeback happen. On most maps, we'd be talking about how it might even be GG's, but on a map as small as Awoken, definitely you can daisy chain them. But your frags have to be clean, uncontested. You need to have the stack to try and chase as someone respawns.
I also just think that CNZ's game is still far too predictable. Pretty much every single time he goes and picks up heavy, he leaves the same way.
Okay.
Yeah, this is good, this is good. But every single time CNZ takes heavy, he runs this way towards the teleporter. And Rafa has downloaded him. He has read him. Even I have read that he keeps on doing this time and time again. He never just goes up the bounce pad and leaves through rail or tries to rocket jump out. So Rafa continuously waiting, holding down the center area of the map, the T, and then just dishing out when CNZ takes the exact same escape route time and time again. Now CNZ though, a minute left for 4 frags. It is doable. Awoken, pretty small map, but those missed shots, he cannot afford those this late into the game. And Rafa is just going to delay it a little bit, push his opponent back with a few rockets. Even if they don't do any damage, it's still just delaying CNZ's charge, and he's even managed to secure a mega. And again, the shots catch up. CNZ, the damage output isn't there.
And it somewhat is for Rafa as he keeps the stack advantage. That was full stop on the end of this one. Because now Awoken's going to come to a close and Rafa will be winning another map. 10-4 at this rate, maybe even get some more bonus frags. But while we wait for this map to conclude, I mean, let's talk about CNZ's path and how he got here and how he was able to fight back to reach this late stage of the tournament. In almost every map that he was playing in, he kept things close, competitive. He had the clutch factor to win at the last second. It was matches against Cypher, matches against Base, all coming down to the same general kind of way. But against Rafa, Rafa just isn't allowing this. He's in charge every step of the way. At no point has CNZ had a solid level of a lead, of control. He's never able to make his presence known on these important items. Rafa just soaks them all up, and we're not able to see CNZ thrive in the environment that has worked so well for him this weekend. And another win goes to the American player.
I think a huge part of that loss was just the aim. Rafa, of course, is so oppressive on these maps just by the way that he plays. He doesn't give you all that many angles to work with, but there were definitely a lot of shots that CNZ actually could have taken. 35% railgun accuracy, definitely a considerably lower amount of items picked up, but that's just because Rafa just ran those for minutes on end. But CNZ, when he does get into a good position, and he finally has an opportunity to make something happen. He's just not landing the shots. Like, in the end, yes, it was dire to begin with, but he had like 4 relatively straightforward shots on Rafa. Missed every single last one of them, and then Rafa was just like, okay, don't mind if I take away the Mega and now just set up, and when you actually push in, I'm going to use my orb in a combo and just finish it off straight away. So the aim really not working out for CNZ right now.
I think there might have been a bit of a no pun intended thing there, Flea, talking about the dire situation, because the orb was such a thorn in his side on that map. And it kind of leads us onto the champion picks. Let's look at what's just happened. Blood Covenant with the Athena, Awoken with the Ranger. One thing both of these champions have had in common, in contrast to CNZ's style, is that they are so bullyish, they are assertive, they are mobile, they're able to constantly put on this pressure on the 2 maps that they've been played in to stop CNZ from being able to be comfortable. Rafa has been, I think, strong-arming his way around this map, and CNZ can't really collect himself, and I mean, that's why I think everyone else has talked about how Rafa might have really won the champion picks in this phase, because his picks kind of go directly against CNZ's picks, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, just look at this matchup as well, right? Rafa is playing Strok, CNZ is playing Anarchy. Both players have got that tremendous movement, they've got a lot of speed, crouch sliding versus the air control, but then Rafa has that added bonus of the Peeker, especially on Corrupted Keep, a map where you don't have a railgun, you don't have that good tool of taking down that threat when it's coming flying at your face, so that just gives him already an edge up. He's rivaling CNZ's movement, but he's got that extra bonus ability to help him out in many of these situations, no doubt. So as CNZ definitely at a disadvantage before we're even jumping into this map. This is the make it or break it for him, Ketchup.
No doubt about it.
Welcome back to day 3 of the Quake World Championship. We are now online with Rafa, winner of our first matchup here for day 3. Rafa, congratulations on your win.
Thanks, Marcus. It's great to have you back for Quake this year.
It's great to see you continuing to do what you do best. So let's talk a little bit about that matchup. You know, this entire weekend, Rafa, you took out Zanaku, Dewey, and now CNZ. Some would argue that, well, this is not the toughest, you know, group of individuals that Rafa's ever gone up against. But does it make these, you know, games any less difficult for you?
Well, let's just say after 10 plus years, I still have tournament jitters. So today, you know, going into that match, you know that feeling you get so anxious you just can't eat? You almost feel sick. You know, so I had that going into this, and I'm just like, okay, what do I do to, you know, game plan against him and just get through this game so that that's out of the way? And then, you know, I'm looking forward to after this interview, I can finally eat and then hopefully like just keep getting warmed up throughout the tournament and get stronger and stronger as it goes. But I was taking it super seriously because, dude, he beat Cypher and Base to get here, which yeah, they're no joke. I mean, Base finished at the top of the leaderboard for this stage for Europe, and you know, nobody expected Cypher to lose or to, unfortunately for him, you know, be out of the tournament at the spot that he was at. I do agree. I think the road that I've had is a little bit, you know, been a little bit easier for me, but I really brought, you know, my A game today as far as like thinking wise in the match, and was always like trying to apply pressure and to play as fast as I could and just find ways to, you know, make his life as difficult as possible.
Right. Well, I mean, I definitely feel like what you just mentioned there came across perfectly in the gameplay, and you know, I think at this stage of any tournament, you've got to have respect, right? I mean, players did not get here by stumbling in through the doorway. They got here because they took out some incredible players. So that, of course, sets you up for a potential battle between either Chain or Wenger. Are you immediately then just you know, shifting gears and thinking about that matchup? Will you be watching it to kind of keep an eye and sort of, you know, getting an idea? I know you're familiar with both of these players, you've played them both, but how do you kind of set up your preparedness as you head into the winners final?
Yeah, I'll be watching the game. Like I said, I'll probably grab some food and I'll watch, and then I'll just be thinking about, you know, I already have kind of like preset maps and champs that I want to pick, and it's just kind of down to like, okay, 1 or 2 champs maybe that I'm like, okay, this guy I really don't want, you know, Wenger to have these, or if I play Chain, definitely don't want him to have these, and this is my strategy going into, you know, the pick ban process to hopefully give me the best chance of winning. And so I'll be paying close attention, you know, just looking at how their shape is today and trying to game plan around their strengths and weaknesses, and you know, hopefully, you know, getting that victory and making it to another QuakeCon finals. I know, unfortunately, we're not able to be at LAN this year, but it's still, you know, still really, really important to me. This is probably the most important tournament that I've, you know, that I'm trying to win. And
yeah. I mean, you know, we're still here together virtually. One final question. Are you surprised that you are the last remaining champion that is left in the tournament? Kilson eliminated yesterday, Cooler eliminated yesterday. Surprising to you?
Yeah, I figured it would be at least 2 of us in the, you know, the top 6, but just the way that the grueling losers bracket, you know, portion went for them, where it's like they had to face each other, and then regardless of whoever won was going to have to face Razy, and as we all know, Razy can really, really bring it, and and he did. So I think Razy is looking primed to try to make it to the finals via the losers bracket today, and it's going to be really interesting to see how far he goes. So hopefully I won't have to meet him until the grand finals. That's what I'm hoping, if anything happens.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations on your victory. Enjoy the game. Get some food in your stomach. Good luck and the rest of the day. We may see you later.
Yep. Thanks, Marcus.
All right. Take care, Shane. And I'm going to welcome back the panel now.
Ascension WoW is a free-to-play World of Warcraft private server where you create your own custom
14-3. He said it best, right? You can't sleep on CNZ. Look at what he'd been able to do, and I feel like that's, the most respectful answer that a player like Rafa could give.
Definitely. Like, I think these two actually scrimmed against each other a couple of times before this event even started, so Rafa knew exactly what it was like, and Flea brought up a good point with the fact that CNZ was quite predictable in terms of his escape routes with the Ghost Walk, and I reckon due to the scrims, he knew exactly where he was going to go with the Nyx, so kind of got a flavour, like an idea of exactly where he was going to go and where he was going to push onto. But let's be real, Blood Covenant, Athena, Rafa, like you couldn't ask for a better combination really. Even on an EU server, CNZ could even get a frag on the board, which is just ridiculous in itself. Map number 2, I think it was just more the fact that Rafa had top mid control the entire time. He suffocated CNZ even though he missed quite a few shots here and there with a standard aim. Due to his map positioning and the routes Rafa was taking, he was just dominating left, right and centre. It was just absolutely ridiculous once more. Map number 3, numerous times CNZ did get pinned on the heavy. He was spawn trapped again numerous times in the red room and on the heavy machine gun. Didn't really get a get out of jail free card on quite a few of those occasions, but it's just one of those things. Rafa just kept him pressured the entire time, and I think one of the main points of map number 3 is that CNZ took the same route to heavy every time, and Rafa just realised straight away.
Yeah. Ketchup and Flea, I want to ask you something based off of what Rafa said, where he, is definitely showing quite a bit of respect towards Racy, and kind of calling him out as, hey, I'm keeping a side eye on Racy, knowing that he could very well come through the lower bracket. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on his response.
Razy is a player that has been able to bring it to Rafa in the past, so there is no surprises there that he's always going to kind of keep one eye open at least on Razy at all times. And it's also just the way Razy is. You can definitely say that he is determined this weekend. I mean, I know you can say that about every player, but really in Razy's case, that he's already redeemed himself from the last stage anyway, but now he's here, he has every potential to go all the way. So Rafa knows his opponents. He studies them, he watches them. He talks to them in tournament, like how driven these players are, so I think he has to be on his absolute A game for Razy, sure.
Oh yeah, and he knows what Razy's capable of. I don't think anyone has forgotten how Razy has earned the nickname of the God Slayer. Back in Italy 2018, he reset the bracket coming from the lower bracket, so he had to win one best of 5 just to have a shot at doing another best of 5 to take down Rafa, who had not lost to anyone in that time period. So Razy, of course, is a man who can bring it when it matters most.
Let's take a look at the finals bracket now with a single game played. We'll get to see the results as Rafa moves forward. CNZ now will drop down to the lower bracket. He'll be facing the Hang. And that sets us up for our next matchup, which is going to be Wenger versus Chain. And the winner of that will be going up against Rafa in the winners final of this bracket. Chain versus Wenger. Chain's played great this weekend. Wenger's also played phenomenal. I kind of expect this to be a very good matchup.
Oh yes.
Yeah, this is going to be a slobber knocker if you've ever seen one. Chain, literally, this is going to be his true test on how well he can perform. Like, he didn't play against Rafa in the bracket, playing against the Hang, but even then he played extremely well. We knew he was going to be top 3, at least top 4 in the Americas region, but we're never really too sure how far he'll come. Chain, we realised at the end of the Stage 2 finals, how was he going to progress? Is it going to be a fluke? No, it wasn't. He has been working extremely hard. He's been very dedicated. He's put so many hours, not just leading into this tournament alone, but just throughout the rest of the stages, throughout the whole entire course of the Quake Pro League. So I'm interested to see how Wenger can do against Chain.
Yeah, I thought, what was the matchup yesterday that he had? What was Chain's first matchup? Oh, he took on DeHang, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and beat DeHang 2-1. You talked a little bit about the U.S. rankings, and while they had gone back and forth before, DeHang was dropped down to the losers bracket. Could set up the matchup between Rafa Chain, but it's all going to come down to what happens in the matchup. And here's the picks and bans. We see Molten Falls, Awoken, Runes, Blood Covenant, and Blood Run as the decider. Thoughts on our champion picks?
I mean, looking at the start, we've got Anarchy going up against Ranger on Molten, pretty fast, a lot of mobility on both of these players. Chain, of course, horizontal mobility, whereas Ranger has got that verticality to it. Awoken, again, very standard. Doomslayer, the double jump, so powerful around that center area of the map, whereas Wenger playing as the Galena, no doubt going to try and hide some totems to get himself stacked up. Now in Ruins, we've got Visor versus Sword, like medium versus heavy for the first time today. Blood Covenant will be Nyx versus Slash, very fast-paced, and on Blood Run, if it gets to the decider, we're gonna see Eisen versus BJ. Pretty standard pickups, nothing that immediately surprises me right there.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with that. I think even with the maps in particular, Corruptor keep being banned by Chain. So I think he realised that Wenger is extremely strong, maybe even stronger than Razy in terms of how he actually be able to keep up with the competition, because that map is very fast-paced. Wenger normally revolves around the smaller map picks. He's abused the map geometry so much, especially on if it's on Veil, Awoken, anything like that at all. So I would say the map picks do go more in favour of Chain here, but Wenger looked so good yesterday, it's so hard to call.
All right, well, you got off easy because I was about to ask for predictions, but we're ready to hop into this game. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's ZSX and 40 Lions with Wenger versus Chain.
So this is Battle of the New Blood in a lot of respects, and it feels like both of these players' storylines have really been building to this moment as they've seen a constant upward progression. So it's both nice and sad we get to see them meeting in this stage 40.
Absolutely, this is going to be a treat as we're going live. Chain versus Wenger right now. Chain wants the world to put a little more respect on his name. Wenger trying to break out of that 4th place that he can't seem to overcome. Big fight over the Mega. The inject comes out right off the bat. Wenger with the rocket frag. That's a huge start for the Italian.
It is. Chain actually being somewhat greedy off of that small overblood lightning gun, going for the Mega instead of the heavy, and it definitely came back to bite him in the behind as Wenger takes an early lead, and that's never what you want to be giving away. But got to test the water. We often see hesitation coming out in the early stages of these encounters. It is a best of 5, so if he's going to take some risks earlier in the series, is somewhat better than later in the series.
At best to get the crazy out of the way is the rail. Barely missing out for Wenger here, but still a huge stack to work with. Looking to open this up even more here. But I think you're right, off the spawn, yeah, a little bit greedy from Chain there. He needs to be careful not to overextend. If he does want to try that a couple more times, better to get it out early, maybe catch Wenger off guard, but it looked like Wenger was just so ready for that.
This is one of the more interesting matchups. I don't think we've ever seen these two play, but for me, they have a huge amount of similarities in their qualities in the way they play. Strategically, they do like to play slightly slower and not as pressurized over the major items, and have exceptional mechanical skills, largely based around rockets and rails. So, much like the Kills and Wenger series, I expect it to be fireworks in Wenger. Nice little flick rail there, coming out with the 2nd frag of the game, and that will definitely settle any nerves if he has any. He's a very confident young chap, Kid Bellissimo.
He fears nothing here as 2-0 up for the Italian. Look at this Dyror play.
Oh, I think he was a bit delayed on the Dyror. Even that was just baiting as Chain is going in. The Mega's up, but he's going to take a lot of damage if he wants to take it. Wenger just missing the rail, but hitting the follow-up. And Chain is sticking around a little bit too much for my liking. He did pick up the Mega just before he jumped up the pad, so it's not too bad. That we see, at least in the opening stages, Chain is coming off substantially worse as Wenger hits another rocket to the face. But he's out of position for the heavy, so momentum in Chain's corner for now.
Really good damage from Chain, but that defensive rocket fantastic from Wenger. Now the rail, 7 HP. The Italian is reeling. Can Chain find this frag? Doesn't look like he'll be able to. 225s available for Wenger to try and stack back up. It still needs to play extremely slow, so he's still very weak. And another great defensive rocket there from Wenger. Avoiding confrontation, doing a great job of staying alive, keeping his lead. Ooh, another great rail from Chain there. That's a fantastic angle. That's going to force Wenger away from the Mega. Chain's going to have both items, and after the chase, the LG Tickle, Chain puts himself on the board, and now he has full control of the map as well. It's a good rail off the spawn for Wenger, trying to chip away as best he can and as fast as he can to make sure that Chain needs to be very cautious fighting for the heavy.
Yeah, Chain's got plenty of time to set up on the high ground for this heavy. Venger's in position. Nice little rail coming out there, but he's not going to be able to commit for this as Chain has done enough to secure it, and Wenger needs to Scarpa. His orb's on cooldown, and Chain knows this is another window of opportunity to abuse the fact that there isn't that lack of mobility from Wenger coming out. He's caught on the jump pad. He will be going up it, but Chain has to pop an early injection. Not the best idea, but he's going up aggressively. Wenger's hit a barrel back to back and gets the frag. Might be aggressive.
Such aggression from Chain. He smelled blood in the water, but Wenger stands his ground, gets the frag. He needs to be careful. That rocket into rail combo. Wow, that was gorgeous.
And Wenger's going to go and push in again after hitting that rail, seizing the opportunity. That dire orb aggression has been phenomenal so far, and I think Chain needs to recalculate how he's committing to these fights. He's under-respecting to some degree the damage output Wenger has on the back foot, and I felt he'd missed the opportunity over by the Mega, but decided to commit anyway, and it was to his peril. Wenger isn't going to be over-committing here as he knows Chain has got the speed on the back foot and no orb to follow up.
Still was a good rail for Chain, making sure Wenger thinks twice, but 4-frag lead for the Italian now as he was heating up for a second there. They'll try and extend the lead. As always, good rail from Chain, good positioning on that as he drops a little bit earlier than Mega, but Wenger's going to say, you can have that for now, I'll allow it.
Absolutely, and this is something Wenger has started to move towards. He's forfeiting the items to maintain a better position. He knows that Chain has the speed and has been putting on the pressure, so a slight adjustment from Wenger in not committing as hard to the items he was earlier in the game. And you can see once again, he knows Chain's there, he's just going to back off and try and get a stronger defensive position. So good reads from Wenger so far, and Chain is somewhat played into that trap. He's going to be in the corridor here. That's not a position you want to be as Anarchy, and Wenger already backing off. The orb just to bait him out. Just wants to do damage over by the Mega once again. He does so much. Chain is healthy. He's popped the inject. He will get away, but I think he's railable here. Wenger wants to push in and finish him off. Now which he does.
Oh, beautiful, man. Living up to the name. Kid Bellissimo with the perfect chase. So much LG. Chain needs to be careful. There's a little bit of rocket splash, but that's going to make Wenger back off. And more rocket splash. Look at the mobility. Really using Wenger's passive to traverse the map at will. And be able to drop down on this Mega.
It really feels like Wenger has Chain's number at the minute. You can see every single time the item's up, Wenger is just double, triple checking that it's a safe environment to be in, and if it's not, he will take a position to capitalize upon the weaker stack of Chain and the overcommittal of Chain. So for me, Chain's adjustment now needs to be to secure the items in advance, not just kind of cycle them. Be more proactive in between the downtime.
Patient play there from Wenger, waiting on the 50 shard. Just waiting, doesn't want to give Chain any opportunity to open this back up here as we're less than 4 minutes away from the close of map number 1. Wenger looking very, very strong.
Absolutely. 5 frags is quite a buffer on this map as well. And Chain at the minute is struggling to get on the board. He's got the stack, but Wenger has the position at all times. He's worked his way out to this heavy. Chain will rain down rockets, but you can see once again it's not safe. Wenger will back off and just deal an abundance of unreturned damage. Chain does hit a follow-up rail, but the orb is there, so he's going to use the verticality. He's going to set up for this Mega because he knows Chain isn't there just yet. Here's him and backs off immediately. This is the definition of playing safe and conservative.
Really, really good defense here. Serving up all that damage family style here. The LG at the jump pad is going to reject Chain. He's getting the items now, but Chain needs to find the frags. Less than 3 minutes. Pressure mounting here as, again, Wenger playing very slow, very patient, full defense here. The important part is, again, the damage is high, and he's still grabbing these small items, so his stack is relatively decent as well. Chain not being able to chip, not being able to move in. He needs to find a way to try and break this Italian's defense.
At the minute, yeah, he hasn't found the answer because Wenger has just been working a few steps ahead of Chain. Chain's aim not being as crisp as we've seen in previous encounters. He's gone up the jump pad. Wenger hears that. Will be backing off. The orb does some damage. That is an opening though, because this time he hasn't got an orb and Chain hit the rail, so he needs to be chasing Wenger here. There's only 2 minutes left and there is a lot to do to make up this frag difference.
Here's the TP in again. Just Wenger's playing this beautifully. 2 minutes left. Chain has to push, and Wenger can just play the plus back game as long as he keeps hitting good defensive damage. Game is going to run the items, but again, needs to find the frags. Just missing it on that rail. Venger gives away his position, but the chase has to commence for Shane, and there it is. There's the dire orb again. A little bit more defensive damage as the rockets are so strong.
And that pretty much shuts down the game. That one rocket right there. Chain needs to fall back, needs to restack. He hasn't got the inject. Venger will be able to sweep up both of these items, and then there is some miracle rockets coming out from Chain. And Venger doesn't even want to let that happen. He messes up the rocket jump, but it actually works out all right as Chain is enforced into this encounter he doesn't want to take, but has to take. The rails are good though, but Chain not in a position to push. He needs to though. But this will be a do or die push for Chain as he's running out of time.
He's got to gamble it all. He doesn't have a choice. He's going to back off. Time is going to tick away.
And 40, I think we're out of time. 5 frags, 20, 40 seconds now.
My sweet summer child, there's always. 5 frags is going to be the difference for this one. It looks like, again, Venger just willing to go on lockdown here, play super defensive, and well done. And he played it exactly how he needed to. You see, again, that rocket in the dire orb combo used for damage, misdirection of Chain overextends. It's just a really, really solid defense.
That's actually been a really key feature of this player, as you say, and it's something I've enjoyed. Haven't seen it an awful lot, the fact that Venger was using it, as you say, as an additional damage boost, but be a distraction. So if Chain does go flying in, Venger's got that backup clause. So every single time he did it, it just made Chain reset his aggression, and Venger has played this masterfully. I felt that Chain was obviously on the ascendancy, but he couldn't work out how to create an in against Venger, which doesn't bode well moving into map 2, if I'm honest.
Yeah, that was a rough start for Chain, for sure. Hopefully he could bounce back, but my God, you're handsome. It's so good to see your face.
I mean, you look a bit like, Big Dad James Bond. I'm loving the coat. You're showing me up on that respect, so I don't appreciate it.
I borrowed it from you. The only reason I have this is because you would have ripped right through it with your gigantic muscles. But regardless, we need to stop flirting. Venger taking map number 1 convincingly. I think he's going to ride that confidence into map number 2. I do worry a little bit about Chain, but again, Awoken is going to be a different story. Chain on the Doom, Venger with the Galena. I don't know. You gotta pray for the Canadian at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be a much more standard map in terms of the stacks, and on Awoken as well. They're both extremely competent on that map. I did enjoy the proactiveness that Chain was trying to employ, but you could see the definitive shift in starts from Venger, and he was just essentially falling into the trap. It does even the playing field just a little bit, and the items aren't as exposed as they are on Molson as well.
Yeah, the plus back rockets just around the corner, just always waiting for Chain around every strafe jump around the corner, just right in the face, 100, just keeping Venger, alive and keeping Chain off his back, and it was just really well done. We'll see if we're going to see more of that on Awoken. On this map specifically, Venger, he's just found such crazy rail angles before, so it might be even more aggression. From Venger here. We might not have to see him play as defensive, but we'll see how it goes, and we'll see the start. I'd like to see maybe a more reserved start from Chain, depending on the spawns and how everything goes, of course. But you kind of saw he got off to a bad start and trying to go full aggression, and the defense right off the start on the last map was so solid.
No, 100%. I was about to say that one of the changes Chain could make, and it was his hand was somewhat forced by, as you said, that bad start and follow-up frags, is just to play slightly more reserved, to tease out Venger, to see what Venger is doing, rather than continually trying to force the issue. Because if he's doing that, he's going to be running into Venger's traps all along the way. So I would like to see a bit more strategy from that perspective coming out from Chain, set up some traps of his own. If he can do that, then obviously he keeps the game closer, and it can go either way. So we'll see how it plays out, and as you say, the start is always going to be crucial in this respect, and we are moving over to a North American server, so that will slightly benefit Chain.
We'll see as we're live on Awoken. Chain with the Venger map number 2, and right off the bat again, Chain gets caught up with the LG, and it is so strong, absolutely electrifying. And Venger, wow.
Literally a carbon copy of what we just saw.
Definitely not what you want as Chain.
Except
we are with deja vu.
Except it was Venger this time with the aggression. Chain was just playing his form. So We know how strong Wenger is on this map, particularly with the Doom.
Chunky rocket there.
Shane with the rail advantage for the moment. Doom has a very easy time getting that weapon mode, but I would like to see Shane defend it. He is looking out for it and has to pop the Berserk just to get away. He's afraid of Wenger's Lightning Gun coming out, and Wenger retreats to the Balaria, but doesn't need the light armor, so will go and try and reset and hopefully sneak his way around to this rail. Creative use of the totem as well. Haven't seen that one.
Like that's a lot of luck. His mobility is going to be huge on this one. Could be the saving grace for Chain. They're on the hunt. Needs a little bit of rocket damage. Left, not too bad with the drive-through window there. Chain needs to be really careful here as he's taking mid control, and Wenger trying to work his way towards this Mega, peeking very cautiously around going to get that rail out.
I don't feel that Chain needed to forfeit that item as he eats a rocket around the corner. Easy frag for Wenger. Not entirely sure why he just gave up both major items for free and unchallenged. And Wenger instantly makes it pay as Chain is on the run once again. Has the Berserk up now if he needs to use it. Wenger has a good split on major items now.
You gotta think that he was close enough to hear the Mega get picked up, but he still peeked a little bit late.
Yeah, that was unusual.
Could have just tried to hide it. 2-0 for Wenger. Chain trying to stop the bleeding here, doesn't want to get too out of control, so he did jump over right there, almost gets damage, but Wenger's stack still looking so fresh and so clean. Chain going through the telly, needs to be careful, eats a rocket and a rail, extremely weak. Wenger looking for the angle, and he will find it through the telly. What a shot.
What a shot indeed. Wenger's just been crisp all series long so far. I think it does feel that Chain has adjusted by what we said he might be doing, playing a bit more defensive, but at the same time, he's gone completely the other way of not putting any pressure on the item. So up until now, Wenger's had a completely free ride. That is some great defensive damage as Wenger walks away with his tail between his legs and licks his wounds. Chain should be able to sweep in onto this heavy and put some pressure on as he is healthy himself. And there he comes, flying in with the Doom double jump. Will be dropping down as well. Wenger's in a good position though. And actually gets away without taking any damage whatsoever. Now Chain, he needs to be careful.
Missed rails there, a little bit rare to see on Wenger's end, but still 3-0 as Chain getting in on the items now, which is huge for him. Wenger playing slow in the mid-ground, just waiting for some sort of sound cue. Doesn't even want to grab the army yet, doesn't want to give away his position quite yet here. Tri-bolt and rockets coming out from both players as the battle for the heavy is unfolding here. Good rail from Wenger. He needs to be careful.
He definitely needs to be careful. He's not got a lot of stat to work with. If he falls onto this heavy, he might be dead, particularly now after that rail, and Wenger gets in and will get out with both major items. Chain, that was not the play.
Tried to force the issue and maybe get a little cheeky and steal one away, but Wenger, way too smart, way too quick, adds another frag. 4-0 now.
Yeah, and it feels that Chain doesn't know what the response is at this point in time. Wenger's beating Chain in his own game and playing a bit more defensive, and this range game is not working out in Chain's favor. So what will be the strategy? What will be the response? Because he needs to make something happen, and that's a great start. Getting in early. He'd established the traditional route that Wenger was playing, the rocket jump up to hop across, and he stood up early and blocked it. So that was the response he needed. Yes, it was an exchange, but at least now he's buoyed himself with a bit more confidence that he can make those plays work.
Yeah, almost a bit unfortunate there for Chain. He would have just survived a little bit off of that. Even if he was low, he could have tried to stack back up. But good trade from Wenger, making it count as we're getting closer to the halfway point. Any kind of opening at this point for Chain is going to be good. As you mentioned, this is going to get back into the heavy, starting to try and get item control again. Needs to be careful. Wenger waiting above on the rail to rain down some damage. Chain's going to get out. Now with this stack, he should be able to work towards something here. Needs to get some damage going. First needs to figure out where Wenger is on the map.
And there is a split on the major items. Chain set up early for the Mega, which I like. Wenger caught up by that rail. The big delay from Chain actually causing problems as Wenger didn't hear it get picked up clearly. He will be going down here and misses the rail as well, so that's painful. Chain doubles back. He knows his opponent will spawn on the Mega side of the map, so he wants to shut down all major items. I like this choice. Wenger wants to commit, which he does. He will be paying for it as he doesn't have any means of getting out of this area. He wants to be doing some damage from below. It's hard with the lightning gun. That missed rail, though, is crucial as Wenger gets out with the majority of the stack that he really didn't deserve to be picking up.
This is a bit heartbreaking for Chain there. Perfect position to try and capitalize on that. Wenger gets away. Defensive Hyper Blaster, and he moonwalks towards the LG room here.
Oh, that tri-bolt.
Wow. Oh no. Tri-bolt into LG for Wenger, perfectly placed. It's going to net him another frag, and that's very unfortunate for Chain.
It really is. He wanted to shut down the angle. We knew that Wenger wanted to put pressure on, so Chain being proactive, but at every single turn, Wenger's making these aggressions count. And at the moment, Wenger's just doing a much more effective job of ensuring that there is clear damage going onto the pickups of these items. It feels that where Wenger is circling the items, Chainer isn't anywhere to be seen, but as soon as Chain goes to pick one up, Wenger's there to steal it away under his feet. That stings.
The gap getting wider and wider for Chain. And again, with time ticking, as we've seen before, he's got to start making more Hail Mary style plays and taking engagements that aren't 100% foolproof. That makes it, forcing his hand, makes it so much harder. Interesting position from Wenger here, as you heard. Chain above him, just waiting for the ball. Chain trying to get the drop on him. Really well done there. Not opting to go for the Mega, dropping on the Italian and getting that frag.
The retaliation from Wenger though was significant, but not enough as he's now missing everything. Chain with the push. Brought the deficit to 3 with 3 minutes to go.
Zip, comeback kid, trying to serve up some Canadian bacon here, 4-7. He's got to keep rolling with this. Spots him out, does get a little bit of LG misses and follow-up rail, but that's okay. He's still going to have the location on Wenger. Doesn't want a position for this Mega. Get that pesky totem out of the way. We don't need that. 2:30 left, down by 3.
And now we'll just see the complete defense from Wenger. Ultra positional, ultra defensive. Use those defensive rockets around those corners. Play the rail game on pickups. It'll be a hard task for Chain, but he has got good control in circulating the items. He needs to make the most of these stacks. But he also can't allow Wenger to take position on them. Can't afford to lose that control with such limited time left. That's a good rail. It now opens up the opportunity to push. He realized that Wenger will double back over to this heavy. Wenger hasn't dropped those, so will be escaping. The rail is good. Chain can push.
Threading that needle. That was a beautiful shot, but he needs to close out this frag. 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes now. Still down by 3. Wenger doing a good job of staying alive. And this is going to be a frag shortly for the Canadian. Good rocket. But the defense from Wenger just too strong. Great rail from Chain again. Keeping the damage high, but his stack is running a little low. As he is on time in the rail from Wenger, Chain just not expecting that peak at all.
Creative use of angles from Chain, but once again, Wenger retaliates in kind, and they do exchange rails, and that just sets Chain's momentum back. Once again, a crucial mail missed by Chain, and the time, the clock is not in his favor as Wenger pushes in. He wants to finish it. He wants to get another deciding frag. Decides against it as Chain is set up well. He's beginning to restack. Wenger misreading the position of the Canadian as he does back off, back to that banana room, back to the light. Chain will get one more heavy and then he can't afford to waste any time. He doesn't even want to pick it up. And this is it. This is last chance saloon for Chain as he needs to find Wenger now. He's established where he is, but can he get him? He knows exactly what he would do. He'll back off. He want to play the corners. He want to play the telly. He needs to trap him, but he's also wasting time, and he's misread where Wenger's going. Wenger's still in the teleporter alley.
This is heartbreaking here. Chain came down to a couple rails. The LG and the banana might do it here. There's one frag, 25 seconds. This is going to be extremely tight. If the Canadian can pull it off, it would be absolutely amazing. He's going to catch him out again in the LG room. Shaft on shaft. Hits him with the rail. Needs to finish this frag immediately. Around the corner does 2 HP. But 12 seconds and oh my god, the power of Christ just compelled him.
The totem MVP as it was just lying in wait from Wenger. And he takes the map 8-6. That stings as Chain tasted the comeback after he ground out such a close map.
It would have been extremely tight, but that totem is heartbreaking. That was just, wow. but Chain showing some more life than the first map. That's going to be big, especially as we go into the third map, and this is going to be possibly the decider. I think going into it, he's going to feel a little more comfortable, hopefully, but Wenger's still looking extremely strong. The defense was so good. The rail angles were fantastic.
It felt like Chain was showing signs of life. It just came too little too late. And we said he needed a better start, and unfortunately he got an equally bad start to map 1. And it began to snowball really until right about 6-7 minutes in, where Chain got a bit better rotation on the items. He caught Wenger out, and then you can see it already here, 7-2. This was the engagement here. Chain pushed in aggressively. He got a good lockdown on the items, but unfortunately Wenger's defensive play was too good. He couldn't track him down. It took too long, and then, as you rightly say, totem heartbreak in the last seconds of the map.
Just he hit some great rails, Chain did, but unfortunately he missed some of the layups, and those were the heartbreakers.
Yep.
As we look at some of the stats for Wenger again, up 2 maps now. We will get into the third one shortly. Bruins of Sarnath, Wenger on Sorlag, Chain on the Visor. Do you have any thoughts on this particular matchup?
Yeah, Chain will have to check his aggression once again playing up against the Sorlag. We know how strong the heavy champions are, how powerful Sorlag can be, in particular with her speed advantage, and she definitely has that in abundance over the Visor. Obviously the Visor does favour the way in which Chain wants to play, using the information of the piercing sight, playing strong in position, up on that high ground, up on that choke point, and using those rails, but we need to definitely see more clinical execution from Chain to keep the stack of Sorlag in check, particularly now as we move back over to the EU server as well. I'm sure that Wenger will want to try and abuse that fact and that advantage. And if Chain, once again, begins to fall out of control early in this game, it's going to be such a long road to come back into it, as we've seen he struggled to break those defenses of Wenger.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we kind of start out with a bang like we did the first 2 maps, whether it be Wenger's aggression or Chain's aggression. I wonder how they're going to approach this map. Again, it could be the decider for the series. Chain hoping that he could send it into at least a 4th, but we will see one step at a time here for the Canadian. The comeback kid, we've seen crazy reverse sweeps before. This one is going to be very difficult, but anything's possible, man. Championship Sunday.
Championship Sunday, and the comeback kid will need to live up to his name if he is going to stick in this one, as this is his last chance in the upper bracket. We do move into Ruins though. I don't expect this map to go as balls to the wall from the first minute or 2. It is, because of the split in the items, it is often a lot of trading in terms of allowing your opponent to pick up one while you trade the other. buddy.
Fortunately, Wenger was ready again, as we saw all series long. The defense too strong.
It was, and Chain seemed to progress throughout the stages and throughout the maps, but it was just too little too late, unfortunately, for the Canadian. He did put up a great fight, and Wenger just had that little bit of an edge towards the end. Some unfortunate starts to the maps, and nevertheless, it will be Wenger that progresses. And we will just cut to a break, but when we come back, we will be interviewing Wenger on that victory, which I'm sure he's very happy about. So stick around, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the Quake World Championships. We just got off of our second semifinal, and sitting here with us is the winner of that matchup, Wenger. He took on Chain and beat him 3-0. Wenger, congratulations. Great job.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Well, we hope that we get to see you more than once today. You've certainly put on a showcase this weekend. Taking a look at your wins, you won against teammate Razy, and you took out two-time Season 1 champion Kilson, finally Chain. You've had a really reasonable run. How do you feel about your performance thus far here in the Quake World Championship?
I mean, it's been a really incredible second day of the tournament for sure, with a lot of upset. So I think also for the people watching Quake, it has been really awesome. And I think probably I had the toughest run just because I played against Razy, which is you can never count him out, and then I played the champion. So it was really tough mentally to go into that kind of seed of the bracket, and managed to win. Actually was a really good feeling, and especially against Kilson, because in the past 3 stages, I have missing just the last map against him, and I couldn't manage to win. This time, I finally managed to play the best I could against him, and it was enough to win. So I'm really happy about that.
When you have 2 wins against Razy and then Kilson, going into then the semifinals, up against Chain, who I believe you've played before, but after beating Razy and Kilson, did that give you a level of confidence that you're like, all right, I'm going to this final days, I'm bringing my best, and I'm just gonna do what I know I can do?
Well, I mean, before every tournament, I always try to think that I'm the best and I will win the tournament no matter what. So, I don't really care what phase. I just try to play the best always. And as you saw, also, Chain played really good. And he's improving really quickly, same as a lot of people in the Quake Pro League. So it's always good to see people stepping up and grinding the game and giving close games to everyone. So I think I'm just confident in myself, and I always try to aim at the top and never be satisfied with anything else that is I never try to think about making it to top 8. Then I just try to think about winning every game, and the far I can go, the better it is.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And let's then talk about thinking a little bit about winning your next matchup, which is against the last remaining champion in the Quake World Championship, Rafa. Winning that game could put you very comfortably into the grand finals, but thinking about each individual games, how are you preparing yourself in thinking about having to go up against Rafa, who you got to see early this morning and looked to be in very good form?
Well, as I said already, I managed to win already Kilson, which was a world champion. Then I managed to win Razy, which was already runner-up 2 times, so second place twice. So
yeah,
he's a world-class player. I'll try to think the same about the match against him. I'll try to.
Weź udział w twojej szczęśliwej loterii. Kup minimum 2 dowolne produkty DER.
Just get my head right and server, and if you can do it, you can win. I of course a huge respect, but I'm trying to play my best every game, and I will try to defeat him and try hard as much as I can.
I love that answer, by the way. We've all got 2 arms, 2 hands, 2 eyes. I love it. That's great. All right, final question. You already played against a teammate once, but there's 2 Maestro players, in the finals day, 2 Team Liquid players. Do you see a world where
also I want to really give credit to him for what he did in the lower bracket was insane for sure. Going against caliber of such players once and manage to win and go on top is incredible. So if we are today, I think both of us want to win. Both of us will try 100%, and no matter what, I think it's going to be a great tournament for us. And I think Maestro should be proud of our performance.
I'm sure that they are. Wenger, congratulations on your semifinal win. Good luck in your matchup versus Rafa, and maybe we'll talk with you a little bit later on. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to return now to the panel, talk a little bit about this game, Wenger versus Chain, before we hop into our next game, which will be Dehang versus CNZ. Welcome back, everyone. Lethal, going to you first, a 3-0. First map, not so great, but, even Wenger said, as we were getting ready for the interview, hey, Chain surprised me. He played well.
Yeah, even though it was a 3-0 scoreline, each individual map was very close. Like the first map, for example, it just showed that with Wenger, he had such good defense. His combo kills were just a work of art. And you could see that Wenger kind of hit his stride around that 2-3 minute mark. Pretty much had his number, but his defensive rockets and just keeping in those narrow corridors due to the fact that with the Anarchy, he can chase him down, just keep him guessing all the time. But it was just perfect the way he played against his Anarchy. It was exactly picture perfect. You couldn't really ask for more from Wenger at that time. Map number 2, you can see that Wenger again kept the items segregated right from the get-go. Chain learns that with the heavy to mega route for Wenger, it took a bit of a while to learn, but he managed to understand it in the end and try to play a bit more defensively in terms of where Wenger was going to go. But again, Chain made a great comeback, but just didn't have enough time to clean up those couple kills, and of course that totem at the end didn't kind of made matters worse. But map number 3, again, Wenger was easier to trade frag with the saw lag, especially like with the default stack he has. But Wenger, again, the defensive play in the last 90 seconds was just textbook. You couldn't really make that up.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask ZSX at 40 Lions about that one, right? In the final moments, you add another 30 seconds to this game, and we're seeing these final moments right there, but you add another 30 seconds to that game, and I think Chain might have walked away from it, but understandably so with the champion matchup, he just couldn't, quite make it work, stretch those final seconds out the way that I think he wanted to.
Yeah, it was just too little too late from Chain, as you rightly said. Like, the momentum had firmly gone in his favor. He had made clear adjustments throughout the series and was just progressing nicely, but at the end of the day, Wenger was hitting too many shots, and that final kill in the last seconds was the killing blow, and the prior map it was the totem. So Wenger did have his number. A bit more time would have made a world of difference, but we've only got 10 minutes to play a duel, and Wenger played the 10 minutes better.
Just unfortunate starts on all 3 maps for Chain. I know the first one was due to his own aggression, but then Wenger comes out on the next 2 and just gets a frag within 15 seconds on every map. That's a rough start.
Yeah, I mean, in both those first couple games, it's not the way you want the rhythm of the game to go, and certainly an advantage to Wenger on that one. Let's take a look at the bracket now that we've had both semifinals played at this point. Both of them 3-0, but that's going to set up our next winner bracket final, Rafa versus Wenger. That should be a doozy, but we're not going to be going to that one quite yet, because we've got to figure out how things are going to resolve here in the lower bracket. We've got Razy, Chain, and then our next matchup is going to be Dehang versus CNZ. Gentlemen, we've talked about these players extensively in length this weekend, but CNZ has kind of taken a few of the headlines just based off of the fact that he is the player left in the tournament who came from the challenger matches.
Yeah, you got to remember he was 1 map away from getting relegated from the Quake Pro League, and now he's in the finals, day 3. It is a Cinderella story. He can still continue on depending on how he actually plays against Dehang. Okay, against Rafa, he didn't have the map picks in his favor. I think Rafa was just a little bit too much for him, just adapted to his play style way too quickly. If he's less predictable than he was earlier on against Rafa, then he's definitely stands with a chance.
All right, well, let's take a look at quick and bands and keep the conversation up, because it is an interesting conversation, given his results versus Rafa. But here we have Corrupted Keep, Awoken, Ruins, Blood, Covenant, and Molten Falls as the potential decider. Taking a look at the champs, gentlemen, what do you think?
I think it's definitely a lot better picks in terms of the matchups of CNZ than we saw against Rafa, less imbalanced. Corrupted Keep, we've not seen the best of CNZ throughout this tournament, so that's probably why Dehang picks it first. And I do like him going with Galena rather than the Anarchy that we've seen in the past. It gives him much more of a foothold in terms of combat capabilities to take Dehang head on. There's no really worrying matchups as I would have seen earlier, so overall there's not a lot to shout about in terms of the overall strategy choices from CNZ from my perspective.
Well, great. Then that means I'm going to make you guys do predictions. How about that? Take that. Like that. 40 Lions are starting with you.
Yeah. I think CNZ has had a great tournament thus far, but I think it might come to a close here. I don't think it's going to be as bad as Rafa, but a double dose of liquid back-to-back is rough. I think it might be closer to a 3-2, but I think it's going to go Dehang's way.
I think the hang is going to be rough for CNZ just from what we've seen, particularly against Rafa early in the day. Like, the fundamentals of CNZ's play wasn't there. He wasn't able to get on items. He didn't look that sharp, and the hang plays so well around those factors. I think it'll be a 3-1 to hang.
Yeah, I'm going to have to echo ZSX's statement. I think it's going to be 3-1 as well. The maps don't really favour each other, but then again, the hang is way too good of a player. He adapts way too quickly, and it could be just a bit too much for CNZ.
All right, well, it looks like we're ready to hop into this next one. It is the Hang versus CNZ. Let's shoot it on over to Ketchup and Flea.
Well, things are getting pretty interesting here, Flea, as we're now going into our first map. The Hang and CNZ, 2 players that are methodical, disciplined, patient. I am curious. Knowing the Hang, he was watching these matches, and there's all the chance that he was able to really notice what Rafa was doing to make CNZ's life so difficult, right? I wonder if he's going to try and do the same thing.
I definitely think it's extremely possible. Both the Liquid boys have relatively similar play styles, and it is up to CNZ to put a stop to that. Personally, I'm hoping that we're seeing more of his aim form that we saw yesterday. His aim against Rafa, of course, the man picks his spots, his fights only on his own terms, so that immediately makes it more difficult for you to reach that full aiming potential. But I just didn't see CNZ dish out the same kind of damage that he had been putting out yesterday. So if he can manage that, he will have a much better shot at fighting the Hang. Now, relatively slow start, no major engagements just yet. Oh, the Hang actually taking a whole lot of damage here. CNZ still sticking around. He's got some armor to work with, has got the better health stack as well, but both players will break away.
But quite wisely, CNZ's not going to overstay his welcome near Heavy. There's plenty of optimizations to do before it spawns. To Hang using this as an opportunity to at least take one of these 2 items. Stack-wise, CNZ absolutely in favor. No delay between the 2 of the items. And there's the initial push. The lightning gun coming out. Pika going to be so much more effective on Corrupted Keep because the lack of the rail means you can't just get it out. Deal with it in the blink of an eye. But the lack of armor is a problem the Hang is currently sitting on. CNZ is using this to push on. He wants to break that cycle. And the Hang forced to disengage, and there's like no resources in the nail gun room, and this will be a finish to Hang. Oh, the trade! That was best case scenario for him, absolutely.
Yeah, CNZ is not going to be happy about that one. He absolutely should have walked away with a clean frag there, and then would have been able to pick up either Mega or Heavy, whatever suited him the most in that situation. And now he ended up trading, doesn't have a lightning gun, finds himself in a bad position, but these rockets are lifesavers. Shoddy, a little more will do it. And CNZ putting himself in the lead. Very little delay between the 2 items, and they're still 10 seconds out, so he doesn't immediately have anything at the ready to start perhaps a good rotation or manifest some solid control. Small armor will be there, of course. He noticed the Hang pick it up during that previous engagement. And now CNZ looking awfully healthy, but of course, playing Galena, what he wants is Heavy. Mega, of course, it's always nice to pick up, but Heavy is what you want when you can generate your own health.
That was quite irritating Pika though. Those Hyper Blasters doing so much damage to CNZ when he had a nice stack to work with originally. Pretty even all things considered, but...
Yeah, it's very clever from the Hang to use the Peeker that way, because he knows that if he just rushes in with the Kamikaze, CNZ will switch to the shotgun and destroy it anyways. By staying back the way he has, there's nothing that CNZ can really do to instantly defuse the threat, and so by the time that he has peppered enough heavy machine gun or LG damage down towards the drone, the Hang, of course, would have done a fair bit of damage himself. Good little trap from CNZ, but unable to really push it to the limit. Definitely didn't get out as much damage as he was hoping for in that engagement, and I think that that is going to raise some alarm bells for the Hang, knowing that CNZ is already approaching the game like this with his sneaky little traps and setups. That is going to raise his eyebrows a bit, and he might adapt his playstyle.
The rocket's not going to do much damage, if anything. Unlikely the slow pace from CNZ, where he's not being crazy push heavy. There always seems to be this one area that he can retreat to. Lots of rocket spam as well, just corners to take. But when the time is right for him to spring the attack, he will do it. And it looks like another one's going to come out. But he gets down. Uh-oh, floor is lava in chat, 100%. But he is able to at least take this heavy, so that could have gone a lot worse.
I'm not sure if the Hang realized just how much damage CNZ took from that dip in the lava. That was quite a bit more than he was hoping to take, no doubt. CNZ though, his reads are looking pretty solid. The aim ain't half bad either. Mega isn't up for a long time, boy. You can't be there, and the Hang gets the high ground. The Rockets fall short, and the American will tie things right back up 2-2.
Now the Hang is going to have to spend this time waiting for the Heavy to spawn, thankfully, because it is Corrupted Keep. Ah, hang on a minute, that sounds like a little bit of a fake, potentially. Or he's just building up some of that potential movement. Both items have spawned, not a massive gap between the two, so we find ourselves in that kind of square one situation if we're talking about the items alone. And with it being a 2-2 as well, I wonder who's going to be the player next. We'll try and interrupt. The halfway point's already been met. CNZ gets a wonderful amount of damage. The Hang pushing in, but he might get punished here. CNZ looking to stay safe, but that one rocket is a very scary one to hit. The Hang forced to retreat. Gets pushed away and he can't even get the Mega. CNZ pushes him away with the LG. And this is one of the best times to get that frag. He's going to spawn near Rocket. No trade this time, however, as CNZ scores another one in the bag. This would be 3 LG damage.
Yeah, and good attempt from CNZ at forcing the spawn out as well. He knows that that small armor is still up at the top. He's going to loop back around to ensure that it doesn't go his opponent's way. Liking the plays from CNZ right now. This is solid. He got that at the exact right time, as you mentioned yourself. Picked up Mega and small armor to help him out as well. The only problem now is that the Hang has secured that Heavy. So he is still in a very solid fighting shape. Now the one thing that the Hang is lacking, I believe, is the lightning gun. And CNZ is acutely aware of this. He knows that he might still be able to deny that weapon, or at least pepper the Hang full of damage if he exposes himself up to the lightning gun, because it is such a difficult item to get out with. Gonna get side of the Hang, do a bit of damage onto the Strog.
This is, to me, quite the classic CNZ game where he's slightly in the lead, but it's a comfortable lead. And he's now going to play on this lead heavily. You know, he's going to make his presence known on some of these items. He's not going to allow the Hang to take some of them for free unless he's comfortable for it to be the case. And he's going to be careful for the remaining 3.5 minutes. DNC, not really a risk taker. He's the kind of player where if he knows something is likely, he'll do it, but if not, he will never overextend. That's why Rafa was able to kind of bully him in a lot of those maps. This kind of matchup, a much more significant lead. Some pretty okay rocket damage initially, but nothing to really write home about compared to the Hang's LG, and he runs out of ammo, and that was a disastrous, dare I say, messy fight from CNZ. Whoa!
Okay.
Yeah, I took the words out of my mouth, mate.
CNZ should not have pushed back in with that totem. He thought that he could come out on top of that engagement by dropping the totem, getting that health injection, but that was so risky and he can't afford to lose out on these situations. 2.5 minutes left on the clock for a 2-frag lead. Don't engage here, CNZ. You know how that turns out. You don't want to take that fight when you don't have a lightning gun. Even though you've got the high ground, good rockets. Oh no, he dropped the totem up on the stairs. Didn't get the healing. This is risky. He wants to go back to the totem. He knows exactly where it is still. This could be problematic. Luckily for him, the Hang taking the long way around. The Hang was looking for CNZ, trying to catch him off guard at Rocket and maybe get an easy frag, but CNZ was just going right for the main prize, the lightning gun and the mega health, as he still hangs off to that lead. This is looking promising for the Estonian, Getcha.
Yes, it is. We have less than 2 minutes on the clock now. The 2 frags that the Hang really needs at this stage. Corrupted Keep, your life is on the line in this kind of situation because it's so easy to get 1 frag, catch a good spawn, push on, then you've got a second. You could blink, and the Hang has been able to stabilize things here. The CNZ running the Heavy. It's starting to set up shop around this corner. It is notoriously harder to chase champions in this part of the map. It's going to be an edge of movement though. When the Hang needs to chase, he'll be able to do that with his crouch slide. Here comes the Pika. Gets rid of it almost immediately to Hang. Playing no games. If there's a risk, he's out. Now CNZ surviving for just short of a minute. 1 more of those and he's going to be in business. The rockets have been fantastic to keep the Hang at bay as well. The super shotgun is hurting so much. And CNZ would have heard just how weak the Hang is. The pre-death scream coming out from Strog. Music to your ears if you're 1 minute away from winning a map.
I like the decision to still apply pressure and not just run away for these past 2 minutes, because we know it's corrupted keep. If you drop one frag, it is so likely that your opponent is immediately going to be able to follow that up with another kill. So CNC wants to continue doing damage and stop the Hang from getting too comfortable and just outstacking him tremendously. And he did a good job at making sure that there's no delay between the actors. So if the Hang goes for one, he might be able to just steal away the other, and that could prevent his opponent, the American from Liquid, to just get that massive stack and bully him around. Now with 25 seconds left on the clock, he is just going to run down the timer, it seems. Good defensive rockets, one more should do it. Can he find it? Oh, he's still alive.
If the Hang doesn't get him right now, there's no chance. He needs to get a frag now, get a spawn, rush it. But with this time being wasted, it has just become a GG. CNZ, those defensive rockets were everything. If he did less damage in that exchange, there would have been a fight. The 10-minute mark has hit, and it's going to be CNZ taking that first map. And it was much more of a CNZ style map, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Able to play that game, that slow, patient, careful game. But when the fights happen, he takes the fights extremely well. His accuracy is really strong. Those rockets at the very end, saving his skin. That was the time the Hang needed to score a frag. There was no other time after that.
I'm surprised to how close the items were. 19 majors versus 18 for CNZ. You would expect the Hang to just completely overrun his opponent when it comes to that aspect of the game, but CNZ held his own terribly well. Really solid positioning, evasive plays for days, and also, of course, he had the endurance. There were a few mistakes like this situation. He never should have went back into the room hoping that that totem alone would give him the victory, but still, overall, extremely solid performance on map 1, which was, of course, Corrupted Keep. CNC, I think he, you know, the impossible might just have become a little more possible for the man from B100 Esports for Estonia, as we are about to load into our second map.
I really like that team's jerseys as well. Their jerseys and their like jackets and stuff like that. The branding is on point. Maybe I'm just biased for red. Don't know what gave that away. But as we're going into our next map, it's going to be Awoken. Now, to Hang is, for lack of a better term, pretty damn good on this map. And if we're talking about the picks alone, another one where it's as you expect, right? So Dahang's got the Doomslayer, the utility of the double jump. One of the few maps where the Berserk can actually be used aggressively too. We've seen it the last few weeks where players have started to really play Doomslayer, not differently as such, but it's just when you can work the Berserk into part of your combos, people are doing it now because there's hourglasses that you can shut down for other people. If you're against Ranger, you don't want him to have orbs free of charge. You know, if he's able to run around and take all the hourglasses for himself, it's a nightmare situation.
Absolutely, and I think we've actually seen the Hang use the Berserk successfully on this map yesterday against some of his American brethren. There was one situation where he was caught down at heavy. I still vividly remember it. I don't remember exactly who it was up against, but the Hang was down at heavy, shot a rail, and then he was just caught off guard because his opponent just jumped into the room, and rather than try to switch weapons, wait for the reload, he just popped the Berserk and went for it. Pummel, and that was it. So it definitely is a viable ability in certain situations, even offensively so. So as you mentioned, the Hang has got that base mobility, but CNZ has got the Orb. And the Orb gives you more of a vertical edge over your opponents. You can use it to go through that hole in the wall down at heavy, or as we've seen Rafa do earlier today, actually just go straight through the teleporter and completely catch your opponent off guard. So CNZ had that happen to him earlier today. Hopefully he's better equipped to deal with it now.
As we go into this initial start, this is where the map will be at its slowest. Neither player wants to push too hard. The Hang that base stack back up, and it is the armor that's going to help him a great deal. The dire orb, as long as the orb exists, CNZ's going to have that extra trump card of a burst that he can just pull whenever he wants. You have to make that choice though. Do you use the orb for the ability, do you use it for chase, do you use it in combat? There are many layers to it, but many potentials to get an orb at a bad time, right? So you need to be pretty confident in your play.
Rockets being exchanged, the Hang will drop down that orb. CNZ rightfully hanging on to it until he got in the perfect situation. Of course, playing Ranger also makes it so that you take less self-damage from your own explosives. That, of course, helps out tremendously in these close quarter engagements where you can just get face to face with your opponent, giving them a big smooch and then a rocket plus orb for good measure. And that's exactly what CNZ did there as well. He has a stack advantage, but positionally tremendously outplayed right now. The Hang is up above. Good little rail. CNZ actually railable, sticking around a bit too long. Didn't want to run straight for the helpable, knowing that that would be a little bit of a predictable path to take. But the Hang nails him nevertheless.
Ooh, surprise attack. CNZ not really getting as much mileage off that orb as I think he wanted, and having the tribal almost instantly. The idea was there, but he just wasn't able to obtain that damage. Here comes the Hang, those rails. CNZ's going to have a rail of his own actually, so he knows he can have to show that quite a lot of respect. The Hang is the one that controls. We've said it so many times, that rocket was the money shot. Love it.
Yep, the Hang already getting a solid advantage, and now it is so important for CNZ to stop that liquid diesel engine from finally kicking into gear. He cannot allow his opponent to just cycle through the items. We know that the Hang virtually never, ever misfinds an item. This man is a human clock. If he gets control, he asserts himself around the center area of the map, there is so little you can do about it, especially when he's rocking the Doomsday. He's got that double jump to work with. He can just sit on that T portion of the map and hold that for as long as he might, constantly punishing CNZ every single time the Estonian shows his face.
I think the picks have absolutely favoured the Hang in this situation. That double jump's going to allow him to have this mobility to get to these items so much quicker than almost anyone else, and it is the item that the Hang is favoured for playing around. This is quite the classic The Hang match so far, where he's, for the past 3 minutes or so, he's been able to run this cycle. A fight's going to break out, but of course he's not going to push in. CNZ have the LG position at the very least. And the Hang's going to just play this carefully. A big push from CNZ and some pretty damn good rockets to boot. But the rail is good from the Hang. He's pretty notorious for rarely using his zoom as well, Mr. Hang. I'd love to see it. It's such a simple thing, but there's something that I really love watching about it. Just the flicks.
I think that was a bit of a disappointing encounter for CNZ though, because he had started so well on making a comeback happen. First, just by staying on the LG side of the map, getting small resources up to 100, and then just through clever positional plays, set up towards the Mega, and just cut off the Hang completely. His opponent couldn't make a move onto the item, because he knew that he had to push through a bad choke point to do so, and that gave CNZ the stack advantage to then move onto the heavy as well, and have a really sizable stack advantage. But still, the Hang holding his ground. Rail to the face repeatedly, so even shut down our B100 players' advance. Good little rail though, CNZ. Needs more of them, but it's a start.
The Hang absolutely in a favorable position. He's got the center of the map. That's a lot of information on Woken. And says go ahead to back out. Yeah, coming around the corner. The game of surviving with a fake. Ooh, maybe setting up a little bit of a trap. Using the jump pad and then popping that double jump. One of the underrated tools of Doomslayer, being able to use a jump pad and double jump almost instantly to fake out the movement.
Very patient plays by the Hang. He's actually a player that sticks around towards that bottom heavy machine gun area quite often, I feel like more so than many of the others. There's a lot of players who just completely avoid that area like the plague, but the Hang knows that there's a strong position on the map, gives you a lot of information as well as some decent escape routes if your opponent were to catch you out. And now the Hang, using that mobility from the Doomslayer perfectly, landing a nice rail. Every single time CNZ is picking up one of these major items, the Hang is right there to punish him. That timing perfect from the American. Ow! But the orb right back at you, CNZ says. Really good play from the Hang though, just waiting there, hearing his opponent jump down, and then he springs that trap to the LG. Once again an LG fight, and it's looking like the Hang reigning supreme though. CNZ unable to really get footing even when he gets a frag.
That has been a consistent problem. CNZ's frags haven't really meant as much as the Hang's. When the Hang gets one, he's near an item. He's able to establish dominance that lasts a few minutes of this exchange, this back and forth. This should by all means be another frag. But when CNZ lands one, the Hang's able to refrag within the next few seconds, and we're pretty much right back at square one. The way things are going, we're absolutely going to even things up now, 1-1. unless CNZ's able to pull off his comeback, isn't quite able to get it, and CNZ's not going to teleport to that because the Mega is spawned. He's been able to survive long enough to get an item that's bringing him back into this fight. He's definitely got time to finish as well. Only 4 frags in about 3.5 minutes. That's definitely doable.
The Hang, though, not in the greatest of positions right now. Outstacked quite severely, so one more rail should take him down. CNZ. I'm going to see a bit more aggression. CNZ was waiting down at the teleporter for a moment, hoping to catch the Hang running for that small armor. But the Hang, smart player, the accountant, very well practiced and seasoned veteran. He knows exactly what his opponent is up to. He just held back ever so slightly before jumping across, thereby evading a lot of the damage. That rocket is going to be more information than anything else, given how CNZ is just running the items right now. Perfect split on them too, around 15 seconds between Mega and Heavy. CNZ continues this. There we go. Aggressive push through the doorway. The teleporter rather. Copying exactly what Rafa did to him earlier. Slightly less effectively so this time, but nevertheless, these kinds of pushes are what's needed to keep the Hang on his toes. You need to start moving that stack. That is not the way to go about it, though.
A rocket from that far away when you're being chased, hitting for 97 is a damn good shot. And the Hang will continue to play this more reserved style of play as CNZ is swiftly running out of time. And the rockets continue to be a thorn in the backside. CNZ just cannot mount any kind of position here on the Hang. The benefit of the Hang is his double jump is helping him reposition faster. Always ready for a rail or a rocket. The rockets have been a real pain the past few minutes. We have less than 2 minutes on the clock. He's going to put himself in position for this Heavy, but the lack of HP that he's working with is not going to save him from a rail. That one little bubble might help, but this is still a fight that the Hang can win. What a rail as well, to put him even more behind than he was before. And the more behind you are, the more time you have to spend to lick your wounds, recover, get the stack back up, and that's time spent not fighting. And with less than 1.5 minutes left to go of this map, this has just been the Hang showing his dominance. A daisy for good measure, and I think this has to be a GG at this point. Unless there's a miracle comeback, I don't see it.
2 words, rockets and rails. That is all that the Hang needed. Of course, much more went into his game than that. Those were that would be the deciding factor in those final few minutes of this matchup. Every single time CNZ made something happen, the Hang was right there for him. Now, 4 frags, 1 minute. Boston in theory. But that mobility, the Doomslinger, so sneaky, slippery, evasive. He has absolutely no clue where the Hang is at. The Hang is just waiting basically around the Mega area, burning precious seconds off the clock, and it doesn't look like CNZ is able to do anything about it. And indeed, catch up with this little time left. There is just no way for the Estonian to catch up with the boy from Liquid. Looks like the Hang taking that first map loss in strides, resetting his composure, and taking it home on map 2.
Goes in for the Berserk for good measure at the very end. Rare footage of Berserk being used to escape for good results. Felt like Awoken was a map that he had a really good chance on. The Hang has been, sort of tournament proven to be strong on this map. It plays to his strengths, the quick levels of control you can play. He's always got a nice short and snappy rail, which means a great deal on Awoken, but the double jump is just insanely strong, and the orb from CNZ wasn't able to have as much presence as we do sometimes see. And a big part of that is that when CNZ's far away and he has even a shred of a chance to make something happen, the Hang hits a rail, the Hang hits a rocket, maybe 2. And any stack or chance that CNZ has built up, you click your fingers and it's just been taken away. So then he has to kind of spend that time rebuilding his resources back up to try and make the next push, and then the exact same thing happens again. The Hang's positioning was nearly flawless on that map.
CNZ definitely made a few precious mistakes here and there as we were watching the frags back, some of the highlights of this game. It is very clear sometimes his positioning wasn't quite on point. Like that first frag that he gave up sitting down towards that heavy nail gun, rather than just making his way through the teleporter right off the bat where there are health bubbles available, he stuck around trying to get that extra rail in, even though the Hang had secured the major item, and in doing so, he just dropped the frag for essentially nothing. And that is a big problem when you're playing someone as calculated as the Hang. If you make a mistake, he's going to pounce on it. He's going to make the best advantage he possibly can out of any flaw in your game. And so CNZ just dropped the ball a few too many times, and then by the time that he finally started hitting those shots towards the end, the Hang just ran away with the lead he had.
So let's have a quick chat about the next map, which is going to be Ruins of Sarnath. I do believe we're actually getting ready to load into it now, and the players have connected. Matchup-wise, a bit of an interesting one. Anarchy versus Ison. It's not one that you see every day. There's going to be that immediate stack difference, but on a map like Ruins, the mobility can mean so much in this kind of setting. If you do have the lead, and you're in that position where you can kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit and start playing more of a defensive game, that shift of gear, those fast champions really benefit from that. If they're the ones that are running away and you can't chase them, we have seen, even with a couple of minutes left on the clock, some champs, especially on a map like Ruins where there are so many possible ways you can go, you're just a real pain to chase down.
Absolutely, but of course there is a flip side to the coin when it comes to that. Picking a small, squishy, light champion on a map like this does come with a lot of downsides as well. Once you get out of control, it is so difficult to get back into the swing of things on the map that is Ruins. Why? Because you need to favor the small armors if you can't contest for the major items, and those two just so happen to be in really tricky situations on this map. If you want to take a small armor, you are exposing yourself on either the top or bottom area of the map. So many easy rails can be flying your way, so it is a risky play to go for them. So CNZ has to be careful not to drop control too early on, or the Hang can steamroll him.
Looks like we're checking things out from the Hang's POV first. And he has got a significant amount of health and a rail. Good weapons to start things out right now. And you can clearly hear Anarchy. He's always going to be the noisy boy. Yeah, his jumping sounds, his hoverboard, passive hum. Ooh, but he gets immediately pounced on by CNZ. But that is the defensive rocket that has been such an annoyance for CNZ all series long. And another one of them shuts down any hope of a push.
The Hang definitely in a bit of a stack advantage right now. Will be the first person to position himself down towards the heavy as well, CNZ. I don't think he's up for the challenge, for the task of moving in to contest. He should just set up for Mega, maybe try and land the rail. The Hang is even gonna go for it. Good positioning from CNZ. He heard the bounce pad, knew exactly how the Hang was going to approach that following situation. Didn't do any damage, but still, just the positioning, just projecting that presence was enough to push the Hang back. Rockets from the American are strong. CNZ losing a lot of footing. He has to be super powerful on the defensive right now. The Hang knows his opponent rather is eyeing that small armor, but CNZ cleverly avoiding going for it. Well played.
I like the fact that the Hang was as patient as he was near Nailgun, near Mega. I think he heard the injection get popped because of Anarchy's voice line. So you're kind of fair to assume, right, well, if he's popped injection, he's not going to be standing on Mega. He's likely reaching a little bit further, looking for an angle first. So he has to show it that respect. It is that level of optimization that makes players like Hang so successful in the world of competitive Quake, right? But 2 minutes on the clock, Hang keeping a stack advantage. Gotta say, not a lot has shifted so far. It looks like the way things began or the way things currently are, that is a really good rail to kickstart things. And does he get a good read of the light? Actually, Hang, I think he had the idea that CNZ was going to take that light, but CNZ's damage was able to match it. And the turret, watch out! The 2v1, flee! The turret, you love to hate to see it.
I mean, the turret, two main purposes, right? Information when your opponent walks on by, and also just to distract them and turning it indeed into what's effectively a 2v1 situation. And CNZ was caught out in between those 15 damage pellets from the one side and then the Hang's rockets from the other. Unable to do much about it, as the Hang now starting to rev things up a little bit. He's got a good rotation going on, 10 seconds between the items. Mega first and then a quick drop down to the heavy. TNZ should be so careful right now. He's already sitting up down below towards the heavy. Doesn't even have a full armor stack though, so if the Hang decides to just bully on through, TNZ would be a sitting duck. Good for him. He decides to turn around and evade his opponent for the time being.
To hang in the center of the map and the stack that he's currently working on. This is his advantage. It's now frantically. He's currently in the process of doing that. CNZ is going to try and make as little noise as possible. Here's the next set of items. Heavy first. Good opening rail. Turret gets dropped down. CNZ will not make the same mistake twice. This time he's going to show a ton of respect. Of course, he's had to sacrifice the heavy for this. Now there is a potential fight here, bit of a tricky one for the Hang to take while he's getting peppered down by that LG though. The tri-bolt starts, and a little bit of extra tri-bolt for good measure. Does he get the shout out, calling out the light armor? The Hang's going to steal it away this time. That's a bit of a blow for CNZ actually. CNZ wants to take this light in the back room. It is a risk. That one light being taken, I think, has put CNZ in a position where he can't really challenge these items. He's only just been able to get some armor, but this is the risk you take. Kind of stuck in no man's land, aren't you? So CNZ thought it was a risk he had to go for. Is he going to be able to fight the missed super shotgun? But the second one certainly doesn't, thanks to point blank. So much can stem from that one light being taken, but thankfully at least CNZ's on it now.
CNZ did a surprising amount of damage with the plasma right there. The Hang definitely has to take it slow and easy for the time being. Massively outstacked. It looks like CNZ will be able to not just secure the Mega, but the Heavy as well. The Hang, he might have heard the pickup, might have gotten time in as well. But now it's all about CNZ being able to catch the ice. And of course, Anarchy got far greater speed and mobility to work with, but the Hang, loving this positioning. He knows how weak Anarchy is against that super shotgun. And he's kind of counting, hoping perhaps that CNZ will drop down through those small winding corridors that he can use that weapon to the greatest effect. CNZ though avoids that situation like the plague. Instead takes the standard route to drop down and then forces the Hang away.
And there seems to be very much of the same taking place here, Flea. There hasn't been really a shift of gear from either side. The NZ will patiently wait for that one opportunity to push, and he's working on that opportunity with the amount of stack he's currently working on. Having both of these items, I think to Hang's content to let him have it for the time being. He's still not going to position himself for heavy. I like this idea from CNZ where he's not going to be too hooked on taking the heavy right as it spawns. That opportunity to push out and get some bonus damage first. That is really how you start to mount this comeback. CNZ has a lot of work to do versus a champion like this. He's able to just create this pressure. Here comes some LG. Mega spawns right as the frag takes place. To Hang with the perfect timing and confidence in his aim.
That's a shame. CNZ, he was really banking on catching that Mega at the right time, and if he had, that would have no doubt been a frag going his way. But now, 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Things are not looking up for the Estonia right now. He still needs more armor before he can contest. I don't think he has the rockets yet. The Hang sitting on those like a hawk. It's going to favor those close quarter engagements all the more right now. Still, he's going to have to give his opponent an opportunity to secure those other weapons as well. This is great from CNZ though, doing tremendous damage. The Hang missing every last shot of his. CNZ, can he pressure any further? Down to 10 points of health, but it looks like the Estonian won't chase just yet. Might be a bit of a mistake. He needs to land this shot. He will miss it, and the Hang will land two. Catch up, another wasted opportunity for CNZ. Back to the drawing board he goes, as it happens at such a bad time that the Hang is able to immediately capitalize and pick up the major item due to that superior positioning.
That is a catastrophic miss, because now we have less than 3 minutes on the clock. The Hang has been able to get so much stack on the back of that. And CNZ, as you said, he's kind of having to go back to the drawing board here. Hitting that rail would have spelled so much momentum, the chance to push. He would have been quite healthy too, so pushing straight off a spawn would have been possible. Speaking of pushes, we're finally going to see one, and he can't get a bonus rail. That would have been such an important rail for the Hang to land. The Mega is going to spawn now, CNZ. I mean, sure, he needs armor. He needs armor bad, but... yeah, he's about to spawn. Hang probably heard that, so that's information.
I think there were two of those blasts that's connected to. Now the Hang though, he doesn't have a lot of mobility to work with. He can play a bit more of a defensive game as CNZ with that increased speed that just comes from the Anarchy. he's in a pretty good position to chase him down. If the champion picks were reversed, this would have been incredibly difficult for CNZ to catch his opponent. Excellent use of the turret right there, forcing CNZ not to push into the room. If CNZ had rushed in, that turret would have been pelting him constantly in the back, and that is what Dang was counting on. CNZ had to turn around, give up some ground, but in doing so, he let his opponent pick up the Mega. Giving your opponent free stack this late into the game when all the pressure is on you is just about the last thing you want.
As like you quite rightly said, if the tables were turned and it was CNZ that had the lead, this would be a scary situation for the Hang. Because it is the Hang that's in the lead. CNZ is the one that has to use the speed to maybe chase down, but there's no way Hang's not aware of this exact situation, right? It's why his defensive positions have been so on point. Another good rail's gonna hit his mark. 2 rails! This is bad news for CNZ, who I'm pretty sure didn't expect him to double back there either, and I think that's gonna spell GG to Hang. His defensive shots have been too good. Nice call out on the spawn, and a cute little angle. Didn't get the shot, of course, but good idea. This Mega being taken, the stack is immense. On with the turret ready to rock, and that rail. This is just how you play that advancing game. To Hang, very likely to win. There's so much work and really no time to get it done here for CNZ. He needs to get these range shots, no damage in return, have enough stack to push as well, and he's just not equipped to do any of those things. To Hang has played this so well.
Absolutely, and he is hitting the shots when they matter the most, while CNZ is just dropping the ball when it comes to every one of those engagements. He had so many opportunities this map, catch up. It breaks my heart to see him miss those crucial rail shots time and time again, while the Hang just dances barely out of sight and then just retaliates with these tremendously painful rockets and rails. It happened on Rocket, it happened just now on Ruins as well at CNZ. There were a few signs of life in there, but the Hang basically ran with this map from start to finish, it felt like.
There's no way CNZ isn't at least a little bit kicking himself after that one, because it's quite like, just like you pointed out, we don't even really need to mention it because it was so out there, but that moment CNZ had, he hit 2 rails, he just needed to get the kill shot. He had plenty of stack to work with and he was in a position to get a good spawn as well, and he just missed the shot. And that one miss meant that to Hang got his base stack right back up to nice and healthy. Started to play that game of strong defensive positions for another time. This was when he actually got the frag, but look at the clock, right? 2.5 minutes. He was supposed to have got a frag a minute before that as well. That would have been the moment to push in. And it is tragic for him that he wasn't able to land it, but it's great for Hang, and he's probably feeling good as we go into our 4th map here.
Yeah, absolutely. That 41% railgun accuracy against the small and speedy Anarchy, I mean, that just says it all. The Hang constantly applying pressure, CNZ unable to retaliate. There were a few times where, as we discussed before jumping into the map, right, CNZ needed that small armor. Every time he made a move for it, where was the Hang? Ready to punish it. So often, we saw it time and time again. The Hang is down below, picking up heavy, goes up the bounce pad. CNZ is up there, trying to secure the small armor at the same time, and the Hang's like, oh hey, you're right here with nowhere to run. Let me either kill you or do so much damage that you have to continuously run away, and I can just keep gobbling up every single major item on the map.
There's that first time that actually happened, the Hang had shut down the light that was near Tribal, and obviously CNZ knew that, but there was no armor for him to take at all. So right as the Mega comes out, I think CNZ thought, wait, this is a free time, maybe I'll try and squeeze this one in. And by the time he's done that, the Hang is already there, and you're stuck at the point of no return. I think Ruins has at least a couple of those, right? You've got the one underneath near the light armor that the Hang shut down, then you've got the light that is near Super Shotgun. But that was yesterday's news. And when I say yesterday, I mean about 5 minutes ago. We're going into our 4th map now, Blood Covenant. This is make or break if you're in CNZ's shoes here. Is the Hang going to win this 3-1, or is this the point where we go to the decider?
Man, yesterday was only 5 minutes ago. Time flies from your head.
It does feel like that, you know? It's been a fast week.
It does. It has been a tremendous QuakeCon so far. Starting things off on the Hang's point of view, keep in mind this is a best of 5. If the Hang takes home this map, he will advance and CNZ will drop out of the tournament. All the pressure is on him. This is crunch time. He needs to take home Blood Covenant. Now he is playing Visor, so he has that piercing sight, which you can use as a bit of a hard counter against that invisibility that Nyx possesses. But on the other hand, you're also slow. You don't have the same mobility. Can't do those fancy wall jumps that Nyx is so adept at. And that is going to give the Hang a lot of free reign and movement around the map.
It's such a classic matchup, isn't it? The Nyx and the Visor always comes down to how the Visor player chooses to use their piercing sight. Some players like to use it as an answer to the Ghost Walk, some use it in spite of the Ghost Walk. Very much a player-by-player basis, but the Hang on the Nyx, it fits his methodical style so well. Play these game of strong positions, but that one time you get caught out where you'd otherwise get fragged, the Ghost Walk is ready to rock and roll. An initial breakout, but no damage either way. I doubt either player is going to push this one too hard. The Mega's ready to go. Lovely positioning from CNZ, who's already in position for Mega, and he wants to get some free damage first. The Hang.
Those were two beautiful vertical rails. Yeah, the Hang had to pop the Invis right there. He's actually really close to CNZ. The Estonian should push this. But the Hang rocket jumping away with 11 points of health. I don't quite think CNZ fully tracked his opponent's stack right there. After those two vertical rails, the Hang had next to nothing to work with. CNZ should have just absolutely chased at the moment the Hang reappeared.
This is scary because the piercing sight's been used and the Hang has no Ghost Walk. There's absolutely CNZ's going to chase this one down, and he's going to look to control the Mega once more. This is still not bad for CNZ. As long as he keeps a stack lead, the Hang has played an intelligent game. Just sitting pretty, building on that base stack. He's not going to push too hard to take anything that puts him over because it's more obvious, more risks involved, and he's playing it nice and slow until he becomes healthy enough that he can start playing the rail game once more. If he can hit uncontested rails, all of the stack that seems to be built up would be non-existent and not important. Okay, that rocket information more than anything. Oh dear, big fight, and the Ghost Walk. Can he escape? That is the question. CNZ, he has not been chasing very hard, but that's just CNZ's way. He's not an aggressive player.
The problem is that I worry how that might end up going for him. He came so close to killing the Hang twice already, and yet the American player from Liquid is still just running around as free as ever, getting back up to that base stack of 175 instantly. CNZ is no closer to getting fragged. The Hang even have the Ghost Walk at the ready once more. I feel like there's definitely been a few wasted opportunities, and the way that I can see this going is that if CNZ keeps wasting these opportunities and the Hang keeps doing that, it's just gonna backfire tremendously, because the Hang is just gonna play the passive game. He's gonna be very restrained and measured, reading his opponent very nicely, dishing out the damage in those rails. And then before you know it, a situation like this arises, the Hang landing some good shots. Luckily for CNZ, though, he manages to retaliate once, otherwise the Hang would have stolen heavy and gotten out so easily and so stacked.
The Hang, I have to say, he's been playing incredibly well to stay alive in all of these encounters. The fact that we're 3.5 minutes in and he's been at death's door about 3 separate times, yeah, it's his careful style of play. You don't always have to play for his larger items. Blood Covenant has plenty of pickups around the map.
And now he even has managed to steal away a Mega. The Hang, if he drops down to pick up that small armor, he'll basically have a stack advantage to work with as well. Heavy is up, he's eyeing it. DNZ, knowing that he isn't in the best of shape right now.
But CNZ's aware of the Hang's playstyle too. You're noticing that he's kind of leaving these items up now. He knows that the Hang's not pushing in for them and he's looking for range damage. So CNZ's kind of like, okay, well, if you want to do that, I'll just hit you first and then take it. He has been able to pick up the Mega though. Watching this from the Hang's point of view the entire time, he's having to play with extra caution as well because of the piercing sight. You always have to be on the expectation that when I go around this corner, there might be a rail in my face.
I think CNZ has definitely realized his mistakes from that initial few minutes. Leaving the Hang alive so many times while just going for the items time and time again. He's realized that that is not the way to go about this. He's giving his opponent too much room, too many rooms for error. Rails masterfully. CNZ now the one on the run. The Hang right above him. Can he catch his opponent out? CNZ, you don't want to go up to this heavy, brother. Makes the smart decision to turn around, and now to the drawing board. CNZ has to restack. He's only at half of his base armor, not even at 100 points of health. The Hang wants to turn this around quickly to a beautiful little flake right there, and that is going to guarantee him an uncontested Mega, as CNZ simply lacks the resources to make a move on it.
Now the tables have turned. The Hang is the one that leads the charge in terms of stack, but CNZ is going to have that all-important resource of the piercing sight. He's going to have the extra information. He's going to know how to stay safe here while staying safe. Likely that he's going to get information from this heavy if he used the piercing sight now, but it doesn't look like he did. It does seem like he's holding on to it. There it is. It has now finally been used. The question is, does Dahang know it's been used? Because there wasn't a lot of dead giveaways that it was activated.
I think Dahang's mouse just malfunctioned. He zoomed in. Catch him, did you catch him? Surely that can't be right as he pressures CNZ mercilessly, of course. Visor, not much to work with in terms of wait a minute. He has to get out quick. He knows that Dahang is shot. Yeah, rails exchanged. One more will kill either player. But Dahang gets the better recovery instantly with that heavy right behind him.
They're both able to somewhat stabilize though. Ready for the double jump. That is an impressive set of preparation there from CNZ. The fact that he had that angle set through the teleporter means he knows this matchup. This is bad news for Dahang. Only 7 HP left to go. A little bit of health thanks to the light, but we have to go back to where we began, but he's ready for the Ghost Walk. That was a clutch activation. Any later and he would have been toast. Woo. We're still at 0. I can't believe we're still at 0-0, by the way. I feel like we've had frags, but we haven't.
The amount of damage that has been exchanged for this to still be a tied game at 0 points is pretty obscene catch-up. Now, the items. Basically a perfect tie. Doesn't look like either player will be able to establish control of this. We've seen control exchange hands a few times. It's mainly been CNZ. At least at the beginning of the game, he's been running the items, but unable to make anything happen with it.
I actually think this might be an interesting setup. Dahang heard that piercing sight, and he's going to know that it's down for a fair while. So if he wants to use an aggressive Ghost Walk to get that surprise attack, especially now he's got heavy, he has a higher success rate of doing this now because CNZ can't just re-answer back with a piercing sight to shut us down. He's still got 20 seconds. I do wonder if Dahang is going to continue to hold it, or whether he's going to use that downed piercing sight to his advantage. Looking like it's going to be a bit harder to do it now, though. Some tri-bolt damage to undo most of that heavy progress. The longer it stays 1-1, the higher of a chance CNZ tends to have, though. Remember, his clutch factor displayed yesterday, his patience all the way until the bitter end, has led him to this far in the bracket. If we go into sudden death, I'd always say that maybe it favors CNZ. Oh, the miss! That's information as well.
Oh. This has been the longest stand-up in this situation I've ever seen. Tri-bolt finally meeting rail. Both players breaking away. Looks like Dahang. Extremely good read from the American right there. Heavy is actually still up. CNZ, if he goes to the bounce now, he might be in trouble. Now he takes the right route to secure himself this piece of armor at least. This might as well be overtime catch-up.
Sezon grillowy. Sezon mistrzów. Wy wiecie, że nie ma grilla bez kotlina. Mistrzowie marynowania.
Tournament all together.
Little did we know that this has pretty much been sudden death for 9 minutes, the way things have been going. Dahang, he needs to be able to get some light. That one rail, I mean, pretty much means there's nothing CNZ can do to stop that. He's going to get an even bigger burst of it thanks to the heavy Dahang. He's not going to rocket jump. He's going to keep as much stack as possible. And here comes the potential attack. Has to use the Ghost Walk to go through the LG. That would have been scary to get caught in that position. But Dahang knows Ghost Walk's ready. We can afford to make the chase.
Good escape from CNZ right there, turning to the right and jumping through that doorway. That made it so that if Dahang had decided to follow, the American would have to push through that dangerous choke point, and a barrage of rockets would no doubt be coming his way. So instead, he decided not to risk it, instead just turning around, repositioning himself cleverly, heavy as a pickup, while CNZ takes away the Mega. Now Dahang had an advantage, had the better stack and rotation for a while there, but CNZ cleverly managing to reset it by positioning himself in a way that Dahang couldn't realistically chase him through with the Ghost Walk.
And we are, by all accounts, entering sudden death. This is going to be a 1-frag Blood Covenant. Not the first time we've seen it. It seems like a quick Pro League Finals thing to have these kind of situations. Now, this is where the patience gets tested all the way through. The opening rail from Dahang. If he gets a second one of those, it's not. It's answered back by CNZ. With both of these items being right for the taking, is someone going to push it, or are we going to both take one each? It looks more likely that that's the path we're going to take. A tiny delay between the two items, so There is going to be that nature of a player maybe breaking the cycle. Scary to do so in a sudden death situation where one frag is going to be the decider. But remember, the pressure really is on CNZ here. He's 2-1 down to Dahang. If Dahang wins this and gets this frag, he will be moving on and CNZ will be out of the World Championship. But if he wins, we're going into a final map. Chat, if you prefer either of these two players, let us know right now. There might not be much time left!
That defensive rocket was so clutch from CNZ. If he had missed that one, I think Dahang would have chased. Now Dahang, of course, is a bit more comfortable taking these aggressive encounters because he knows he still has the ghost walk up. When it comes down to it, if a situation turns bad, Visor has nothing to help him out, whereas Dahang, with that invisibility, can escape, reposition, restack very easily. So he will probably be playing this a little bit more aggressively than his opponent CNZ. Quick use of the Ghost Walk right there. This is not bad for CNZ. Manages to force out that ability, and now he has a window for action.
Prioritizing it so he stays near the hourglasses, though, shaving off a considerable amount of time from the cooldown. It's already going to be back in 20 seconds, and as the heavy is right for the taking, 15 seconds, he's going to have that utility ready to rock. I like how Dahang was able to manage this. He's going to have Ghost Walk a little bit before CNZ actually has the piercing sight. Not that I really think it's going to mean much. Dahang in sudden death, it looks like he's more likely to hold on to it. Misses the rail shot. CNZ looking for another one. That is a really big rail to land. Watch out, Dahang. Making us all wobble with that one. That was a clencher.
Situations where you change things up when you have to, and he had the opportunities. Dahang was sub 50 HP numerous times, but he just wasn't able to just push on through, and instead favored getting positioning or items when he really should have gone for the frag.
Well, I think we all need to recover on the back of that one, and I got to give shouts to CNZ for his journey this weekend. We'll touch on it a little bit more in a couple of minutes' time. We're going to go for a quick break and set up the future of the stream. Don't go anywhere. Quake World Championships Sunday. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Quake World Championship. This is day 3. That's finals day, and we're here with the winner of the last matchup, DeHang. Tim, thank you for joining us. It's good to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Before we talk a little bit about the Quake World Championship, you're a player who, has built his own legacy. You've been playing for quite some time across several different Quake titles. And, I'm just really curious to hear where do you feel like you are at in terms of your skill set, in terms of how much you have developed over these many, many years, and in terms of kind of where you're at now?
That's a good question. I mean, I've been playing a long time. I feel like I do most aspects of the game very, very good in terms of my execution, but I wouldn't give myself like a 10 out of 10 in any particular area, like aim, timing, mechanics, positioning, things like that, quickness, movement. But I think I do a lot of things very well. And these days it really comes down to just like, because everyone is so evenly matched, it ends up being who just executes that 5% better that day, and that's who ends up on top.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking of which, your opponent CNZ, and we'll talk specifically about the matchup in a second, but kind of proved exactly what you talked about. Fought through Challenger, it fought all the way kind of through to earn the spot here, and then you had to go up against. So you're going up against someone like CNZ, who may not have the same level of legacy in terms of just what's happened this season. You're still taking those types of matches like one step at a time.
Yeah, exactly. And he had one hell of a run. His bracket was very difficult. Making it to the semifinal winner bracket side. It doesn't get any better than that going into day 3. So, really good job by him. He's one to look out for in the future.
Definitely, we've been impressed by him this weekend, but impressed with Mini. Just like you said, everyone's playing great. It comes down to that execution, that 5% you're trying to grab in the middle of the match. And let's talk a little bit about the match, because game 1 went in favor of CNZ. And you start a best of 5 series like that, you lose the first game, it's not the end of the world, but that was still a close one. Mindset change, anything on your strategy or any way you were approaching the game change as you went into game 2, 3, and 4?
Same overall approach. I played a little sloppy in terms of some of my choking off the opponent, and also when I had an opportunity to offset on Corrupted Keep, the first map, Heavy and Mega, I never actually did it. So it was like they were constantly within 2 or 3 seconds of each other in terms of the timing. So coming from like a 2-3 frag deficit, I wasn't able to create an opening kind of the traditional way by just controlling the items. And I kind of got punished for not executing well there. And then I just, same overall mindset, just made sure I didn't do that specifically again, which it's a lot harder to do on Awoken because the rail's at play, and that throws things off. But yeah, just gotta take the loss and move on to the next map.
So I want to talk about map 4 a little bit. Nail biter down to the final moments. I think it went about 3 or 4 minutes into overtime. Was there any point in those final moments, because it was very close from where we were sitting, and I'm sure you'll go back and review the tape on that one, but any point in that matchup where you thought, oh, I'm screwed, I might have dropped this map?
Yeah, I mean, toward the end, like maybe 30 seconds, a minute into overtime, I forgot the exact timing. I mean, he definitely had the upper hand. And I think he caught me at LG when he was at Megapad and I hit a rail and he didn't hit a rail. And that gave me a little more breathing room. But I mean, it was just, constant back and forth. So I was on the ropes for a moment there.
Well, congratulations with that 3-1 victory. Two members from Maestro. We've got 2 members from Team Liquid, 2 Team Liquid players at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all want to win really badly. You know, I'm just very grateful for Team Liquid's support, and so to represent them to the fullest and, you know, hopefully take the whole thing, that'd be great. They also have Rafa, so I know Team Liquid's excited, and hopefully we both get top 2. It'd be nearly a LAN final for us.
Yeah. Well, Tim, thank you so much. Good luck on your upcoming matches. You'll be going up against the winner of Chain versus Razy. I'm sure you'll be keeping a close eye on that one. But thank you for the entertaining games, and good luck for the remainder of the day.
Thanks, Sweet. Take care.
Take care, Tim. Talk to you soon. Let's bring the panel back and talk a little bit about that. We got to hear some comments directly from Dehang on that, but Lethal, definitely excited. Anytime there's chatter post-game in comms, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's going to be good. Lethal, your thoughts on that 3-1 victory with Dehang over CNC?
The whole story of that was CNZ needed to increase the tempo, especially on maps 2 and 4. But going to map number 1, CNZ did a great job. He was keeping his distance throughout the entire time, waiting for the first mistake, but also contesting the items, hiding around the top red room for the majority of that game. Map number 2, Dehang played very methodical, keeping CNZ guessing with Doom's double jump, just faking a lot of the audio cues to hold time, holding it back on so many different occasions. But even on map number 3, again, using the turret to its full extent, and we know how hard it is to kind of keep away from that turret, especially around the heavy area. It's very difficult to contest, but everywhere Dehang went, he made sure that turret was in the best placement possible. But the main thing is he did it early. But map number 4, if there's any time CNZ wanted to increase the tempo, that was the main map. There was at least 5 or 6 occasions, even at the second to last engagement. I was a little bit worried for Dehang. He had 15 seconds left till the Ghost Walk. The 3 hourglasses were up. He decided not to pick him up in the end. Managed to get away, but in the end, CNZ just dropped a little bit. It just seems like, I feel like that could have been a 5 or 6-0 victory for CNZ if he just increased the pace and his movement.
Yeah, Ketchupflea, you were watching from the sidelines, and I think tempo was one of the things that was brought up there in the intermission chatter that was going on. You want to expand on that at all?
I was just a huge fan of Dehang's Nyx usage. He has a style with Nyx that fits him really well. He does like to play extremely calculated, and I'd even mentioned it right as the map began, that the Ghost Walk, where the moment you get caught in a bad position, Nyx is kind of that get out of jail free card. Not to sound disrespectful, it's just the kind of utility that she brings. Sure. And how many times did Dehang get either caught in a position or decide to make some kind of push that he knows he has the safety net of the instant invincibility that allowed him to either push a little bit, take one of the items, or just survive, that led to that one frag map. I loved it every step of the way, and it's a real celebration for how skilled and composed Dehang can truly be.
Yeah, I think Dehang played that absolutely perfectly, the final match at least, but still, that was more CNZ's loss than Dehang's win up until the very end, I felt like. As Lethal said, that could have been a 5-6-0 victory for the man from Estonia. So many opportunities, never managed to capitalize off of it. I just feel like he's going to be very disappointed about that one, and we could have been so close to seeing that 5th and final map.
Yeah, and here's the brackets as they've been updated. CNZ had a great run. Unfortunately, his trail does end here, but I don't know, a studio round of applause for fighting your way through elimination and challenger all the way to there. Falling to an opponent like Dehang, he was second throughout the last stage as well. Still a mighty effort from CNZ. Impressed with what we've seen, and even Dehang had some kind words to say. Watch out for CNZ. In the future. So we've got our next matchup, Chain versus Razy, that is right around the corner, and that's going to set up whoever Dehang's next opponent will be. Meanwhile, we've got Wenger and Rafa waiting patiently up top for their moment to go head-to-head. But let's talk a little bit about Chain and Razy as we enter into this next best of 5. What are your thoughts, right? I would say, just throwing it out there, Chain has shown some good play, maybe not the same level of consistency that, Razy has shown. Razy did fall to Wenger, his own teammate, who is now sitting in the winner bracket final. Thoughts on this matchup?
Poor Chain, from one Maestro man to another. I think Razy and Wenger had a much closer matchup in comparison for what we see before, but Chain did look really good. The only problem was he was giving away very early frags. He's always on the chase. We haven't really seen him much in the lead and see what he can do with the map control, but I think Chain's going to play a little bit more cautiously depending on the champion picks.
For lack of a better term, I'm a little bit worried for Chain in this. Chain has had an incredible run, and he's done such a great job of really cementing himself at the absolute, top end of the Americas leaderboard, as far as I'm concerned, because he's able to consistently prove, and has done for the past few stages, just how good his climb to power has been. But the last time I recall Razy and Chain going head-to-head in a competitive setting, it was kinda ugly. Razy really ran away with it. He did manage to get the clutch in, though, back then, and as far as I'm aware, I don't think he's got the clutch today, but we are moments away from finding out what the picks and bans will be. But if we're going by history alone, Razy has a really good chance to move on.
Yeah, I'm looking at the lobby right now, and even though we don't know the picks and bans yet, Razy is standing there proudly as the robot, so I hope for Chain's sake. No, he hasn't!
There we go!
Indeed.
No way!
He has it at the ready, so that means that Razy gets to start off map 1, Awoken playing clutch, his famous champion, no doubt that he is the best player in the world at that particular champion. But on the other hand, Chain actually seems to have taken a page from Rafa's book by picking the Athena, which we've seen used against clutch rather, but to great effect.
What a filthy way to start the first map. Awoken and clutch. Like, what more could you ask for here? What a start. Razy's pretty much laughing at this point in his chair, probably. But looking at the second map as well, Chain does have the Eisen. Nodzi has the top mid control and the mega setup. He should be okay, depending on if it gets that early frag. But yeah, it should be a lot of close games here, depending on how things will go. But Ruins as well, kill versus slash. That should be a fast one.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny to see that. Maybe it is just like, well, this is a best of 5, right? A best of 3 that's a little bit rougher. I don't know if you do take that out of the equation, right? Does it throw off another pick later on? I mean, hard to say. We've seen a couple of consistencies with a few different players throughout this, and this is one consistency that everyone seems to just let continue to happen.
I mean, I'm looking at the matchup, and the fan of the individual champions in me is at least happy that we get to see some champions that really are that extension of a player's in-game personality. The clutch for Razy speaks for itself. But Chain, he's got a fan favorite Athena. He was one of the first players that we really saw starting to, no pun intended, champion this pick and really get good results. A lot of players would use Athena in the Pro League, and it was kind of wishy-washy. She just wouldn't really accomplish much. But then, over time, on the maps that she can thrive, Chain was one of those first players that really put her on the map, and it's a battle of specialists on that first map for sure.
Actually, to add to that as well with the Athena, he's got a better chance of baiting out the shield, and then he'll have a window of opportunity to try and at least tackle down Razy. That seems to be a possible game plan for him.
That's a interesting thought, and I'm excited to kind of see what will happen here in Game 1. Certainly, this is going to be a series about momentum, talking a little bit about their previous history. If there was ever a place to step off on the right foot, Chain grabbing that Game 1 would probably change the tune, right? A level of confidence, a level like, okay, the past in the past, we're here and now. But still, I think, going to be a pretty tough matchup as well. Real quickly, because we're about to jump in the game, any predictions here?
Razy 3-1.
Same.
I'm going to say 3-0.
Oh.
All right. Well, the predictions are in. Lock yours in as well. We'll find out from our casters here in a moment what they think. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us for day 3 here, the finals day of the Quake World Championship. Let's kick it off to our casters, ZSX and 40 Lions.
40, let's raise the roof because this map will be off the chain. Do you agree this will be a 3-1, 3-0 for Razy?
Give me a second to cringe real quick. No, I'm so proud of you. I don't know. It's hard. This is going to be really, really rough for Chain. I don't know how the clutch got through. It might be a bloodbath. Let's just start off here as we're going live. Razy wants to start off with a bang chain, does have the Athena, and right off the bat, shotgun blast, the chase is on. Good defensive rail, but the stack is just too high, and no! Okay, that's one way to start it.
Let's go next. No read. First frag with the gauntlet, and the pressure is unrelenting, and I'm afraid we've seen this story before. I think it was Athena chain picked against Razy with clutch on a Woken at stage 2, and I'm not gonna lie, I still have nightmares about that match, let alone chain, because it was one of the worst beatdowns I've seen in Quake history. And that's not the start chain in Vintage, I'm sure, when he enters this engagement.
This is just brutal. Maestro after Maestro, quick starts as well, always putting chain down. I saw what Wenger did earlier. Razy just coming off where Wenger left off here. This is nicer now. The chain kind of put a little bit of a halt to it, but Razy, I mean, Razy would be the player to start a duel off with a gauntlet kill, wouldn't he?
It would, and it's with Razy. He's one of the players that I don't even know if he does it deliberately, but he takes that level of mental torture to another level. You know, most other players would finish it off with a shotgun and just move on, but Razy has to find a way to immediately hit you, pound you into the ground, and it actually really does play a big role in these type of games. People just don't want to go up against Razy.
Absolutely brutal. I think you're absolutely right. I think it is on purpose. He knows what he's doing, and he's so damn good at it too. That stack on that Astro Van is so huge right now. Chain needs to get out of here. Razy doesn't want to go through the choke point just yet, wants even more of a stack so he can tank anything the Chain throws at him. Just missing out on that jump. Being very fortunate for the time being, but again, that's not going to stop Razy. Have you ever seen a robot stalk a spray? This is exactly what's going on right now.
No, nor have I seen a Fridge taking this much speed around a map either. And what is the game plan here for Chain? I think it has to be keep away, has to play the rail game. We've seen success in the past with Athena, notably with Rafa, but that was blood coming out. That was a completely different setup in terms of the map. Way more verticality. Awoken, corridors, you can sneak up on your opponent, you can fly your opponent, and you can get in their face, and that's what Razy wants to do. He wants to close the gap. And use that shotgun, use those close range. Just look at the stack, it's unbearable at the moment.
Starting off brutal here. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Razy, pop the shield, get up close, get out that shoddy Pippin, and just Campbell's chunky soup away at the light champion. Athena is great, but doesn't have that verticality on this map, like you said. And I think with the dash, I mean, it's pretty even. So this is up to Chain to figure out some way to fight back here. The rails from distance are going to be decent. He needs to keep hitting them just like that. That's the opening that he needs. Razy has been doing a good job up until this point of grabbing the items to keep that stack up. So this is kind of Chain's way back in. Just get one more rail, that would be huge right now.
See what Razy's doing here. He's one of the best. And this is why he's such a great clutch player, because as much as we see clutch flying around the map and imposing himself on his opponent, it's about these periods of downtime when you're vulnerable and there is no shield up. And it's how do you play around that weakness? And as you see, Razy plays it slow, uses the information, and he takes the jewel as if he was any other champion. Only when it's the right time does he go in. He's missed that item, so he won't want to commit, but a back-to-back rail does open the door for that final leap of faith. And the shotgun will be the weapon once again to take down the Athena.
And then tactics aside, when he needs to, the aim is on as Razy 5-0 up.
It's a great point. I mean, it is the aim that opens up the door for these type of situations. I mean, Razy is best known perhaps for his tracking, but it is his rail that is the key factor in all of these engagements. It's back-to-back rails, and then that allows him to use that shift ability to get in his opponent's face. So, whilst he makes it look easy, it's the combination of all those factors that makes that pressure insurmountable.
It's just crazy watching Razy get all over the map with this robot. Just such clean movement. Barely missing out on that rail, but he does have a shotgun and a shield, and he's got a plan. Chain needs to get out of there, forcing him to the LG side of the map. It's a matter of time.
To Chain's credit, it's only 5-0. So yes, there is a long way to go in this map, but he hasn't given up too much of a lead. Razy smells that his prey is low, and he's just been chipping away at it the whole time.
Chain very fortunate with that rocket pushing clutch back here. The LG into heavy machine gun, great damage, Chain on 25 HP. Razy just looks so comfortable chunking with that shotgun and then into the rail. Fantastic shot again as he waits on this Mega, and the cycle continues.
Cycle continues, and that push leads to desperation. This one less so, but unfortunately, once again, the shotgun switch is the right decision as Razy is moving around carefree at the moment. Chain has got a blow, but Razy's already back to at least starting stack and is looking punchy to take this next Mega. And it does feel that Chain is getting more and more desperate in all of these types of engagements.
Just brutal. Just brutal. There's a good rail again. We've seen him hit those, but there is the Mega pickup and the shield again. Another great rail. But the shotgun jump from up close.
Have nasty Razy.
You ever see the sit where Ralph? Oh man, he's already dead. Stop! He's already dead. I know. 9-0 ZSX. I don't know about this. This is a horrific start for the Canadian players.
Just a little bit, and I'm not entirely sure there was going to be another outcome to this engagement. It is on the American server, so one can assume that Chain had first pick, which meant Razy had first ban and allowed Razy to pick the clutch. So, you just chalk this one up to Razy's pretty damn good on the clutch, particularly when you put it on a working.
Yeah, the name of the game is just never let Razy play clutch at all here. Chain trying to make something happen, can't run away, and the robot will find you another frag. 12-0 now.
Could you imagine, if this was real life and you were just chilling in the park and then suddenly out of the bushes comes a 50-ton robot flying at you?
Going outside is hilarious. How dare you? No, that would be terrifying. And, being down 12-0 is terrifying here. I'm sure Chain mentally has probably checked out, maybe been thinking about the next map already. And I wouldn't blame him. 3 minutes left. It seems insurmountable at this point. That's a great rail. He is very low right now, but again, Razy has all these resources to work with, and he needs this frag right now as Chain pushes in. He's so weak in the shotgun again, coming in clutch for Razy. Pun intended.
Is weak, but problem is, even as Athena, Razy's out-railing the light champion. It's quite remarkable. That's probably the most impressive thing when I see these matchups, is that people go light and they try and use their own speed and ability to get around Razy, but obviously he's faster, and he's outgunning them. It's just disgusting.
That was the forbidden dance right there. I don't know how Razy stayed alive. That was incredible. Chain was peeking over the edge. Like I said, he didn't catch him out, didn't have the weaponry, but Razy stays alive and getting seconds closer.
Well, that's a jump
shot.
And Henry. And yeah, this is the time where, I was about to say, this is the time where your corner, your manager throws in the towel for you, says, please have mercy, don't do this anymore.
Don't kill my boy, please. He's like, you need to get out of the game. He's like, I got this, coach. No, you don't. Just stop. Just stop. You're gonna hurt yourself.
I think, Chain will not leave the game, but I'm sure he's checked out, gone to refresh and evaluate. I don't even know, this is the type of game. What do you evaluate? What's the problem? Razy pick clutch. Cool.
Yep. Chalk it up to Razy pick clutch. And look at that view. Razy's just like, I'm just a guy. I'm just a robot, just hanging out. Brutal. Absolutely brutal, man.
I don't know. The closest we've seen to the counter to this, if you will, was Venga playing that Ranger. He clearly had a strategy, and he came close. It was a huge difference. Razy ended up edging it in the end. So it shows it is doable, but let's not forget that these two counters together counters out. So Venga has a much more intricate detail of how Razy plays it and how to expose it. And when the clutch goes wrong, it looks awful. So we saw that with Garpy CNZ. There are times and places where you can expose the weaknesses of the clutch. And Chain does not have that answer.
Didn't have the answer there. I mean, again, I go back to the way these maps have started for Chain, both in the series with Wenger and now with the gauntlet kill against Razy. It's pretty brutal, and Chain has to do his best to just mentally reset and be like, that was just a clutch thing. That's it, I swear, and get back into this map, because that is a rough start.
I just think Athena has such a small margin of error. Like, at least if you have a Scale Bear or a Sorlag or a Keel, we saw Keel against Crazy with, I think it was Clutch as well. Like, at least you have that foundation to build off and just run at your opponent to try and man fight them. But the Athena, as we saw, like Razy was hitting more rails on the Athena than Athena was hitting on Clutch. So there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, he hit all the rails he needed to, but Clutch just huge stack, plated armor on that robot, and yeah, you hope to see Chain bounce back and try and fight back for this, because it's starting to creep into my head. There could be a world where he kind of goes 0-6, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. He doesn't need that. Oh, the double dose of Maestro is just too strong.
I mean, the panel said 3-0, 3-1. What is your prediction?
I feel like Chain could... I would wipe that map clean. That didn't happen, right? Let's forget about what just happened. The series starts now. I feel like Chain can put up a map, at least. I believe in the kid. The comeback kid will put up a map, and those are probably famous last words, but here we're just seeing the highlight reel of Razy. It's Shotgun Central, and just really well played by Razy. I mean, not taking anything against him. Just again, as we mentioned before, just because you pick Clutch doesn't mean you automatically get a win. You have to know how to use that champion. Razy by far the best in the world on Clutch, and proving time and time again, ban it if you can. Get it out of there. Maybe even start counter picking it if you can't ban it. Just get it out of his hands, because he is a monster.
He is rather scary. We're going to move on to Vale, which is Chain's pick. Ison against Doomslayer on the EU server. Chain is definitely exceptional on this map. We saw him play it yesterday to incredible effect. He has such creative use of the angles on the map and understands in detail how to play it. I think he even picked Ison, so we've seen him come to the fore there. Razy with the Doomslayer. I'm sensing more aggression from Razy.
Yeah, aggression, and then since you're up close and personal, a lot of rocket fights, so the double jump can aid him in kind of missing some of those direct and splash damage. I'd really like to see Chain set up those turrets over by the Mega. That seems to be super effective, kind of protecting the tele exit and just causing chaos when you try and go up there and actually fight for the Mega, and that's exactly what Chain needs to do. He needs a good start to the map, be it slow, be it getting a frag early, but just do not give up a frag early. It's happened far too much. Please do not start playing from behind. It's just not going to be good. So that's what I'm hoping for his sake.
Yeah, poor Chain has started 4 maps on the row now, conceding a frag within the first 30 seconds. So it's been an uphill battle the whole time against Maestro. I do feel, though, that his style just struggles against Razy. Obviously, he's developed a lot as a player since he last met him in a tournament environment. But even still, the way in which Razy plays, he likes to be on the front foot and get into Chain's face. It does counter Chain's slightly more reserved rail-based style. And even when Chain wants to play that rail-based style, as we just saw with Razy, he's quite happy to resort to playing that man fight battle with the rail, and he often comes out on top. So Chain definitely needs to adjust somewhat. And obviously, this is going to be the map to do it. His home pick, he has Ison. And he has to make something happen now if he's going to stay in this event.
This one is going to be medium on medium champ, but I have this lingering feeling that Razy's still going to start off super aggressive. I feel like he's in his head a little bit, especially after that gauntlet frag. I don't think he fears anything. The God Slayer, he just wants to get this over with. This is just another day at the office for him. Chain, send Chain your energy in the chat as we're going to go live on map number 2 on Vale between these two. Razy versus Chain. Chain fighting for his life here.
Rank 7 versus rank 8. And already we have an engagement straight away. Razy pulling out, bullying Chain away. And once again, Chain's going to go down very early here. He might be lucky and get away just for now. The rockets are good, but he's missed out on both major items.
That's still huge. The fact that he stood his ground and forced Razy off is a victory. I mean, it's small victories, right? Start off small.
What is
give
it?
Up full control, but
with Chain and starts. What is it? It must be reflecting and saying, what am I doing wrong?
it feels like he's just getting bullied. That's it. Like, he's not expecting that kind of aggression. On that one, he did. He got a little bit lucky with the good defensive rockets, and he had obviously the rocket available to him, which helps immensely. He needs to be careful. There's the turret as Razy gets the high ground. He can deal with the turret easily.
No.
Oh no. And he's back away from that. That could have been disastrous there as he pushes through the telly.
Interesting push by Chain, maybe thinking Razy was moving on earlier than he was, and he missed out completely on that mega. Got free, taken away, and stolen by Razy, as is the heavy, and Chain is now vulnerable. Chain, this is the time where Razy wants to push, but he also wants to evaluate the best course of action. Razy, extremely creative in the way in which he approaches fights, often catching his opponent off guard, and Chain is just retreated to the catacombs, doesn't want to show his face. So Razy says, that's fine, but early days, I don't want to lose this stack.
And that heavy deals with the turret without issue, almost getting that rail, threading that needle here. Good fake jump. Take the rocket and avoid it, and this is the slow start that I think Chain needs. Nothing crazy. Crazy. Holding on to the upper ground, that information from that rocket is going to give Chain kind of an exit strategy here, as he knows exactly where Razy is. Razy's doing a great job of maintaining high ground until he absolutely needs to drop, and he finds his prey. Can he hit the shot? Very patient with the rail, but neither player will land some damage. Again, another cycle goes to Razy.
Another cycle indeed. Chain setting up for this mega, and this is a good chance for him to do some damage to Razy, as Razy's on the low ground and Chain set up perfect. He's got that turret in position. He himself is perfectly placed. Razy using the speed boost through perfect rocket to rail. The turret is going to get in the way, and doesn't matter. Razy just hops up above it and picks up that first frag with relative ease. I really loved the use of the teleport speed.
That was beautiful. He knew exactly how the defense was set up. He read it perfectly, and he capitalized. And Chain will get a heavy, but at what cost? As the LG float from down below is so strong. A little bit of rocket damage with a follow-up rail hit. LG's out instead. Razy's still hunting. Tri-bolt from down below. Sending Chain packing it towards the rail room. Can he get away? The shotgun almost chunking him there, as we saw so much use of that on the first map. But Razy wins out on the mega, and that's good enough for him. With the heavy coming up, Chain can't really fight for it. Maybe set up for a rail if he's lucky, but it doesn't look like he's going to be around.
No, he shouldn't be around, as we've seen the power of Razy when he gets that stack and he finds Chain in the vicinity. Chain's already setting up for this mega, but it is very early. I'm not sure if Chain has miscalculated that timing, because he seems to be standing on it, and Razy's going to be pushing in here, realizing that Chain is around. Nice rail and dropping out the way. It does allow Razy an easy pickup here. Oh no, Chain gets booted to the air, and the combo is there, and an easy finish. Chain, realizing he was going to die, wanted a last lick of damage, can't even get that. I do feel that Chain needs to just craft more substantial openings. I mean, that was a vulnerable position to be in, and Razy understood what his opponent's up to.
He thought he could make him ride the lightning. Razy with a great rocket rail shotgun combo, just hitting everything. Very unfortunate for Chain, but still early, only down 2. This was the slowest game that we've seen on Chain's end, which again is good, but Razy is just so dominant right now, full control of the map again, maintaining high ground, only really dropping down to pick up that heavy. You can see the rails from Chain are good, but unfortunately they seem to be right before the major item, so it's all useless damage.
And if you looked at Razy's heat map, this is pretty much the first time he's been out of that central area. As you rightly say, his positioning has just been so alpha, and it's forced Chain away, but for the first time they did exchange rails, and Chain has won himself a scarce item. They're going to contest here over the heavy. Razy's got the low ground, and Chain's going to find it difficult to get up there. The double jump is not enough, as Razy's taken a lot of damage. He is very much railable. He snuck himself away, but Chain, being low himself, is skeptical about making any sort of advances. He's going to come on through, but he eats a rocket for his troubles and shouldn't be pushing through here, because Razy is now healthy and will pick up the mega. And despite the good work of Chain, he needs to start from square one.
All undone rather quickly there, and Razy does a great job of dealing with the turret immediately. Doesn't want to fall for any shenanigans here from Chain, as Chain taking position down by that lower jump pad. Good rail, but again, the heavy's right up there, so again, you hit those rails, but you're giving up the items right after. You need to try and find a way to hit those rails after the item.
Exactly. This is the problem, is that he's not doing enough in and around the pickups. It's a single rail here or there, and as you rightly say, it's generally just before the added pickups. Now, for the first time in this map, more or less, Razy is vulnerable. He will have to back off here. Chain should be able to get onto this heavy. I'm sure Razy will be trying to hit a rail, but now he's going to be vulnerable. Chain knows he can push in. He's gone through the high ground. Now it's going to come out. Razy's been cornered here. Chain should be pushing in, and he does. He wants to get a relatively clean kill, and that is nice. Right in time for the heavy, right in time for the mega. Might even rocket jump up to try and get it. Razy's in position. He hasn't got any weaponry though.
A little bit unfortunate for Chain, did have to give up the mega, but still he put a frag on the board. He's firmly planting his feet in this one, not gonna let it slip away. Still down by 1, but looking a lot more solid here as he's patrolling this rocket area. Doesn't want to give up anything for free, makes the jump. Always terrifying to see that.
Yeah. I am somebody who would miss that and then try to score.
I wouldn't judge you at all as Razy jumps down. It's a good rail from Chain there. Again, the mega giving Razy that overstack. Stack's about even, all things considered. The turret's going to be up shortly. Yeah, Chain's got to know that rockets are in possession. If he didn't already, Razy with the flare right there, zooming past his head. Still up 1 frag, 7 minutes in. This is getting a little tight here.
It is indeed, but Chain's done a good job to stabilize. Obviously, how much control Razy had for the first 3 or 4 minutes. To not give away any more frags than he did is a feat unto itself. So, step 1 is complete for Chain. It's about now how he can maintain control of himself. Try and get the items speed a bit more, which is exactly what he's doing. Next objective will be trying to steal away the heavy. He drops down, but he doesn't actually take the mega, and now he's rocked himself away from the mega. Overcomplicating that situation. And that feels bad, because now he needs to retreat. He shouldn't be killing this race.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's one of those things where if he would have hit, 2 great rockets, it might have looked great, leaving the item up, dropping down on his opponent, but instead he just gives it up for free. Full map control back to Razy. Chain out on the back foot, needs to be careful. That's a good rail and a Thunderdome there as Razy comes barging in. Chain's going to need more.
Blocking that potential cheeky play through the teleporter with that turret. As he does, knocks Razy up for an easier rail. Nice positioning. I think he hoped it would actually stall him in his tracks, but instead it just floated Razy.
He kind of used it as a jump pad, just right over, leapfrogging over it, but he did miss out on the mega. Chain gets full control now. And as we inch closer to the deadline here, Chain looking strong to try and equalize it too.
And Chain is so heavily reliant on his rail at the moment. Every time he misses it, it's extremely painful because he's letting Razy off the hook. And as many, for all the nice rails he's hit, there's an equal amount of potential easier ones. He's going to have to start hitting some more as the time is already approaching 9 minutes, and he's obviously the one who needs to be chasing Razy. Good back-to-back rails from Razy. He's taken enough damage, will jump through the teleporter and position up on this high ground. But he actually hasn't been enough for my liking. He's lived predominantly on the low ground.
Really good rail. Smells blood. He's going to double back onto the mega and have time to get back to the head. But he is Razy going to stick around here and risk the equalizing frag. He's going to be out of there. 45 seconds left. Pressure mounting for Chain. He does have the stack, but now he needs the frag.
His opponent, he knows he's in the acid room. He's caught him through the jump pad, but Razy's already gone.
Great job playing keep away. 30 seconds left. Chain needs to speed up here and try and find Razy. He's going to get 1 more cycle of items, but after that, it's go time.
Caught him here in the rocket room. Razy's got great damage. Rockets are rare. Once again, Chain needs to pick up an item. Razy knows he's low, but won't want to commit. He's going to be hiding here through the acid room once again. Will be retreating as he hears Chain on the chase. Chain doubles back, goes towards the jump pad. Razy once again will hear him. He's hiding in the corner. Rocket! And GG.
That was unfortunate. Chain a little bit too slow near the end there, but very, very close. That's the kind of game I want Chain to play. And you saw right out of the gate, Razy put on the aggression, and the fact that Chain stopped it, Razy was like, okay, I understand. I can't just bully you right now. And I think that's what Chain needs to do. Like on the 3rd map, I expect Razy to be just as aggressive right off the spawn.
It felt like there were times in that encounter where Razy was living in Chain's head rent-free, that Chain was second-guessing himself on where he should be standing or what he should be doing at certain times, and I think the ending showed it perfectly. Like, there was a time and a place to play slow, and he was obviously trying to trap Razy, but Razy countered that by playing slow himself and wouldn't move his position unless he hurt his opponent. So I think Chain definitely second-guessed himself quite a lot throughout that encounter, and that was one of the reasons why he just narrowly missed out on tying that up.
Very, very close to that equalizing frag there, but Razy up 2-0. Is the panel going to be right? Is this going to be a shutout? We're going to move on to the third map shortly here. Razy's going to be on the Galena, Chain's going to be on Anarchy, and we are going to Molten Falls.
Yeah, we saw Chain put up some decent performances on Molten Falls, but likewise, he is going up against Razy, and when you get to this stage of the competition, the margins are always so small, you can't really put it down to a map pick. But we do, as you say, have Galena against Yannicky. What's your feeling of Galena on Molten, as it's a little bit of a rarer pick on the map?
I like it because there's a lot of cheeky spots where you can put totems and get that overstack going. I also like it against Anarchy specifically because if you put those totems around corners, again, it's so easy with Anarchy to just kind of zoom around the map and just, I gotta go fast like Ricky Bobby, but then you just smack into totems, it gives you that information, you also get the damage, it stops you dead in your tracks, it's brutal, so I think... Game starts for Chain.
Yeah, and I think he did that well. I want to see more urgency in his play. I don't think he opposed himself on the map. Maybe gave Razy too much respect in the last round enough when he had control. He still stuck to the low ground and played like the beta. So I just wanted to see take the game to Razy a little bit more. And this really is his last chance in this event now. It is, if he loses this, he's out, and that would be such a shame for how well he's done up until now.
This is it, tournament life on the line. This is where you need to play your best. I'd love to see Chain put himself in positions where he could deal some damage after the major items and being sure to clear out those totems as best you can because that overstack is going to be up.
Exactly. Gotta be mindful as well of the speed of the Anarchy throughout. As you say, it's always a key facet in these encounters, as well as using that inject just to restack it, so putting more emphasis on the heavy could be a core tactic here.
Is this going to be it? Razy up 2-0 in the series, lower bracket. Is this going to be the end of our hero Chain, the comeback kid? No better time than now. He really needs to clean the work, and we're going to get right into it. How dare you? What do you mean? It was perfect. Yeah, I think, again, it comes down to the start and just being able to clear out those totems and dealing damage around the items after the pickup, and I think that's going to be the key for Chain.
No, I agree. That for me is about being more aggressive in his position. He's only turning up in and around the item pickups and then disappearing off the map, and he wasn't stringing rails back to back as he has done in previous games, and Razy's too smart, too diligent to allow him to do that, so you have to be more aggressive and get in the face of Razy sometimes, even though it is a scary thought. And if he does that, he's certainly within a shout, and this is why I was saying that I do feel there's a bit of a clash of styles, because Chain's passiveness allows Razy to sit back when he wants to and take those run engagements, and Razy was always the one for me to take the initiative.
If you're Chain, do you still try and play how you were going to play? You know, you have a set game plan at the beginning of the series. Right, kind of knowing the pick bands ahead of time and then looking forward. Now that the maps haven't gone his way, do you think he adjusts already, or do you think he says, okay, this is a new map, regardless of what happened, I just need to start playing my game, or do you think we're going to see that adjustment that he needs to have in terms of how to start? Does he expect somebody to attack off the spawn, as we've seen countless times now? Like, at this point, I just want him to have a weapon out and just wait and make sure, okay, you're going to play aggressive no matter where I am. I just need to do that.
It's a good question, because like Arena FPS and Quake is so intricate anyway, because there's so many elements of strategy, and obviously Quake Champions introduces a whole new level. So going into a match, you have to think about who is my opponent, what is their style, what do they want to do, and then that also changes based on which champions they've picked, which also changes on the map. So there's so many layers you have to think through, and at the end of the day, the simplest answer and the most boring answer is you need to play the way that makes you feel comfortable, and not change it based on circumstance or how you sit in a series, because if you're not
feeling your game, and if you're not comfortable in your game, you're not going to play well.
We talk about that totem?
I mean, it's a raise. Oh, which totem?
He threw it on the top of the arch right in the middle.
Yeah, it's a Razy totem. Yeah, it's a Razy totem.
Beautiful for those who haven't seen it. As Razy playing very, very slow, trying to trap the rail in here. Doing a good job of getting those time charts. He's going to have 2 tokens up rather quickly. And again, the overstack is ending. It's going to be brutal for Chain.
It is the first game we've seen in Chain for a while where there has been an even trade of items off the start, so Chain has that foundation to work off. He's also got the high ground advantage here over by Razy. We saw earlier in the day the way in which Vector was countering Chain on this map was just playing that plus back game on the items. Chain has mistimed that item way too early. Razy capitalizing on it, falling back, suggesting to Chain, hey, the item's up and I don't want to contest, but nope, it was a trap all along.
Really good play there from Razy. Unfortunate for Chain. Getting caught out. Again, needs to be careful. Razy's lying in wait. There's the rocket. He wants to chase with the LG. Chain, nothing to work with. 2-0 up easily for Razy.
Also enjoying that totem consistently placed by the teleporter. You obviously mentioned it before as the Anakin run around gobbling up totems. That does a considerable amount of damage to his light stack, and going through the teleporter is always one of the critical paths that the Anakin would need to take at some point. So keeping a good placement there will ensure you should get free damage.
Free damage and information, and that's huge. Razy stack is gigantic. Great rail around that pole there. The rocket's raining in from Chain, trying to get some damage. Good rail. As the tribal not landing for Razy, can't find any damage, but that's not going to stop him. The rocket jump up. He wants this frag. Aggressive play with the LG into the rail. Little miss. He does have a totem in the back pocket though. And there it is, the overstack. Trying to hunt him down with LG again. He needs to be careful. Good rocket, but Razy prevails and grabs the mega 3 HP for Razy on that.
He's also going back to set up for the heavy. I would love to see Chain put some damage out here because he knows Razy's weak. He's going to be there, but he's going to be a second late. That's painful for Chain, as that was a key opportunity for him to try and impose himself. And there's small things like that where I'd love to see just more urgency coming from Chain. And once again, the overstack is up. It's not something Chain will be aware of, so gotta be wary. Oh, the Razy did miss the item pickup. Doesn't come back to haunt him, however.
Making his way back over to the heavy, which will be up shortly. Lots of nail spam. Chain's gonna be down below, and he's gonna get the heavy, but he's gonna take so much damage. That follow-up rail doesn't land, luckily for him. And actually, the return rail is fantastic from Razy. Hits one of his own, and now it's gonna be a fight to the death. Totem comes down. The overstack saves his life. Still very weak. Tribolt isn't gonna prevail.
Oh my word.
Wow.
Tense moment for both players. Exchanging rails once again. This is one of the reasons why Chains finds it so hard to catch the Galena out in the open. It's Razy that actually comes out by exchanging rails time and time again. It nullifies the way Chain wants to play. Great back-to-back rails. Can't finish off with a third. He is low. They're both low. Razy switching to Tribolt, forcing Chain away as he's scared of more of that splash damage coming out. Razy is now weak and will miss out on the Mega. Okay, that's how you get that totem.
That's so cheeky. Razy, he's just getting so much mileage out of those totems. You saw it in the middle of the fights too. The pocket totem, the ones that are already down, the overstack healing him. They're saving his life quite literally. Here's the Tribolt spam coming in. Again, overstack already ready. There's a rocket from above. He's gonna chase with the shotgun through the telly. Chain dropping down too early.
Why are you dropping in that situation? It's unnecessary. And I want to point out exactly what you said. It's remarkable how Razy's had 3 overstacks already in the first 4 minutes, and he's only had one of these more creative positions of his totem. So, I mean, it's hard because there's so many things to be doing at once within a duel like this, but Chain needs to be taking out these totems. Shotgun to the face, Chain will need to back away now. Wants to do one more, just careful of Razy pushing up. And I don't know, to me it feels Chain's a little bit rattled again.
Razy's playing so solid, and the totem placement is everything, right? Hide one, really cheeky, have one at the telly exit, and then keep one in your pocket, and that's exactly how Razy's playing.
It's the self-damage to sweep up the map, and this is what happens when Razy feels momentum. He does just begin to eat all resources. Anaki's not left with a lot to live off. He is using the overstack fairly often though, and it will be back up again for the next engagement, but as is Raze's own overstack, and he's also been eating up all major items. If Chain goes through, there we go. He knows the totems are there, rocket jumps around, clears out 2. It's methodical, you have to take it a step at a time, and coming in, this is a dangerous push as he doesn't seem to have the lightning gun. If he does, it's not out, and he's trapped himself in the corner. Razy buying his time. He lets Chain get away, but Chain popped the injection, he took the Mega, and he's out of position for this heavy.
Does get back to deal a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. As Razy still a firm 4-0 lead, 6 minutes in. And I do like that play from Chain earlier, rocket jumping around. Doesn't trust the telly, but part of me thinks that Razy saw that, and now he's going to set a trap that knowing that Chain can't want to clear out like that, he might float him with LG or something, so Chain has to be careful. As again, using all those time vials very well, and again, overstack for Razy.
I don't know how he's got so much in the service stack. He's also caught Chain here. Chain actually just fortunately drops onto that heavy, much to the surprise of Razy, but the overstack is there. Nice double back from Chain. He didn't need a totem, but it was totally worth it. The Jet comes out because now he wants to contest for this Mega. He knows it's up, he knows the timing, but Razy's under him. He's pinned him and somehow gets the flag.
What a float. Razy with the best Pennywise impression. We all float down here. 5-0. I mean, what can Chain do? 7 minutes. He's got to start being a little more aggressive. But again, you get in these positions where they're not optimal, but you have to take them. You have to get back into this game. And Razy could just start playing hyper defensive if he wanted to.
I mean, that was the play. He had done everything so well. He got fortunate in the previous engagement to pick up that heavy, but the double back rail was spot on. He didn't account for the overstack from Razy. He had the timing on the Mega, popped the inject, and just got floated like Aladdin with his magic carpet. Couldn't get down.
Very near and dear to my heart, thank you. 5-0, 7:30 in. As Razy will concede heavy. Playing a little bit slower, but again, he doesn't really have to push anything, doesn't have to do anything crazy. Almost rails Chain off the map. The return rail from Chain will land, and Razy's down to 100 HP. He does have a totem in his pocket immediately.
And once again, we're at that point where it's been a fairly slow and steady map from both players, but time is running out for Chain to stay alive in this tournament. And if we're looking at this brutally, I think he's had 1 frag in this series so far, so where is he going to conjure 6 from? He really has to be Aladdin with his magic lamp if he's going to get through this one.
I think he's all out of wishes, though, it seems. As he drops down, this is a good start here, but he needs to be so careful, and he knows it. He has no choice. He's going to tank all of that totem damage and be so weak. Shotgun out for Razy. He knows if he shows his face again, he's going to blast him. This is just chunking out the time. Razy looks like he's on his way to a 3-0 victory, and Maestro is going to haunt Chain's nightmares. What a rail.
Oh my god. These are so nice and Chain. He did pick up the heavy, but he's used the inject. Great rocket. He's going to have to convert this one. He's run through a totem to make it happen. But look how low he is, and there's nothing up for 10 seconds. Razy knows that. Great rail. Can he convert? He's going to have to. Razy doubling back, going for that rail himself, and Chain's nearly out of time. He's got time for 1 more item. He can't even really rush this heavy. He just hasn't got the time.
Good play from Chain. He has all the information he needs to catch him. There's the jump down. He just needs the damage. Now it's going to be just telly play, isn't it? Yep, there it is. Catches him out. And Razy somehow point blank shotgun rail gets Chain. And that is a heartbreaker for sure.
It is a heartbreaker.
The comeback kid, I don't know, man. This 30 seconds, dude, there's still time, but 5 frags. Oh, that's going to be a good start.
Ignorance is bliss, but I don't think anyone can discount reality that hard to suggest Chain can do this now with 20 seconds to go. Unfortunately, he will be leaving us from this tournament, coming up against Razy, somebody who hasn't had good fortune against in the past. And for me, the story of this is he gave Razy a little bit too much respect at times, and Razy outplayed Chain at his own game. Like, the amount Razy was hitting in terms of rail against Chain as a glory rocket jump was just insane. And Chain didn't have an answer for that. So, good games coming out from both players. Razy will be moving on to meet Dahang, who had a very close encounter against TNZ. And we will have 3 Maestro guys in the top 4, which is a great achievement for the organization. But we will jump into a break just for now. 40 and I would like to thank you, and when we come back, we will have an interview with Razy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's day 3, finals day of the Quake World Championship. We're here with the winner of our last matchup, Razy, taking on Chain, defeating him 3-0. And in fact, the Maestro team effectively in 0-6 Chain out of the tournament. So congratulations, Razy. It's great to have you with us.
Hello, thank you very much.
So I have to ask just the most obvious question, which is why do people continue to pick or allow you to pick Clutch, and maybe specifically on Awoken?
It comes down to the coin toss. If the coin toss goes in my favor, then I'm most likely gonna be able to pick Clutch. And if it doesn't, then they can get rid of it if they want to.
I mean, is it weird to you at all that there is such an association between you, your play, this character, and then also just how much difficulty it seems to give some of the other players?
Clutch is a lot of work, and I think if you put some time into it and learn how to play him properly on this level, then he can grant you advantages no other champions would. But as I said, it is really hard work to make it viable. But I did put a lot of time into it, and it pays out.
Maybe it's just because you make it look so easy. I don't know. Maybe that might be it. I want to talk a little bit about your day 1 and your day 2, because I've looked through all the brackets. We watched all the games, and I would go up and argue that you had one of the most brutal runs through the entire day 1 and day 2. You won against Toxic. You lost to your teammate Wenger, but then eliminated Avic, Base, and Cooler on your way to secure yourself for the finals. You're here in the lower bracket, but having gone through, such an incredible roster of players, how are you feeling about your performance so far here during the Quake World Championship?
I'm just happy I'm not repeating what happened last stage finals, because that was a disaster for me. Yeah, I'm trying to play it solid. I'm not trying to risk too much, and trying to play it calculated in a way that, normally I would probably go for higher frag games. Trying to play it safe to make sure that he's insane in a good way. Happy for him though. But yeah, I just hope that I can keep carrying this play style, and it's gonna grant me, good results.
And so we have 4 players left in the tournament, 2 from Team Maestro, 2 from Team Liquid. Each of you is playing one of the members of Team Liquid. Let's talk about your next matchup. That would be versus Dehang. Your thoughts on that one?
I've met Dehang a few times already at LAN tournaments, and he has knocked me out of tournaments on more than one occasion, so I must play my best if I want to be able to beat him. It's gonna be tough for sure. He's a really good player in ways of how calculated he is and how well he understands mechanics and certain aspects of the game. So I must respect that.
Of course. And in your opinion, how do you feel like you are playing right now, as opposed to put it in context to like the entire season since the kickoff at last year's QuakeCon?
Sadly, I've been all over the place. I haven't really been as consistent as I would like to be, but I feel like this particular QuakeCon I've been solid, and the upcoming weeks to this event were all over the place. Sometimes I was playing really well, other times I was surprising myself of how badly I'm playing. Right now I'm okay. I'm just happy that it's good enough so far.
Well, it's definitely been good enough and entertaining. The fans at home have been enjoying all of your matchups as well. You certainly gave us a great action to watch during day 1 and 2. So we want to say good luck to you in your upcoming match, and we're excited to see how you'll do here for the remainder of the Quake World Championship. Razy, thank you so much. Everyone in chat, give some hearts out to Razy. He'll be going up against Dehang next. Thank you for joining us, Razy.
Thank you.
And now we're going to bring the panel back in to talk a little bit about that matchup. But before we do, gentlemen, I want to remind you there's a couple things you need to know. Number one, which is if you play a single game of Quake Championship, before the end of the day, you're going to unlock all of the champions, and then you could hop in. You could be playing. 40 Lines actually plays pretty much, like, I would say 24/7, but he's got to sleep, so it's more like 22/7. You could just jump in, play with him anytime. Hit him up on Twitter, add you to his friends list, all that good stuff. So get yourself Quake Champions. Also, AlienwareArena.com/QuakeCon. There is an exclusive QuakeCon bundle that you can get access to. It's got the OG Quake 1 rocket launcher, a Doom Slayer collectible vanity, as well as 500 platinum as well. So make sure that you go and pick that up. If you forget the URL, just do !Alienware in the chat. Gentlemen, Razy versus Chain. Razy gave us a very humbling interview, but you know what I love about Razy is like an honest interview. Haven't been super consistent this past year, but very happy with how I'm doing now. Everyone that watched that matchup, I don't know how he couldn't be happy. Lethal, I want to go to you with your thoughts on Razy versus Chain.
First map was an absolute bloodbath. I came back 2 or 3 minutes later, it's already 10-0. And with the Athena as well, he's got the verticality. He needed to get some more chip damage with those rails, but he seemed to take too many close range engagements, even when the shield was up. And it was quite surprising. I maybe could have said, maybe choose someone like Sorlag, who's got the mobility and the stack. But guess what? Razy banned the Sorlag. So by then, I think he knew that it was going to be a rough road heading to map number 1. But map number 2, anyway, you could see that it was a much closer affair. Chain did everything he could to get that top mid control, but by the end, Razy was doing such a great job just keeping away from him at every opportunity he could. And even on the third map as well, he had the totems in very good positions. Always had one in his back pocket for the HP, one to give him info, and another one depending on the circumstances of how the map was flowing. But there were some odd occasions as well where Chain was just a little bit over aggressive, so some frustration here and there. I think he had about a total of 4 frags over the course of the 3 maps, but end of the day, commiserations to Chain. He played really, really well throughout the entire weekend and for all the stages of the Pro League, and props to him for getting at least top 3 in the Americas region.
Now, certainly open to any other thoughts, CSX of 40 Lines, but one of the things that this latest match result has given us is that we have 2 Maestro players, 2 Team Liquid players, and they aren't in a situation where they're playing each other. They're in a situation where, or playing their teammates. They're in a situation where they are playing each other, which could set up some interesting matchups in the future. But thoughts on that as we head almost into the winner bracket final?
I mean, it's pretty much unprecedented, I think, to have such a monopoly in terms of the organization, so it's really cool to see. And it's at a point where it's too close to call. I guess particularly this Rafa Wenger match, I honestly don't know which way it can go, because this is the best Wenger we've seen in a while, and I do think that the way he plays might be a remedy somewhat to the pressure that Rafa wants to put on. So I'm really intrigued to see how this one plays out. I think the Hang will struggle against Razy, but either way, it's a great setup of matches.
I'm looking forward to the Liquid and Maestro logos being spammed in the chat. You know, pick your jerseys, throw them on, and root for your team and your players.
I mean, both of these teams have pretty great social media presence. I really hope that the memes are strong between these two heading into these next couple of matches. Rafa versus Wenger is next, and then Razy will get a little bit of a break, but he'll be going up against the Hang. It sets up for some very interesting situations, because the Razy to Hang game, of course, someone will be eliminated, but we could see a potential team kill down the line here, as happens when you've only got 2 teams and 4 players remaining. But let's talk a little bit about it. You know, the XXG said, hey, I'm not quite sure which way this one will go. So I'll put Lethal on the spot and ask him, like, you know, Rafa definitely played well compared today that we saw, seems to be in the right mindset, but Wenger is beast mode right now.
He really is. It's kind of a case of players like Rafa, Kula, Cypher, they can adapt to any playstyle after a certain period of time. And Wenger, he has the fundamentals, the mechanics, everything he needs at his disposal. It's just a matter of a jigsaw piece. With that one piece is going to be deciding on how he can tackle down Rafa and beat him at his own game. But that's the problem, you see. With Wenger, he does force out his own style. He needs to not give Rafa. If he's got good aim on the day, then it's a completely different story.
And here are the picks and bans. Corrupted Keep, Awoken, Blood Covenant, Ruins, and Molten Falls. Thoughts on what we're seeing here?
I think that I like the pick from Wenger on Awoken with the Sorlag. I think he can definitely take the pressure to Rafa and Athena. Rafa obviously plays an amazing Athena, but it is, as we just saw with the clutch, when you have that stack advantage against a light champion, you can force the issue. Likewise, I do feel that Wenger will struggle on Blood Covenant just because of how well Slash plays on that map in the hands of Rafa and the pressure he can put on with speed. But the rest of the maps, there's not really anything to tie them. It's really nice picks coming through.
Anyone else?
I really like the strong pick on Corrupted for Rafa. Looking forward to that high-flying speed and maybe some cheeky peeker plays. The Doom guy should be pretty good to kind of counter that. And again, the double jump is so good to kind of avoid splash damage and rocket fights up close. I'm just really looking forward to the series, man. We're getting close to it. Someone's going to take home the belt. And it's going to be, well, it has to be Rafa, but someone's going to win this whole thing. And Rafa, again, wanting to win this so he can take home the whole belt. So it's coming down to the wire.
And the great thing about all of this, it's not Liquid versus Maestro, it's the old guard versus the new generation of Quake players, adaptation versus the mechanics of some of these newer players. So it's going to be interesting to see how things will tie up.
I love that perspective on it. I mean, certainly a storyline that I always love, looking at, right? But it's exciting, right? Because for so long, people were like, oh, it's just the old players are always dominate, and it's just not the case, and it hasn't been the case for a while. But it looks like we are ready to jump into this one, and we're going to give Flea a chance to take a break. Catch up. I would love to join you in commentating this match if you're down for it.
It's going to be an honor, mate. I don't want to get into this too much because we're about to jump in, but I've looked up to you for quite a while, so this is something I never thought would actually happen. But as we go into this first map, the Rafa and Wenger, a match that people have been waiting a long time for. Rafa, can he be a two-time champ, or is Wenger going to finally get that big result? He's already crazy far into this bracket, and you know he's out for #1.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, right at this point, obviously everyone wants to win. You know, that's the obvious thing. However, really interesting between these two players because they've still kind of got that that one last chance card, right? Because they're in the upper finals. But taking that long break, sitting in the grand finals, is certainly a good feeling. Lets you review the rest of the game, and you aren't, up against elimination yet. So we could have first frag right here, and it does come out from Rafa. Both teams barreling into that room, but it's Rafa who comes out with the LG kill to take frag #1.
The question's going to be, what does he get off the back of this? The answer for that right now is a considerable amount of push. Heavy's going to be the first item to spawn here, but with Rafa and the crouch side of Strong, he has enough time to cycle over both of these items, and he can soak up both of them. Now Wenger looks like he's significantly behind, right? But he's famous for being able to play in this position. He's able to get these miracle defensive rockets. That's going to be one, taking out a lot of the armor. And Wenger's going to try and stay as slippery as possible,
Yeah, I'm really a fan of not only this pick, but also the champions and the players who are playing them. Got a little bit of speed, a ton of precision, and, this is one of those maps where things could go back and forth. Fight over Heavy through the top. Oh my god, the super shotgun with the equalizer. 4 hit points left on there. And is Rafa going to come in hard looking for that when he does? The nail gun. There wow.
This
going to be tied 2-2.
Is exactly why Wenger's defensive plays are, at this point, surely it's got to be the best in the world. The way he can approach this, Rafa's going to take him out, but you look at those encounters, you look at the stack alone and think, how does he survive this, let alone score the frag himself?
Yeah, the Peaker comes out there. They did trade on that one. Rafa, he got the conversion, but then again, Wenger coming right off of it, tying it back up 3-3. If the whole game's like this, Kedja, by the way, I just want to let people know I'm totally fine. This is the type of back and forth action that I'd love to see in a winner bracket matchup like this one. Things equalizing a little bit. Another LG battle just outside the teleporter, and Wenger still very aggressive with that vertical advantage there. He's down to 31 points of health, but he picks up the frag and the lead.
He has run out of lightning gun ammo though, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. Hindered his damage and it forced him to weapon swap right as the Peaker was coming out. Now, it's the nature of Corrupted Keep. This is a small map, no rail, combat heavy as anything, especially with these two picks. But every time a frag has been obtained, it's not been able to lead to a complete cycle of the map. You're able to get one of these items, another player spawns, and then Rafa's able to position himself on Mega, right? So they go back to a pretty similar state. Rafa sitting on a little bit more stack. A good rocket to open, and a third, some self-damage. That's a bit tragic for Wenger, but the opening damage was definitely good.
Yeah, and I love what you say there, too, because it shows who could have the advantage if they walk away from a frag, like with a decent-sized stack. It hasn't happened yet, and Rafa's going to bring it right back, choosing that battle, jumping down, a little scary against that LG, but he ties it back up 4-4. Now, the question is did he have the stack? Well, he is going to get that heavy out of the teleporter. Again, they exchange some more damage, using the heavy machine gun to try to finish him off, and it's not going to happen, but oh my gosh, the Mega there to save it.
This is where things change quite significantly across the map. Now there is a giant delay for this map standards in between the two items. So if you're able to frag someone right as one of them appears, it's not a matter of, okay, well, they're going to spawn and then soak up the other one. They're not going to have time to do that now, and the aggressing player will have time to be able to set themselves up. Now Wenger does get a frag. There is going to be no heavy. He's going to be able to position himself towards this Mega. And like I said, there's enough of a delay that Rafa's not able to spawn and position himself there first. He has a lead. It's slightly swapping to the LG, knowing that Rafa doesn't have one. A lot of faith going into the Peaker, challenging the weapon swap. Both players pretty weak and no armor. Rafa likely to soak up that lightness in the nail gun room, and he will take it. And the next call to action is going to be the heavy. Wenger respecting it.
Yep, and he's just going to back off a little bit. It's going to allow Rafa to take it. I think that was a smart move there. He got quite a bit of LG damage from up above. Nice rocket. We've been talking about those perfectly placed rockets from Wenger throughout the entire weekend. Another one there, but no armor. Not a battle he wants to take. He's going to give away his position there. A direct rocket does nice damage versus Rafa, but once again, back off. Light picked up by Rafa. Going to head on over to the heavy. There will be a battle here. Wenger drops down one rocket and says, okay, I'm out of here.
Now that right there is the exact reason as to why timing lights can be an underratedly important tool as well, because Rafa had timing on the light, Wenger didn't. Wenger thinks the light's going to spawn, overstays his welcome, and then right on time, Rafa appears, knowing Wenger wouldn't have any armor, so he pushes his way in, takes the armor, and now he's scored another frag and an extra light to boot. Rafa putting those lights into the circuit that he's running across all of these items. Wenger looking like he's going to concede this heavy, in fact. Crazy to think a week that we've already gone half into this map. It's felt like a quick one.
It has 5-5. People in chat were saying, I'm exhausted already, and that's how you want to watch Quake, be exhausted by the end of it. Now, it does look like Rafa did finally manage to get Mega, get the heavy. However, is he going to be able to convert that to a frag, right? We've had nothing but back and forth frags up until this point. He's looking for that first time. He might be able to just take that lead and then possibly separate himself a little bit, but Wenger playing very nicely. Great dance to steal away that heavy, and Rafa just back and forth, didn't know where he was going to go. Wenger takes that heavy and the Mega, and here we are battling out the Mega.
This is a very tricky fight for Rafa to take. Wenger outstacking him quite considerably. He's trying to go for that range damage. Very minimal damage on that rocket splash, only getting 10 of it. The stack is actually completely even here. But Rafa right next to the light armor. He feels like he's equipped enough to push in for this heavy. If Wenger goes down right now, it's going to be a bad time to do so. He's looking to disengage and run away. Rafa needs to put himself in position for the Mega. Should be able to soak this up.
And he gets both, and this, again, this is like only the second time that we've seen Rafa with full control here. Wenger with some nice moves to just run away from from Rafa. Stay out of his crosshairs. He's going to go up the jump pad. We're going to have LG versus LG, and Rafa converts with that control, an additional frag, giving him the lead 6-5. He is going to be able to pick up heavy and then go ahead and convert right over to the Mega. So will Wenger try to stop him, uses Speaker to come out, and will be able to secure the Mega.
So he rocked the Pika, and Wenger punished that with some pretty insane damage. Rafa having to pop the Kamikaze pretty much as soon as possible to try and make sure he can get out of that one with his life, and he will. Now remember, for those that might be unaware, or maybe you don't stay as on top of Quake, Doomslayer used to be silent completely, but now, thanks to Doom Eternal, I don't know if that's the actual reason, but he makes damage noises now, which means that when he's close to death, there's more of a giveaway. It was a bit of a knock-on nerve. So in these situations when Doom's about to go down, you get that extra information he didn't used to have.
Oh, nice hit on there, full 75 damage, and now Wenger is hurting. Rafa looks like he's on the hunt. He's going to slow it down just a little bit, trying to get behind him. Does see him, hits one shot with the super shotgun. Going to get a second one, 44 points of damage. He is screaming, just as you mentioned, Ketchup. And there it is, the LG up the pad to grab it, 7-5. And this is the first time that we have seen
Kiedy będę dłużej, to wynajmę sobie kogoś, kto będzie ze mną chodził i czytał mnie.
Comes for you'll need a lovely amount of the plasma coming forward. Rafa without armor, going up that jump pad. Understandably, no way he's going to push up there. A death sentence with no armor ready to go. Only a minute and a half left of this map. Rafa, 2 frags in the lead on front. Keep you blink, and that can easily change. The snowball effect can be real. He's taking so much damage from that nail. The rockets come in. Rafa, weak, but he's taking away a ton of the armor as well. Who's going to get this Mega? He gets caught on the wall, Rafa! A bit of a potential movement mistake, but they trade! What's the spawn?
Unbelievable. I mean, it's back and forth. Both the Heavy and the Mega were pretty much negated, but they committed to the battle. And we're going to have another one off the spawn. Wenger with the LG kill to make it 8-7. Damn near tied again with less than 1 minute left to go. And all eyes are on Wenger.
No! Rafa picks it up. Wenger pushes forward. He had so much momentum, getting absolutely the more favorable spawn near Mega, soaking it up, taking an LG and pushing on. But now Rafa well equipped to finish the job. 2 frags in 30 seconds. It's absolutely possible, but it's going to be hard when Strog is faster than Doom. It's as simple as that, and he's prioritizing this side of the room. It's very hard for Doom to chase you now.
9-7. There's a light. Rafa just needs to stay out of the crosshairs of his opponent. Oh, there it is. That'll seal the deal. 10-7. But my goodness, what a close matchup. You know, we were at the 5-minute mark when we had nothing but frag trades back and forth. Neither player really able to grab control in those opening moments, and it wasn't until later on, right around that 6-7 mark, where Rafa finally was able to grab some control, pull away with a bit of a lead. He will take that first game 10-7 in this best of 5.
Wenger did so much more damage than Rafa in those endgame stats as well. I think for me that's more of a testament as to how much consistent stack Rafa was able to stay in control of. It's very Rafa-like to play around that, but they were evenly matched as far as combat is concerned, I think. It really did exchange. It was only until the last couple of minutes of the map that he was able to pull away to a degree. And just checking out this highlight reel, the amount of frags that they just traded. I take one, you take one, and we just rinse and repeat that.
Yeah, it's pretty nutty, but again, like that's exciting Quake. And you know, I would make the observation that this is exactly the shape that we want to see both of these players in, right? Confident in their own skills, respectful of the opponent, but still it's do or die, right? And you know, we talked about, well, will Rafa bring his best game? Will Wenger bring his best? And both players bring in their best game for sure. We are going to be moving on to Awoken next, and it's going to be Athena for Rafa and Sorlag for Wenger, and this should be an equally interesting matchup.
The gap is starting to shorten a little bit when it comes to there. We'd be talking about how Wenger was just shy of unbeatable on this map in the online world, and he was proving in the LAN environment that he's able to be just as dominant. But he has got a favorable matchup here if we're talking about the ability to do damage, have a good restack. The movement is a big part of this. Wenger is going to be able to fly around the map, but on that note, Athena from Rafa, he's shown us many times that he is one of the best Athena players in the business, and it just helps him reposition. If we're talking about movement versus movement, that grappling hook is going to be so good to stop Sorlag from just trapping you, and that's it. You know, Athena often has a backup plan, and that backup plan is, see you later, I'm out. See you later, mate.
Yeah, I have to say I've been really impressed and enjoyed all the matchups that I've been able to see lately that have featured Athena. Originally, I was like, I'm not sure how much I'm going to like this, but you know, the players bring such a unique style and way to play the champ and kind of how they, so I'm excited to see this one. Awoken is the next map, and we're going to be hopping into it in just a moment. Thank you to everyone who has joined us here throughout the weekend. It's hard to believe that there are only 4 players remaining catch up. 2 of them happen to be Maestro, 2 of them happen to be Team Liquid, but one of them is our champion.
And we don't have a lot of time left until that champion's going to be crowned. It could very easily be one of these 2 in the grand finals, if we're talking about chances. And that wasn't me stating the obvious, I promise. I mean, if we're talking about player versus player, I wouldn't be surprised if either of these are able to take it. Rafa absolutely has gone into this weekend as one of the favorites. And Wenger, I think it's more of a case of he wasn't one of the clear-cut favorites, but there's a lot of people that want it to be that way. You're always wanting Wenger to go from result to result to result. He is getting closer and closer, but it feels like it's long overdue that he gets a giant win eventually, and the World Championship would be one hell of a way to secure that.
It really would be, absolutely. And, you know, a lot of folks have said, hey, this is a player who's going to reach that status, and if that happened to be at the Quake World Championship, amazing. And we are officially live.
Looks like we're checking out Rafa first, so be prepared for that short and snappy movement. Athena, what she does better than pretty much any other champion is the creativity you can show with the movement on a lot of maps. And for reasons like that, most other champions would be stuck in an unsurvivable situation off that jump pad. Athena just simply reposition.
Yeah, we've seen it here on Awoken, seen it on DM6 a bunch as well. Just some really, really intelligent movement. There it is.
Wins the fight!
Yep, 1-0, 38 seconds on the clock, and again, just using that hook to get the right positioning. He has control of the Mega, going to do it again to get up to the window, and, you know, Wenger kind of finding himself like, you know, it's like you trip, and you're trying to find your footing again, but you just can't quite find your footing, and you just can't, he hasn't found that, you know, opening minute footing yet.
Rafa's maintaining some very strong positions here near Mega. As it is about to spawn, 100% chance he's going to be able to outlast Wenger in this position. He would take it. The damage over time going to be swiftly stopped. Looking for another rail shot. Now, on the subject of rails, different to this matchup, the light versus heavy on a map this small, where the heavy can respawn with a giant stack. Rafa's going to have to hit as many shots as possible to compete. The good thing is, it's been a minute and a half, 3 frags in the lead. He has been hitting these shots, and doing it during Athena's movement is no easy task.
None at all. You know, Rafa has been hitting all of these rails as well, which makes it very difficult for Wenger, especially off the spawn. If you start and boom, you're a rail already down 1 rail in terms of like trying to put yourself back together. It becomes very, very...
Oh, the cool out.
Oh.
Rafa knowing that the sound of the grappling hook is a dead giveaway that he's chasing it, and he just goes back down the other way. The perfect bait, and Wenger no choice but to take it. I kind of feel like he was so weak, he was damned if he does, and damned if he doesn't right there.
2 minutes in, catch up now. It's 4-0. Rafa looking very, very comfortable on this map so far with Athena. Wenger, you know, I'm still waiting for those, you know, initial rails, trying to find an open opportunity, but it just hasn't been presented yet. You know, I think if anything, that just goes to say and show how much Rafa is actually locking things down here on Awoken.
One of the things that Rafa's always been so good at is looking at the champion matchup that is before him
And I don't want to use the term counter-picking, but playing in a matchup that he feels he has the best chance with if we're looking at champions. It's not really about comfort pick. I think he's comfortable on every single champion in the game. It's more about, and that's as much damage as he could do with that head-on collision. It's more about looking at this kind of thing and going, all right, saw that. Okay, what kind of picks am I have here? Now, I can't remember the order off the top of my head, but it's something that he's well known for. Always within a chance, you know? So I guess that's the term.
And this is kind of the moment that I was looking for, right? Wenger getting that first frag, and then how is he going to bring it back together? And the trade here, as we did have a rail shot from Wenger, he was able to get off the spawn, they exchanged some nice rockets, got the frag, and then picks up his second frag off of a trade. Things equalize just a little bit, but it's Rafa who's going to pick up that heavy. Wenger doing a good job kind of like hacking away at that stack, and no one really with control yet after that exchange.
Although Wenger has a rail, it's still going to be a bit of a risk. Unless down here, no, it's more of a likely shot. One missed rail is going to allow Rafa to completely push in. That's a good shot. He's somewhat stunned this momentum. Rafa has to disengage and pick up the light that's near Banana, so that is going to waste a little bit of time and change his movement. And as we now go into heavy, this is an item that Wenger really can't challenge. Instead, I think he's trying to get as much armor as he can and set this up. That rocket was really good. The backwards movement from Wenger is pretty good to save his skin. The question is he delaying the inevitable, or is Rafa going to take a little bit more damage?
Yeah, that's unfortunately a question only time is going to help us answer here. Oh, another great rail out of the telly, and although that rocket did hit, and a beautiful rail with that 4 points of health. Another follow-up rocket. I mean, how much damage is he going to do at 4 health? The answer was quite a... It's not enough to get the kill, but at least to keep your opponent at bay. 2-4 right now. He's going to try to contest the heavy, and it is still, or excuse me, the mega, and he was able to grab that away.
Wenger with the discipline not to take the light health that was near the outside of that LG spawn point, by the way, because there was always a chance that Rafa comes around the corner, and then you're stuck in no man's land. He makes sure to stick at the health bubbles that are completely guaranteed to not risk his life here. And he's done a wonderful job of stabilizing how weak he was and how much stack he's been able to bring back up. Very impressive indeed. In the nature of Awoken, you can easily pick up these 2 frags. It takes 1 good frag with a good stack and then maybe a favorable spawn, and that's it. Click your fingers and he's made a comeback. Rafa knows this. This is the play the careful game. Making noise that Wenger will be listening out for, but the question is, where's he going to go?
Less than 5 minutes left. Wenger has an idea where he might be. Sends out a rocket at a tribal. Is going to reposition now. Grab himself a light as well. So he's at least got a stack, which is what he needs to face off versus Rafa. Now a little bit of science. He using those cues to see where he's at. Nice spin coming out to defensively keep Rafa in that corner. The rockets continue to fire, and now the LG battle in the main room. Some nice damage done against Rafa from Wenger, and now he's going to be on the chase. But rail, oh my God! 2 defensive rails come out from Rafa, making it 5-2.
Insanity from Rafa, the clutch to look at the situation and think, all I got to do is hit 2 more rails and I'm back in it, ignoring his stack in effect, not letting it phase him. Wenger has been able to collect a heavy. The danger is that now, every time Rafa gets a frag that Wenger cannot answer back to, this job is just going to get harder and harder. Beats him to the mega and the 2-piece combo. Thank you very much. American looking better and better as this map progresses.
And obviously wanting to continue to spread that frag difference out as much as they can and hold on to control. 6 minutes and 39 seconds on the clock. There is still plenty of time. As you mentioned, a fast-paced match, 1 single frag, a little bit of control can change everything. But just watching Rafa swing around and take the positions that he wants to take and be almost forcing Wenger into the areas that he wants to fight him in, it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Outstacked Wenger significantly. All it takes is 1 opening rail here, of which it looks like Rafa's fishing for it. I think he actually knocked Wenger down. Did Wenger even have a chance to pick up a rail there? I'm not so convinced. Oh, right as he picked up the rail, the wonderful shot from Rafa pushes him off the ledge. The combos again. Super shotgun is going to max the damage, especially now this gun is beefy in the current version of the game.
Yep, no armor, but grabs that heavy. and the Mega as well, sitting on a great little stack, knows exactly where Wenger is, and likes to keep him back here. Oh man.
No jump pad needed. That's the Athena effect. She doesn't have to use those risky ways of elevating.
Yeah, agreed. And it's nice to see that chunky damage from the Super Shock. A great rail coming out yet again. Got 3 position, come from above. And I mean, you know, based off of what we've seen in Game 1 and now what we're seeing in Game 2 catch up, Rafa is looking very, very strong.
Oh my lord, 100 damage to open things up. Remember, there's a minute 50 on the clock, and Rafa's 6 frags in the lead. That kind of 100 damage rocket is disaster. You have to take time to get your stack back up, and that's time you didn't have anymore. Yeah, Rafa hitting the defensive angles. That's a good start. Oh, never mind, he's out.
But Wenger does have some armor at this point. He's not going to be able to get that Mega. He has been hitting some reasonably good shots, getting a little bit aggressive here against Rafa. The spit goes down, but it's not going to matter. Again, just using that grapple to get into the position he wants to get in. 9-2, a hefty lead here for Rafa.
More of these defensive rockets, and that is as much damage as you can possibly squeeze out. A point blank. Wenger to take the heavy hit at 6 frags in 1 minute. Fair to call it GG on this one. Even on a map like this, Rafa is not going to make himself easy to pin down. He's always going to be able to escape. He's been able to get 1 frag. I mean, for the sake of it being a world championship, I'm going to say never just in case, but I'm pretty sure Rafa's going to move on for the 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, think about that, a best of 5 here in the winter bracket final, you know, keeping yourself in a little bit of safety. And, I mean, this is like the best position that Rafa could possibly ask for, right? To be 2 games up in this best 5, only needing the 1. And with just 30 seconds left to go, that is certainly going to seal the deal.
We're going to be moving into a map that Rafa is incredibly competent on. A classic Blood Covenant will be our next destination. So the chance of a 3-0 at this stage is likely for sure. I'm not going to lose faith in Wenger just yet. He has played out of his skin this weekend, but this is the championship level Rafa that we know and love, and he's 2 maps up in this winners finals.
Yeah, that's you know, almost shocking, especially just considering how the first matchup went. I mean, would you expect that it'd be up 2-0 here to start?
I'm going to be completely honest that I wouldn't have been surprised no matter the result, because these 2 players are so insanely close in skill recently. If Wenger had this win on Rafa, it's okay, cool. Wenger has been playing really well this weekend and this could be his moment. If Rafa, it's like, okay, yeah, of course, Rafa's said to be the best Quake player of all time, right? So this is just the level that we're at. When the best takes on the best, anything is possible. I will admit, I have expected it to be a 3-2. So if it is a 3-0, I feel like a 3-0 was the least likely result of these 2, but Rafa, I mean, he always brings his A+ game in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone would be equally shocked, especially just based off of how well Wenger has played throughout the entire tournament. But I throw back to actually a comment that DeHang made, right, where he's like, everyone is kind of, right, there's no powering up during this tournament. You're going to try to bring the best games that you can. It all comes down to, like, what is that 5% that you bring, and what does that allow you to do in a matchup? In this particular case, you know, I guess Rafa's really going deep down for that 5% right now. But Wenger has looked so incredible all weekend. I would be shocked if it was a 3-0.
And I would agree. And there's also an air of concern where I really hope he doesn't get to Wenger. He takes losses very hard because he knows the standards of which he's held up for himself and the rest of the community. Everyone knows that he's one of the best players in the world. He's had an entire year of progress where this time last year he was at QuakeCon in person. I believe he lost to Nosfa. Nosfa was popping off. Nosfa was feeling himself. That was his breakout performance of that year. And Wenger, he felt bad about that, you know, because he wanted to do better than he was able to perform, especially when he played so well beforehand. And then as we went stage upon stage upon stage, when we're talking about finals, he starts to get better and better, where it's almost coming full circle, where now we're in this pretty much exactly 1 year later. He's this far deep into the bracket where he has a really good shot of winning the entire tournament. If he goes down now to a 3-0, there is all the chance there's going to be somewhat of a mental knock to go, oh, damn, okay, I guess I've got to play in the lower bracket now, and knowing Wenger, he's got what it takes to forget about that. But
yeah,
for his sake, any map alone is going to help that